Yeah, welcome everybody. The PulpMX show is coming at you. It's Monday, February 20th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching on YouTube, RacerX, Facebook. Thank you for listening. PulpMXshow.com. Thanks for supporting the sponsors as well. Discount codes for almost everybody we deal with. Trying to help you save some money. And yeah,
we got a banger night lined up.
We do have a banger night lined up, Phil. We'll talk more about our buddy Phil Nicoletti as well later on the night. Got a great in-studio co-host. The man is everywhere at all times, doing everything. It's phenomenal. Eli Tomac will call in tonight. Eli Tomac just won Oakland, and he will call in and tell us about that and more. Zach Osborne, friend of the show, injured right now, but, we're on a group text with him, and he's got a lot of thoughts on Supercross. So we're going to get bench racing with Zacho about what he sees in this year so far in Supercross. Alex Gillespie as well. He is the co-owner of DirtWurx. This gentleman designs the tracks. He builds the tracks. He works with Feld. I have so many questions for him. Dozer whoops, loader whoops, tough blocks, over-under bridges, dirt. Yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of a lot of stuff with Alex tonight. We also have a special guest as well calling in.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Not the girls from L.A. They're not coming in, but, looking forward to having a great show tonight. 702-586-7857 if you want to call and talk Oakland or anything. We are in, look, it's 6 rounds down. We're in for an epic series here. This thing is great, and the racing on Saturday night in Oakland was fantastic. So we got a lot to talk about when it comes to that. Thank you to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Racing Fuels, ORW, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, AtlasNeckBrace.com, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Wiseco Piston, EVS, all on board with us as well. So we got the X-Brown Goggle Tear-Offs, Race Tech Rant of the Night, and the motorsport.com Tweet at Tallon segment, of course, later on in the show. And again, 702-586-7857. You want to talk Oakland or more. My in-studio co-host, as I said, the man he's doing everything these days. He was live announcing in Oakland. He was doing the pre-show the week before with Stu. He's the boss at RacerX. He's a lot of things. It's Jason Weigandt.
Yeah.
What's up, Weege?
So I was in Oakland Saturday for the race. Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Flew back home.
Yeah.
Was in Charlotte for about 14 hours. Got back on another plane. Flew back out here.
Yeah.
My wife just texted me and said, tell them I believe I'm now married to your mother, not you.
Okay.
That's how little I've been home lately.
All right. Well,
and how many things I've been doing.
Yes. Look, it's great to have you here. I tell your lovely wife that we appreciate you being in here for 5 hours tonight. And then you're flying out tonight.
I'm just trying to send her the link to YouTube. I'm not looking on I know you're very stickler about this.
Yeah.
You do not want me to look at my phone during the show. I just want to share the link so she can watch this. To know at least I'm going to Vegas for the proper reasons.
Did you not think of this before the show started, though?
It's busy, man.
Okay.
Got a lot going on.
Right.
Now, you saw it. I was booking another flight out to Vegas as about 1 minute before the air, and I'm like, I don't want to be pulling out credit cards on camera, so we'll just wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are also flying out tonight back home, so it's amazing. It's great. It's
well, because I land at 6:40 Eastern a.m. time at a red eye, and it takes me about an hour and 15 to get home.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get to my house about 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. Myself and Daniel Blair will be beginning recording our SMX Insider show.
Oh. Not familiar with that show.
No? Never watch it?
No.
It's really the best in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's already the number one.
Oh, it is?
The place to get your scoops and info on the sport.
Huh.
Yes, it is.
I didn't know.
Yes. So I have a half hour to spare between
getting
your
home.
show, airport, getting home, doing another show.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
goddamn. Taking your calls over there in the corner, holding things down. He is now at Gearhead for all of us.
I did not know this program even existed. I am very interested. I need this kind of support and help.
Tallon Taylor.
Hey. I'm here.
You better do better than that when they call you as a gearhead.
I try.
Can you provide more words of that?
No.
I'll give you an example. So I have called Motorsport.
Yeah.
I have gone on their website and been confused.
Yeah.
Especially when you get, it's easy if you have a YZ250F, very common bike. But when I'm saying getting something, it's easy when you have a common bike. But when you're buying stuff for like pit bikes and things like that, it's not as universal. And I do get confused sometimes. I'm like, do these brake shoes for these drum brakes, is this really what's for this bike? So would you be able to help with things like that?
Yeah, I would just go to the OEM parts fish. It's on our site. Put it in your bike and pull up part numbers. And even if you you put in your bike, and then you can go through the aftermarket parts on there, and they'll say if it fits your bike or not.
I have done it, and it has worked out so far. I'm saying like a chain. You don't buy an OEM chain, right? You buy a aftermarket chain.
Yeah, firepower.
Easy
Rental.
when it's a
Yeah.
250F or a 450 or a 252 stroke.
So if you have your bike entered in on Motorsport, if you're looking for tires or chains or anything, it'll say what comes stock on your bike, and make sure you get the parts that you need.
And you can really trust that.
Yeah,
Because that's my leap of faith.
Yeah,
I've
you
had
can
to do
trust it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've had to do it. I want to call the gearheads.
Okay,
I want
well,
to use them.
right over
Yeah,
there.
I did
Yeah.
not even know.
Yep.
This is a great thing
Yeah.
that they have.
Can you request you for a gearhead?
You can. Most of the time,
Really?
like whoever you call in, like whoever's first available is who you get, and we try to not transfer calls because everyone can handle the same
Yeah.
calls for the most part. But you
No,
can
I'm
request
asking.
a
I'm
certain
asking for
person.
Tallon Taylor.
Yeah. There you go.
How do I put handguards on a TTR 110? How do I do it?
You just undo the clamp, put it on the bar, and then put the bolts back in.
Yeah, but a lot of the handguards are designed around the levers that you'd have on a regular bike that has. Some pit bikes don't even have a clutch lever because they're auto clutch.
riveting.
Then you have even more room for the handguard. You can put it
Okay.
anywhere because there's no lever. You don't have to worry about space on the bars.
riveting.
I'm just using my gearhead.
Directing the show over there, using the cameras and building the app as well. Grinding on all things PulpMX Fantasy, of course. Travis Marks. What's up, Marks? Dog?
I don't have anything exciting to talk about like handguards and stuff, but I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
I was trying to get it for the free information.
Yeah,
I was.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
trying to get
yeah.
the gearhead
He
information.
doesn't
But
know.
I
No,
mean, Tallon already proved his worth in that 2 minutes right there.
Yeah.
he did. The handguards are no
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
so. Yep.
That's right.
All right, great show. Tomac, Osborne, Alex Gillespie, special guest as well. We each coming up for you, so special guest.
Yeah, you will not tell me who this is.
No, I will not.
Okay, I'm
and,
very excited.
You will be very excited when this gentleman calls in. I'll tell you who it's not, though. It's not Filthy Phil.
No.
It is not Filthy Phil.
No.
Our friend Phil, we went
No.
to dinner on Friday night
We
with
did.
him. He was in good spirits. Didn't pay, but he was in good spirits. And crashed on the whoops in practice and hurt his wrist. He's going to be out for a while.
God bless.
He's in a deep, dark spot.
Again.
Again. And like you said, we just want him to ride 450 Nationals. That's what we want for Philip.
I think that's all Philip wants. Get
And then-
through Death Cross.
Yeah.
450 and outdoors is his specialty, and he continues to not get there. This could potentially be the third year in a row this doesn't happen.
Our friend Philip. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. He rides well in Supercross when he does ride.
Yep.
I think he's honestly surprised us the last 2 years.
Yep.
He's been fast. Mm-hmm. But come on, man. Death Cross again.
It's a real shame. So I know our listeners love Phil when he calls in here, and we'll try to connect with Phil when he's out of his deep, dark place. So, Phil, if you're listening to this, we care about you. Don't end it.
Phil, if you're listening to this is only going to make the place you're in darker, so don't listen to it.
Are you kidding me?
Phil, and it wasn't even on jumping the jumps. It was on the whoops, which you've been generally good at.
Yeah, that's a specialty. But he's also good at doing doubles, and that's what got him last year in Atlanta. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
point. Poor Phil. But lots to get into. Hey, we have live shows coming up at Indy in like 3 weeks. Indianapolis Friday night live show. Myself, Jason Weigandt. Right?
no, I don't know yet. I don't know.
Okay.
Look,
Okay.
I was able to get out of the house to do this.
Yeah.
Let's take it one
Okay.
step at a time
Well,
here.
me and JT will be there. Maybe Weege. I do have one guest lined up.
Okay.
Your co-host on the SMX shows. So he is also a pledge
Daniel
to
Blair.
come in. Yeah.
Pleasure
so-
to work with.
right.
Great guy.
Yeah, so he is coming in. So check that out. Tickets are available on PulpMX.com. And in Denver as well, I can guarantee you one of the live show guests at Denver will be the winner, the survivor of the LCQ Challenge. Yeah, I will invite that gentleman in on stage to talk to us on that night as well. And, I don't know. I talked about this on a review pod a little bit. Like, Marty?
Yeah. Are you going public with this?
I said it on the review show.
Yeah.
Do we let Marty in?
I'm all for it.
Marty says he will not ride until that day.
I thought Marty did ride, though. At one point, he was testing
He
for the
does
team.
test,
Is that already
yeah.
done?
Yeah, I don't think he was. I think he meant like he wouldn't
Wouldn't
ride for
train?
wouldn't train, wouldn't get.
I'm all for it because obviously chaos theory is what this race is all about.
Yeah.
And if it goes disastrously like it did last year, letting Chiz win, I won't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
for entertainment, to get Marty back out there,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, I feel like it would spice things up a little bit.
And I believe JT made this point on the review show. Some of our faves, some of the fan faves, they're making main events consistently. So you might not have the star power that people would like to see in this event.
Yeah.
So you got to bring some star power in.
If I get Marty in and he's leading and he washes the front,
Oh,
I mean, wouldn't that just be?
It'd be so good.
Wouldn't that just be?
10 grand washed away. Oh my gosh.
So
Can you tell him that you wanted Chiz to start backwards last year?
Yeah.
Tell Marty you can race, but you must wash the front one time.
Jeez.
If you can win with washing the front.
Right. Your buddy JB wanted in, and I absolutely said no chance on that.
Oh, I thought that'd be great too.
Yeah, I know you
Yes,
did.
Yep.
But yeah, I confirmed to him this weekend you are not in.
He
And
said
you
he
will-
had not ridden a motorcycle since November.
Right.
Same program as Marty.
Yeah.
He said he would not ride.
Yeah,
He would
but
just show up.
JB is not allowed in. I feel like the difference between Marty and JB, like Marty's been gone a couple years now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
JB has podium speed.
Yeah,
we know that.
right? So, yes, thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Live shows are out there. Yamaha LCQ Challenge tickets are there as well. You could win a 2023 Yamaha YZ450F with $30 raffle ticket, and all the money goes to the privateers. The races in Denver. I want to pump that thing up the rest of the year. Get this money up for these guys and all of that. So, Weege, big live announcing debut this weekend for you, and it's not great audio, but I did capture.
You did?
I captured your debut.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's again, it's the Oakland press box. Not great audio in there. Like their audio system is
The visual's bad and the audio's bad in this building. Okay.
everything is bad in this building. But here's what I got, Weech, the night show.
I have not heard this.
Just wait, it's building.
Oh, there's more. Okay. I thought to be.
There you are.
That's really good.
There it is. Yeah.
That is really good.
Fireworks. There
That
it
is
is.
really good.
Yeah, there
Yep.
it is.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
The best part was that was the main thing they said. The main, the linchpin of the show, the nucleus of the entire thing was the yelling, "This is Monster Energy Supercross," and then the giant fireball.
Okay.
And so I had been prepared for that for weeks. This is going to be it. This is the linchpin of the
yeah.
whole operation.
I think you went early.
I did it, and then they say, "Okay, do it." And I said, "I just did it." And they're like, "Oh, sorry, your mic was not on." So then I did it again.
Okay.
But it almost sounded like it was her.
No, it was. Play it again, right from the beginning. Listen to the beginning. Oh, sorry, Marks. Right there.
Yeah.
That's-
so it was
And
her.
then it cut.
Yes.
No, it was only on for half a second.
Yeah, so something got messed up.
Yes.
And then they said, "Do it again."
Yes.
It was like,
Yeah.
that was my moment.
Right.
It was bottom of the ninth, full count, and I
Yeah.
swung, and they said, "Actually, sorry, we're throwing another pitch."
I was laughing, too, because on the parade lap, which is, by the way, Mewey, Prater, can the parade lap.
You're done again. You're
I'm
done
done
with
again.
it again.
If these assholes aren't going to do anything,
Yeah.
I'm done with it. I don't want to see it. I was in the day, and so were you, when McGrath did knack-knacks, Ricky went upside down on a
Yes, they went
KX250.
big. Yeah.
You name it.
Yep.
Stu did stuff. Like, these guys don't do anything.
You know what, though? There's a lot of people in that building that don't watch practice and maybe only go to one race a year. It is the first time they've seen Eli Tomac do a lap on a
But wouldn't it
Supercross
be
track.
great to see the first time to see the 250 guys on a race lap?
Yeah, but you're still
fir-
going to get that.
Yeah, but that's the first time you see it. Like,
We need to ask the fans. I bet you they still think it's badass to see those four guys.
they're not doing anything.
Yeah, but they haven't seen them ride a Supercross track maybe once a year, and they weren't there for practice. They probably think it's amazing. Oh, my God, it's right here in front of me, Eli Tomac.
And then Kellen and I were laughing because you were saying, this is the parade lap as they were getting the checkers. We're like, yeah, we know that. You should have.
Yeah, that was another one
Yeah.
where they're like, "Hey, you're supposed to announce this."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, shoot. Oh."
So
Yeah.
they're going over the finish. You're like, this is a parade lap.
Yeah, I think I was supposed to do that at the beginning.
Yes, I think so too.
I think I was supposed to do that at the beginning, yeah. Yeah.
But look, honestly, and we'll talk about the race here right away, people. But you've done a lot of things. So the SMX show with James was a big thing for you. You really enjoyed that.
Yeah, on Peacock. Yep, that was
you're
awesome.
part of the Peacock crew and the Feld
Yep.
guys. You've been the voice of the outdoors for God knows how long. GNCC, like you've done live stuff at Daytona. JB winning.
Doesn't really get any better.
But I feel like that's different from the Supercross. I don't know why. I just do. It's you, Kevin Kelly, Rob Bidas. It's just not Supercross in Daytona. I know it is, but it's not to me. So anyways, Like, where does this rank? Where does this kind of sit on your totem pole of cool shit?
Yeah, not as good as the Peacock on TV with Stu the week before. I mean, that was somehow, some way, I'd never appeared in any capacity in a Supercross TV broadcast.
Oh, I
ever.
gotta say, webcast too. You did the webcast.
I did the
for
webcast back
Supercross.
then,
Yep,
yes.
Yep.
But I'd never appeared in any capacity on a Supercross TV show. That was a big milestone for me personally.
Yep.
But you and I talked about this at lunch. Just being in that mix again, just being, they might call and they might say, we need to do this. We think you could do a good job at that. That overall is the big thing. Whether it's the SMX show with Blair, whether it's live announcing, whether it's TV stuff, just getting those phone calls again is awesome. I will say, Lurch, always had a huge amount of respect. I don't really hear people bash on Lurch.
No.
People respect Lurch.
No, I hear people bash Lurch outdoors. Outdoor fans
really?
bash Lurch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like this. They might bash that style, but if that's the style it's supposed to be, I don't think anyone thinks he does a bad job at doing that job.
No, he's good.
You might be the type of person that thinks, I don't want a yelling hype announcer guy.
I feel like that's the criticism of Lurch. Like, tone it down, bro. Outdoor-wise.
But that is the job.
Yeah.
And if that is the job, he's the GOAT at that job.
He's good at it. Yep.
Yes. So my respect level was already high. We like Lurch. But the thousands of hours of pods, we don't make Lurch a target. We don't make fun of Lurch.
No.
He's fine.
No.
So I already had huge respect. But I will say, to do this 17 times, this is a gnarly job.
I hung out with Lurch in the privateer days with Denny Hartwig and Lurch.
Yeah, he was
Corey
Denny's
Hutter.
guy.
Yeah.
Chicago guys.
Right.
But anyway, to do this 17 times, this compared to TV to me felt more like a job than. I mean, look, you and I are going to sit in the press box and watch the race and comment on it. Or if I did TV, I'd be 10 feet over in another booth, essentially doing the exact same thing.
With less with more G-rated talk.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's about it.
Right.
Probably making fun of less things.
Right.
But not that far apart.
Yeah.
This is like real work. down there.
Yeah.
This is a job.
Yeah.
Was it cool? Yes. But it was much more of a job. So huge respect to Lurch for doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
And every weekend.
Well, and then, I mean, there was direct talk with you and JB in the Race Day Live.
Yeah, that was really the crowning achievement.
Yeah.
We finally have done it. You talked a lot of crap on me not being there for many final JB events last year.
Yeah.
But we are back, baby.
Oh.
Me and JB. And you had some feedback.
Yeah, I had some feedback on Twitter. And Marks, did you watch Race Day Live, or you were out, right?
I was out.
You were
I was
out
on the mountain.
But I had some feedback that it was just disgusting. Disgusting that you and JB were absolutely in lockstep with each other. No matter who made the point, the other backed it up strongly.
Look, these are just facts.
Yeah.
Like, if I say something brilliant, he knows it.
Yeah.
If he says something brilliant, which he always does, I know it. Like, I can't go against the actual data.
About 5 minutes after that opening audio was captured, he comes in and goes, "Have you ever seen the crowd more alive?"
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I'm like, yeah, we're in
Thank
Oakland.
you.
We're in Oakland, JB.
Nope.
Like, nobody, like, we're all lucky to be alive right now.
I mean,
And
yeah, they were alive. Maybe he meant it from a literal standpoint.
Right. So he was backing. He's like, "Weege, what a guy!" And I'm just like, "This is."
Thank you.
I tried to throw myself out of the press box, but it was closed. The windows were closed.
Phenomenal interview with Justin Barsha that Justin Brayton put together.
Yeah.
Phenomenal
Right,
interview.
right.
True journalism. Asking the tough questions
Oh man.
that many would not do.
So yeah, you did a good job for sure, and it was good to hear your voice. Although I would have liked a better sound system to really make fun of you. Like, I was trying to make fun of you, and it was hard because I couldn't really hear anything. You did get vertical blinds in on the Moto 60 show on Thursday. We had a caller ask for a word of the day.
Yeah.
Parabinos was in and said vertical blinds. I have no idea why, because there's no vertical blinds in this room.
No, and I was really afraid that was slang and Urban Dictionary, and I was going to get fired.
Yep. Well, it turns out it actually is in the Urban Dictionary. A fan showed me.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
But as far as we know, it wasn't.
Okay. Because you assured me that was not why.
Well, Paul said he Googled it.
Yes, I know. So I was taking his word for it.
Anyway, so you got vertical blindsing in an interview with Sexton.
Yeah, I tried to pick what is the time that people would be most likely to listen. Probably the 450 fast qualifier interview. Sexton was probably in complete confusion as to why I would use that term.
Vertical blinds.
To describe the
Yeah,
ruts.
right.
Yes. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it was great.
Yep.
When we go to commercial, I'll tell you what the Urban Dictionary reference is for that. But, good stuff.
It was cool also to be in that atmosphere. This is another thing. You had at least been a mechanic for a long time, so you've been in it. It occurred to me at one point, I tried to even think of how many Supercross races I've been to. What did I come up with? 300 or something?
Oh, you actually thought about it.
And I was like, hey, you know what's weird? I don't think I've ever been on the floor for a podium.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, wow.
Years ago, I did a story at the Detroit Supercross where I stayed in the starting line area the entire night and just learned why guys pick the gates they do and mechanics working the gate and all that. I did a story just
Oh,
on
I remember
that.
it was like one rut or something.
It was
Or-
fascinating.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
it was a heat race. Barsha double clutched, and the third gate from the inside, which everyone thought would be the best because of one double clutch in one heat race. They all avoided it like the plague. I thought it was so interesting. But I don't think I stuck around for the podium that night. I'd never seen a Supercross podium. And I'm
Yeah.
like, that's crazy. But yeah, I'm up in the press box every week or in a broadcast booth
Yeah.
every week.
Yeah.
I've never been down on the floor
Yeah.
for this. Yeah.
No, yeah, I've done it hundreds of times, right? But
Yeah,
yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't think about it that way.
No.
And you should. Well, I guess I don't go in the mechanics area sometime and stand in there and watch the guys. Don't get in the way of them. But
Yep.
yeah, you
Yep.
can see it gets pretty hectic. Like dirt's flying, and
Yeah.
guys
yeah.
are zooming by.
Yep. It was a cool experience,
Right.
and you forget it's a lot different than outdoors because it's
Yeah.
exclusive.
Yeah.
I mean, outdoors, 10,000 fans are absorbing that podium champagne.
Yeah.
In Supercross, there aren't any fans down there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely. Just Mertz.
Mertz was down there. Actually, Jacob Hayes, literally, he got all of the champagne from Jet.
Wow. We got a comment on YouTube, Elisa Weigandt. My takeaway is it's so nice that Weigandt has time to go to lunch with Mathis.
That is true.
Yep.
Not her, though. That is my wife. Yes. We went to lunch. But here's
Okay.
the difference. Steve paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now she'll understand.
Okay,
Yep.
fantastic. Did you say at any point the louder you cheer, the higher they'll go?
No, thankfully, they did a freestyle on the floor. Did you see this?
What?
They did freestyle before opening ceremonies.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I was making my way up then. I
Okay.
did not notice this.
Yes. Freestyle on the floor. I don't know what changed.
That seems like the first time
Yeah.
this year. Or,
They brought the show from the pits. They did 2 sessions in the pits. They brought it in to the stadium.
yeah,
But our guy Kenny Taco Bell was there.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to do it.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the next time I yell parade lap, I'll say maybe that was missing.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't go big because I didn't tell
You
people.
didn't tell people.
They didn't have the instructions.
The
Tomac
louder you
is like-
cheer,
yes.
the higher he'll go.
Webb's going over at Triple. He's like, they're not cheering.
Yeah.
I can't go big.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know.
Right.
The fans
Yeah.
fire me up.
Absolutely. By the way, Jason Weigandt brought to you by the folks at DecalWurx, Ron and the boys there. From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, magazine test, DecalMX.com, promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DecalWurx, number one for many reasons. You have some backgrounds from DecalWurx?
There are some backgrounds on my son's bike.
That's it?
And there are some backgrounds still in the envelope. They sent them to me for my bike.
For your bike, okay?
Someday.
What number are you?
I believe I was 412 back in the days where I had numbers. So I hope that's what the numbers that they printed for me last year.
All right. DecalWurx mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Jason Weigandt, brought to you by DecalWurx. We're having sushi tonight, too. That's how special this appearance is.
I was
So-
joking.
Well, it didn't seem like it. So,
Elisa Weigandt. Chipotle and sushi.
yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
We don't play about sushi around here.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, no.
Great. So now I'm going to have to take her out to lunch and sushi.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, Zach Osborne's coming up. We haven't even talked about Oakland race, but I do want to talk about it. But Roy has a question on 3. Roy, what's up, man? Roy.
Come on, Roy.
All right, Roy. See you later.
Oh.
We do have Alex on 1. Alex, what's up, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. I just wanted to say big thanks to you guys for hooking me up with a Weisco deal. I reached out on the PulpMX contact form, and a couple days later, I got a reply from Weisco. Funny story. I have a Honda, and remember Kenny posted those pictures on his Instagram before the season. My bike did the exact same thing, so I had to rebuild my motor, and Weisco hooked me up with everything I needed.
Nice. Oh, good to hear. Yeah, the Weisco guys are great. They got a show discount, and Kevin from Weisco will be in studio here in a few weeks. So. Yeah, awesome.
Awesome.
Thanks for
Thank
supporting
you.
it, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Bye.
Zach Osborne coming up as well here on the show. We can start with Tomac, who's calling in tonight, by the way, or Sexton.
Or Webb.
You pick.
I don't know.
Is this so 30 seconds back was AP of
Yeah.
Tomac, and basically he was closer to Sexton, but Sexton had crashed,
Yeah.
but basically 30 seconds back of these 3 guys until Sexton went down.
Okay.
Is this what we're going to see? Is this? I feel like
yes.
not all. It's not going to be 1, 2, 3 repeatedly, but I think from here on out, the cream always rises to the top in these races, in these titles. I think we're starting to see this.
Yeah, and it's telling that we probably had the most ideal start ever in Supercross. You could have ranked every single guy who had something to show. Anderson also got a good start. Kenny was with him. Plessinger was with him. and Webb, Sexton, Tomac. Anyone who was anyone that had some momentum or reason to think I can still win one of these, they were all there, and those 3 guys did pull away. So, I mean,
Kenny won a heat, so you're like, okay, here we go.
This could be Kenny's. Anderson was very fast in Tampa. We're like, if he doesn't go down in Tampa, maybe no, they could not stay there. The only thing is, Webb was 30 seconds down in Houston, won the next week.
Yeah.
Tomac was 30 seconds down in Tampa, won the next week.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think it would be hard to say that it's not these 3.
So, like, who else is going to win a race this year?
We had a Moto 60 show, you and I, back in probably December.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, we're going to get 5.
It would have been January before Anaheim.
Right before it, maybe.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, I always say, you only get 5.
Yeah.
So I'm like, we are leaving someone really good.
Yep.
There's at least 6 guys that should win. So I'm still going to say Anderson should be the most likely, right? Anderson should be the most likely 4th winner.
Yes.
You don't think so?
Yes.
Oh, right. But here's what's crazy. You already see how this could happen. You can already see a world where Anderson does not get a win.
100%.
He should win. He's probably the next likely to win. But you can already see how, dude, these 3 guys are going to hog up most of it, most likely.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy
And then,
how this
so
works.
that will leave us with three winners?
Yeah, so somebody sneaks 1 in or 2 other guys. Like, you can see how this works.
Yeah.
And I wish it wasn't true. It would be awesome if Plessinger wins next week and Anderson wins the next and everybody's tied in points.
Yeah.
But those guys tend to step up. I mean, I was just in awe. And, again, maybe that was because I saw it up close and I saw them on the podium, how gassed those guys were, how intense they are, the emotions. I mean, Tomac was so ecstatic, and obviously Sexton and Webb were bummed. You're just seeing them take each other to another level.
Yeah.
You're just seeing it.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. And
Yep.
if you're Sexton and Honda, you're just like, let's try it again. Let's just try it again.
Yeah.
And I had somebody from another team after the race tell me he's going to get, if he gets 1 or 2, he's going to rip him off. Like, and this is from another team that is in the mix with them. And so they believe it. They just, he needs to break through. And,
I know.
And they think it's going to happen, but they hope it doesn't happen until much later this year.
This is because it's a team he's competing against.
Yes.
I know, but that is true, and that seems totally believable. But I feel like we've had this conversation for what feels like a long time with him. But it is actually only the 3rd year. It's not that late.
And it's insane that he only has 2 career wins.
It's insane.
It's nuts.
and only 1 in a 20+1,
Yes.
which is the real thing hanging over his neck right now. Because even though he did win the Triple Crown in Anaheim too, he still crashed.
Yes. Yep.
If that's not a Triple Crown, he doesn't win that one either.
Yeah.
So
171 or 151, 151, I think.
So it's still there.
Yeah.
It's like it was only the Triple Crown format that got it done.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like Tomac and Webb are being very respectful. They're not playing mind games with him. They're not trying to make him feel any more miserable than he already is, because I think they know he has speed, dude, and that is so scary to deal with. It's not completely under their control. Like, if Sexton does not crash, I do not think they can do anything about it. If he doesn't crash, does he
game
win?
recognizes game, right? These
Right.
guys know. They're like,
If he doesn't crash, does he win? in
yes,
Oakland?
of course.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, yes, they have to be like, I'm playing with fire here.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
But they probably know a run could, not guaranteed, but
Yeah.
could be there as well.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like this one team member thinks so. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And then I also think what's interesting is we have not seen Webb and Tomac have had offsetting good year, bad year.
Yeah.
I feel like this is they've been around enough where I think they think this is cool. They think it's cool to be like, I want to see your best stuff, and I'm going to bring my best stuff, and this is really actually fun in a way.
It's really interesting that Cooper Webb's deal is up with KTM.
Yeah.
And we all think he's going to Yamaha with Star. We don't. I guess we don't all know that, but we think that's going to happen. We don't think KTM's keeping him. We think Sexton's going over there.
I think they can have both.
But yes, what if he wins the championship?
I know.
Because they didn't think this was going to happen.
I only said that I was thinking he was leaving if it went bad again.
Yeah.
But this is going to be tough.
Yeah.
He's really good. I don't know if he's going to be the champion.
Right.
But this is not a disaster.
No. It's already been good.
Right.
You
So
know,
I'm
it's
not
got-
convinced that he's leaving, and I do believe they can have both guys.
Yeah.
I do believe they
No,
can.
I think Red Bull
Yeah.
and Austria can. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I
you know?
believe they have both guys.
So-
I think they can find other spots. I don't think they've even given up on Plessinger, but they have other places to put people, or just have a third guy.
But I feel like some of the reasons that they sold Sexton on going was you're going to be our guy. You're going to be the guy. You don't have to ride underneath the shadow of Jet. You're going to be our guy. And,
I don't think
and I think that
Cooper-
appeals to people.
I don't think you could compare the shadow of Cooper to the shadow of Jet. I
Okay.
don't think it's the same.
Okay.
Even though Cooper is well accomplished,
Yeah.
there's nothing like this.
Yeah. The supernova that is Jet.
Yeah, and we'll be there in 4 or 5 years with Deegan
Yeah.
probably as well.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to our guest. Or actually, first up, it's Nash. What's up, Nash?
Oh,
Gentlemen,
Nash, you said you have code red info for me.
I do. The GNCC bus is in transit. Just drove past Bud's Creek, coming home from a great week. But I saw a man known as Robbie Green, FMIP's buddy.
Yeah. He's wrote an
I tell
IT.
you, Steve,
Yeah.
Steve, I've seen these machines that you want to purchase, and Jordan Ashburn had one of his Huskies underneath the tent. I saw the sheer quality in a Robbie Green machine, and you cannot refute it. You got to pay a premium if you're going to get that Kajiva. That's code red for you. Code red.
First of all, did he have Kajivas there or no?
No.
Okay.
But it was pretty cool. They did a theme where Jordan had a bike with the number 1 plate on it, and it was Robbie's. And but I said, "Holy cow, this machine's beautiful!" And then he got talking about the Kajiva, and I said, "Well, you got to pay top dollar." And,
easy
Robbie,
on that, Nash. The guy's got 6 of them. Okay, so I mean, like you got 6 of them.
I can only speak on what I saw, and I saw that the man owns quality machinery, and I think that as a collector of your stature, high ceilings, you know how it goes. Weech. I mean,
Hey.
he wants quality. He's got to pay.
he
He's gotta
bought
pay, he's gotta
sushi.
play.
He's bought sushi for dinner, Nash. And this afternoon we were at Chipotle, and he said, "Go ahead, order the chips and queso." He's got money, Nash. He's got money. It's not a problem.
He's well earned.
I will not be paying premium for those Kajivas. The gentleman has a whole lot of them. They're in various states of disrepair. So,
what about the running Kajiva? Come on.
well, I don't think I'm getting the running one. I think he wants to keep that one for himself. So,
You don't need it to run.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Robbie calls in.
well,
But I saw a lot of ex-brand athletes this weekend.
oh, they're everywhere in the woods.
An incredible event. Weege, you'll be happy. Steve will be happy. I'm still driving home because we went to a motocross track today because my kids are that sick. They're like, "Dad, we want to ride today." And I said, "All right, we're driving past the place, NCMP. We go riding as long as you guys aren't burnt."
Yeah.
Jeez.
So, living the dream. Anyway, it was a great event and a lot of ex-brand presence there. Although Johnny Knowles, Scott Goggles, best goggles out there. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, it was very good, very
All right.
good.
Thanks, Nash. Yeah, thanks for calling in. And, tell Robbie that I will be paying a fair price for Kajiva.
I cannot wait to hear the updates on the bidding wars. The rest of the Pulp fans will love to hear the bidding wars as they continue for these highly sought after Kajiva. And you need something there to screw gun to the wall, Steve. Come on.
Okay,
Come on now.
I'll work on it.
All right, go get it,
All
guys.
right.
Have fun. See you. Bye.
See you, Nash.
I have Nash's future planned out.
Uh-huh.
You know Mike Bonacci, our friend
Yes.
at
Yeah.
PulpMX?
Yeah.
That will be Nash in the future.
Oh, will be.
Mike Bonacci retired, lived in New York State, just wanted a place to retire.
Yep.
Lived in a cabin for free instead of help manage the place.
Yep.
Now he's as deep into the race team as you can get, traveling every weekend.
Yeah.
That is Nash
That's
in the
Nash?
future.
Yeah.
Oh, Nash wants this.
GNCC, though, or Moto Supercross?
Oh, it'd be either way.
Okay.
He'd be
either way.
Moto and
Yeah,
Supercross all the way.
All right. Speaking of Moto and Supercross, our next guest on the line, brought to you by the folks at Weisco. Who didn't have a Weisco sticker on their fork guards in the mid-'90s and late '90s as a privateer? We all did. And right now, Weisco logo on the factory Honda bikes as well of Sexton and Jet and Hunter. Jet and Hunter have won every 250 Supercross this year but one.
Yeah. Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Yep.
They got everything you need to rebuild your bike from 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons, Garage Buddy, engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components. They've been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. Full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and more. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons, of course. Weisco bringing you our first guest of the night here. This gentleman is a 250 champion. He's a 450 champion. Zacho Osborne. What's up, Zacho?
Chilling, man. What about you?
How's the injury? How are we doing? How we doing with that?
Yeah, it's actually coming along a lot faster than I kind of anticipated whenever I woke up and saw all the stuff that was in there. But we're headed in the right direction.
Do you think a month till you start riding, or what are we at? Like, what are we thinking?
Yeah, I would say a month or 5 weeks until
Okay.
I can start riding. and start kind of getting back after it again.
Right.
Just a really unfortunate as far as timing goes and everything, but it is what it is. I mean,
do you think it happened because the Blue Crew has too much horsepower for you? That's what my theory was out of the gate, was that you weren't used to Blue Crew.
Well, I mean, dude, honestly, of course, it's super cliche, but I've had the best time on the bike. I've really enjoyed it. I just made one tiny little mistake. Didn't even actually hit the ground. I just kind of stepped off the bike, and when I did, there was a tree like right in front of me, and I think just instinctively I stuck my arms up to block my face getting hit, and just elbowed the tree right in the perfect spot, and that was all she wrote.
Just let that Formula helmet take the hit, man.
Yeah.
You can handle it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, protecting yourself against a tree, not something you've had to do in Supercross and motocross.
No, definitely not. Just one of those things, though. Like, I just hate it because I'm too experienced and too old and wily to let, like, something like that happen that close to the first race. But, I mean, it's what it is. It's just a curve. And I knew there would be some pitfalls. I was hoping to skip the injury one, but it is what it is.
Stu winning. Stu on a new team.
Baylor, yeah.
Stu Baylor, a new
I was
team.
pretty surprised. I'm not gonna lie. He looked extremely easy doing it too. Never in panic. Never really had any major challenges. Kind of started fourth or fifth. Wasn't really leading and just went to the lead and controlled the race perfectly, really.
And is that Lafferty's kid that won the XC2?
It's his,
no, it's his nephew.
Nephew, okay.
His brother's son,
Oh, brother's kid, okay.
Yep.
Weege, you have a theory about Stu. I don't know if it's a public theory or a private theory.
I can throw it out there. Yeah.
Your theory on Stu is like, something will happen.
Something will happen. There's always just drama.
He can't get through a season.
Yeah.
Like, he's fast.
I'm worried.
Yeah.
Yeah. But to back up what Zach was saying, this was very little. Now anything can happen anytime.
Yeah.
But this looks a lot more repeatable.
Yeah.
When it goes this easy.
How did the Kelly guy do? The KTM
He did
guy?
end up getting second.
He got second. Okay.
He was second.
Yep.
I think he's still. I don't know. I'm just kind of speaking on hearsay, but I think his leg is still not perfect.
Yeah.
As he gets a little healthier. But yeah, man, Stu looked just really easy yesterday.
Wow.
My teammate Ricky Russell was third. He was quite in the battle all day.
Yep.
Just 3 or 4 weeks off of a collarbone injury. So I was pretty impressed to see that. So yeah, a lot of action really in both classes.
Super awesome to see Stu just ghost ride and flip his bike over. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome. But anyways,
we know how you feel about that.
Ridiculous.
He actually
Just
messed up
ridiculous.
the timing and scoring stuff for the finish.
Oh, he did?
Just to add to your rant.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So his ridiculous move fucks up the transponding and scoring for everybody else. Great. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I just want the Woods people, the Stu people. I want to connect your rant with them and then see what happens. This would be like
he said yesterday on his podium interview that was the last one.
Well, see, okay,
Yeah.
so he's learned. Thank you, Stu.
He's
Thanks,
a privateer now.
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain does help.
Yeah.
But he can't afford the parts to destroy his bike. every
Okay.
weekend.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
All right, let's talk Supercross. Can we do that? Because Zacho's got some hot takes in our group text.
We'll
get
going into this.
What?
We're going into this.
I do want your theory on this, yes. But let me talk first Sexton. What the hell's going on, Zacho? If you're working with Chase Sexton, even Weege brought up a great point on the show tonight where the Triple Crown race that he won, he crashed in that too. But luckily there was three races to atone for that mistake. Like, what do you do? Because, he's had such a great attitude. He's doing good interviews. He's saying the right things, Zacho. But this is getting to be weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm around Chase quite a bit during the week. He rides at Jack's place, and I don't see that from him during the week. And I think that he's so fast, like easily, that when he tones it back a little bit, that's when he doesn't really know how things are going to go. Like, that's just kind of my opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be better off to just go out there and hammer until he wins by 20 seconds or whatever it is, instead of, getting that like comfortable 7-8 second gap and like managing. I think, and I think he can do that. Like, I honestly think he can go out and win a main by 20 seconds. And, I know he has the fitness for that and all that, but to me, that's the thing. Like, it's not really there's no real rhyme or reason to any of it. It just happens, right?
Where he crashed in Oakland, I don't think anybody crashed there all weekend long. I never saw anybody crash there. Never saw anybody do what happened to him. You know,
it is an easy spot to crash. You know, it's one of those spots when you walk the track, you're like, okay, when this flicks off after 10 minutes of the main event, and there's like 4 braking bumps right here, things could get wild quick, and he just happened to be that guy.
Right.
I was going to ask you kind of along those lines, your adjustment to the 450 division, the last 10 minutes of a 450 main, totally different track than I would assume anything you've raced in the 250 class, probably anything during the week. Is there a learning curve of all those things? And Webb and Tomac have certainly been in those conditions more than him.
Yeah, I mean, yes, as a rookie, yeah, but like he's a third-year guy, obviously a legit championship contender. So for me, it's kind of hard to see him throw those points away twice in a row. I really thought he was going to take that one the distance this weekend because it just looked really easy. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a bit frustrating to watch, you know. But to me, to answer your question, yes, but not in your third year.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. It. You know, we had a Barsha Brayton transfer of power.
No, it was
theory
great.
for a while.
Great time, yes.
Is there chances that there's a Stu Sexton transfer of power? Like just when they went to lunch, they fist bumped each other when Stu was training him?
Oh, he's now just become Stu.
Yeah.
He's Crasher
Yeah,
win.
yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not sure. And Cooper Webb, Zacho, like, man, you got to tip your visor to him. Like, whether it's Tampa and almost dying in the whoops and getting that win, yes, again, needed help from Sexton. And then this last 5 laps of Oakland, catching Eli, like, yeah, this you just got to be like, man, that's a guy who digs. Like, I don't know.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, as far as speed goes, it's a 2-horse race, but when you throw in racecraft and being there at the end of 20 minutes and all that stuff, he's definitely in the championship and, you know, right where he needs to be when it heads east for, you know, the long stretch. But, man, yeah, just the positions he's able to put himself in, not having the raw, sheer, outright speed of those guys is pretty mind-boggling.
I don't think he's qualified top 3 once this year. No,
Ever?
Yeah.
Ever?
No, I know. That's what, just to back up your raw speed comment. Like, yeah, but he busts out that 4 over the table.
Yeah.
Like he big. Just, you know, he does that on the parade lap, he told me, and then he's like, cool. And then, like, you're just like, wow. So, yeah, he's impressive. You know, it's impressive, Zacho.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, as far as racecraft goes, I don't know that there's ever been I mean, I have a hard time finding someone who has better just situational, spatial awareness and how to go the distance better than Coop.
Has there ever been, I mean, you were there side by side with them at Alden's for a long time. Was there ever a time where they were like, hey, that's awesome, but why is it only coming in the last 5 laps? Or does everyone know that is when the track breaks down, that's when he's at his best? Or does anyone say, like, can we work on some sprints? Or they just know that these are strengths and weaknesses and it just is who it is?
No, I mean, I never experienced that.
Yeah.
Like the first year he came and would have been 18 going to 19, and in the off season he was not very fast, and there was definitely some panic. But I mean, obviously he showed up and won the championship.
Yeah.
And I think after that, it's kind of like, okay, whatever. You know, we'll see what happens in the main event. You know, once people have that confidence in you, and once people, you know that you have that capability and know that you have the fitness to do that, it's kind of like whatever, you know. I think that they work, I don't know this, but I think that they work a lot on race trim during the day. And obviously race trim for that last 5 minutes of the main is not going to benefit you on a fast lap. So with that being said, I don't, it doesn't surprise me, and I don't think anyone on the team gets too alarmed whenever that happens.
Wisco Pistons bringing you Zach Osborne on the show, GNCC racer as soon as he heals up. Blue Crew, yeah. Mm-hmm. Fly Racing as well. Zacho, so something in our group text. Anderson's on probation. We saw him check up against Kenny in the heat. Maybe the old Anderson gets a little rougher there. I don't know. That's a possibility where I was like, oh, look at Jason Anderson, like not quite going for the kill. And I don't know if the probation had anything to do with that. But you said, Zacho, you'd rather not do that. You'd rather not put a guy under probation and have him change his riding and think about things like that. You'd rather just see points, fines, whatever, and then continue the escalation from there.
Yeah, I mean, I actually texted Mike Pelletier after we had our little conversation yesterday, and he kind of explained their new and, in my opinion, improved system to, like, with probation, what that looks like, and what, how.
So you're coming around. You're coming around on what we were saying.
Yeah, yes, and no.
Yeah.
So whenever I was on probation, I know, like, as a rider, I was trying not to touch anyone and trying not to, be in incidents, but also I felt like it was kind of like open season on me because people knew, like, I wasn't going to retaliate, I wasn't going to do anything or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
So that kind of, it really, really played on my mind in 2018 whenever I was going through all that, just how it affected me as a rider trying to go and race every weekend and win races and make the moves that were, needed to be made that, are sometimes aggressive. But, so after Mike kind of explained the new system, I kind of agree with it. But I still think that, like, probation for 6 months is such a long period. And, I don't know. I just feel like there's maybe a better word to put on it or something.
Sure. Well, we were talking about it, too. Like, Barsha got probation last year, and then he destroyed Mookie because he was on probation at that point, right?
He was on probation because of Bogle.
Yeah.
Then he hit Anderson.
Yeah.
Got 3 points. Then he hit Mookie and he got 10. So they escalated it from there.
And then DQ at Budds Creek.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's connected.
Tyler Keith told me it was.
Okay.
And then he was upset about that because he's like, wait, it's never been connected.
Yeah.
You guys literally are two different organizations. How can you tell me it's connected now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the weird, like, the one other thing, like, about mine was mine carried over from Vegas 2017 to Dallas, which was the first round in 2018. And it was I think it was only a 6 month as well. I don't really remember. Maybe it was a year.
Yeah.
But either way, like, starting a series under probation was like, oh crap, like, this is not going to go well. And then first lap of the first main event, I was underneath Forkner. He turned down. He went down. I mean, I didn't, like, intentionally blast him. Like,
I remember that. Yep.
And I literally was going down the start straight after that, like, I'm about to get black flagged. Like, that's the next thing that's going to happen to me. But I just remember it being, like, such a pain, like, I don't know, a worry in my mind, which I get. Like, that's what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to curb that behavior and make you think about it. But at the same time, it's hard to just go out and race the way you want to race when all that's going on in your brain.
I'm sure the very first Supercross race after Vegas 17, you falling into a Cowie rider, Cowie was totally cool with it. I'm sure they would have never.
Yeah. Literally.
All the worst things, right? Like, those guys again, like, it sucked.
The skull and crossbones flag that we've laughed and joked about was created from Zach Osborne's incident with Joey, right? Like, that was Cowie's idea. How about we throw a skull and crossbones flag and just anything goes in the last 5 minutes? So,
yeah, if it's for a title, you can suddenly take dudes out like you can't.
But it is funny that the LCQ nothing happens. Now, they did speak to Chiz after he torpedoed Freddie.
Yeah.
And he talked himself out of it.
Yep.
But generally speaking, anything goes in the 450 or the 250 LCQs.
It's gnarly. I see way gnarlier than, some of my hits every weekend in the LCQs.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But Jason is somebody you know well, Jason Anderson, Zacho, you're teammates with him for a long time. And, I think the Cowie guys are not stoked, right? And I think the AMA is obviously not stoked. And it's like he can't help himself. I heard from somebody that when they were talking to him about the Barsha thing in Tampa, he basically said, I was trying to clean him out, which I'm just like, what? Like, why would you say that? But it's Jason. But like, dude, he could win this championship. Maybe not now, but he could have. And it's like he steps on one rake after another. It's like the Bugs Bunny cartoons, just whack, whack. The rakes are just coming up and hitting him in the face.
Yeah, the Tampa thing was not good. I mean, obviously those guys have beef and it's ongoing, but, when he could have won that main event easily, I think he was maybe better than Chase, definitely down the stretch, coming from where he did and making up the kind of time he did to be down for what was quite a while in the first lap to get sixth place in the main event. Like, that's pretty impressive, right? But yeah, I mean, he's too old and too seasoned to be making those kind of mistakes. Trying to do whatever. I mean, retaliate, or I don't even know what you would call that, because it wasn't even retaliation. It was just like he wanted to plow him.
It's just Barsha. It's Barsha. It brings out the insanity in everybody, right? So.
Yeah.
Barsha get penalized just for being Barsha?
Yeah.
But you caused it just by being you.
It's just,
yeah.
I mean, he did. It was just Barsha, and like, I just hate this dude. Watch this, right?
So Barsha said he hates me.
Right.
That's what he said.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I talked to, as part of Race Day Live, with the great Justin Brayton.
Oh, boy.
I interviewed Dan Fahey, and I'm like, what is your take on all this? And I knew that they were going to be disappointed that Anderson is blowing points and positions by getting into this.
Yep.
But he went one step further that he did not expect, and he said, that's only the second thing we're mad about. We just don't like the look, the reputation. That's not what we're here to do. They don't want to be known as the team that has the dude that runs into people.
Right.
So they're even madder than I thought. It's not even just
they
results.
Used to complain about that team.
What's that?
That's because they used to complain about that team, which was my team.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, Zacho's team was
It's
the
true.
one.
It's true. There's some consistency there at least. They hated it when Anderson was not on their team, and they also don't like it when he is on their team. I'll give it to them.
Yeah. And Zacho. And Marty losing front ends and all of that. Yeah.
Now that helped him.
Right.
No, he was on Cowie also at times too.
Right. Yeah, good point. Weisco Piston bringing you Zach Osborne on the show. We have a couple calls for you, Zacho, as well. But who's taking this thing home, Zacho? I mean, there's 11 rounds to go, but who do you like for this championship?
It's going to be a hard fought battle down the stretch. I think. I don't know, man. I think when they get to Salt Lake, it's going to be between Coop and Eli. But I don't know. Eli's going to be hard to beat once those tracks get hard again, hard packed again, and traction's marginal. I think that's where he shines. People were freaking out about the Tampa ride, but
they were. Yep.
The Tampa ride compared to his old, whatever you want to call them, blow up races or races where he wasn't himself. I think his Tampa ride was just fine, right? Like a fifth.
Yeah.
Fine. So I don't think there's anything to freak out about or worry about there. But, down the stretch, I think Eli's going to be hard to beat.
You know, you got to do the Tomac training program way back, so you saw it up close. His longevity now is crazy, right? He's just as good at age 30, maybe better than ever. He's already the oldest champ there's been in 450 Supercross. So part of the longevity is, how is he not burned out? So you saw a little bit behind the curtain. How gnarly is it? Are you sitting there saying, like, man, I can't believe he's doing that volume for a 13th year? Or do you see some methods behind the scenes that you're like, yeah, I can see that he's gone this far?
Yeah, I can see that he's gone that far. I mean, they're very calculated people. The volume wasn't, like, stupid when I was there. Definitely high, like he goes hard, and I think that the altitude is really, obviously really good training. For me, that was what kind of fried me there was the altitude. But I definitely think that him and John have a really good method, and I think that they, have always kind of managed those risks and managed those times on the bike, and just kind of taken a long game approach, but also still playing short game fit, So to me, I can see it. I think they've been calculated his whole life.
All right, let's get to some phone calls here. We have this gentleman on one. He's probably up to no good. FMIP.
Oh.
Good morning. Good evening. Sorry, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I've been asleep since racing the GNCC yesterday. I've been beat all day. I'm trying to recover. But just to clarify things for Weege, I'm in fact not the special guest. Okay, so
yeah, I did get worried.
Worth listening to.
Yeah,
somebody worth listening to coming up.
I did get worried. Yes.
No, I just want to call in and chat with Zacho. Bummed that he's injured, and I wish he would have been there this weekend for sure. I know that series. We'll appreciate his star power. Talk to your team manager, Randy Hawkins, and of course he was bummed, but welcomes your presence there when you get healthy and back under the tent, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, Randy's been super gracious and super understanding, and if anything, pushing me to kind of wait a little longer than what I'd like to be back. So that's a nice change.
When you get on the Yamaha, FMIP. I mean, it's got a lot of horsepower there. So,
Yeah.
these things happen.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Things happen. But Zach's an amazing rider. I had a chance to get on the GNC on the Chris Landers gave me a Magna 1 racing Husqvarna for the weekend. His son, Chase Landers, is injured, so they put me on his bike for the weekend, and he's about 10 pounds heavier than me and twice as fast, so I would have given anything the first lap to have had Robbie's IT200 suspension.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
thing was that thing was tough, and it was tough in the roots and the rocks for sure. But unlike I won't name his name, but unlike some people who do a GNCC occasionally, I don't quit. So I finished a fifth overall. That earns me, thankfully, $50 in Michelin contingency.
Oh,
so I'll be able
nice.
to, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So, yep, I'll be able to pick up a tire for the GNCC. For the day in the dirt. So I'll be ready.
Okay.
Oh, use it for burnouts?
So you can burn it off.
Yeah.
Well, actually, what I did, you're speaking about Stu Baylor earlier. I completely roached one on the old 75 Husky 250, so it needs replacing for sure. So I'll have to put a new Michelin Starcross 6 on that bike.
Did any of those Huskies break? Did they make it through? Your high Revens?
No, they all did really well. Jordan Ashburn finished fourth, so just off the podium, so that was good. Robbie rode the IT200 to I think a top 10 finish in his class,
Oh,
which
wow.
was plus
Yeah.
50 B class.
Yeah.
And then he stopped for. Sorry, I got a text message from a Vital Jamie. He says, "Ouch." So someone must
I'm not
be
familiar
listening.
with him. Yeah.
Me either. Him, not at all.
No.
But yeah, Robbie stopped for a beer on the third lap, so I admire that.
Oh.
Said he went by the sign that said "Need a beer." Robbie turned, went back, and said, "Yes, I do." Had one, and kept trucking. So it was good.
See, Zacho, maybe you
was
have a chance to
awesome.
stop for a beer, Zacho, this year.
Yeah, if my elbow starts to hurt, I'll just stop with that guy.
Yeah.
Pain
yeah.
reliever.
Yeah.
Do this.
Hey, in all seriousness, Zacho, I know you've done these, here and there, and I know that you've done, ISDE and some other off-road stuff. You're a true passion for anything moto and two wheels. I'd like at the end of the season, you kind of recap and share with listeners, like the physical demand of GNCC racing compared to like outdoor, and how you train differently, and how challenging it is, and how you feel the Monday, Tuesday after compared to Supercross or moto.
Yeah, I can do that for sure.
Yeah, that would be interesting for sure. And hopefully soon. Yeah.
So it's all the way back to the Zacho Geico days where he raced a couple GNCCs at the beginning of the year, and JT did not recommend this. And Zacho, you said, "No, trust me, it's motocross intensity the whole time. I'm not cruising."
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was really hoping that my Blue Crew transition would bring Steve out to a GNCC this year. So.
Well, I wouldn't mind doing
there's
one.
still
Yeah, I
time.
wouldn't want. I would do the e-bike race. I'd like to do the e-bike
Oh,
race.
all right.
Taser Nation, and then maybe do the race the next day. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, double classic.
Yeah.
Ironman it.
Yeah, Ironman it. Yep.
For the record, I don't.
Speaking of that, speaking of Ironman, I think that would be a great one, Steve, for us to do that doubleheader end of the year.
The last time I was there, Randy, I don't know if you remember, but I brought home a fifth in the industry class. Yeah,
that is the award that I received just yesterday was the fifth.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking Zach can put in a good word for you. I know Randy Hawkins as well. I think we could probably have a really nicely prepped Yamaha Blue Crew from Randy's team, and I would even waive the competitor brand of tires. I'd let you stick everything with the team. Yeah, heck yeah. And we could even have this other guy, if he wants to come back and race again. I tried diligently to maintain his anonymity, which I know those words are tough for you.
Yeah,
but
they
hopefully
are.
you understood what I said. But if Darkside wants to come back to Ironman, let's all do it.
He's a quitter. He's done. He's a quitter.
I was about to correct and be like, I have never not.
Oh no, quit side.
Quit side. Oh, okay.
Quit side.
I was going to defend myself, and
No.
I'm like, I do race the occasional GNCC. I've never quit, but I did not realize who the shot was aimed at. Okay.
Yeah.
You know why? Weeds? Because that's not what men do. Men don't quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't do that.
Short-haired
So,
men, at least.
Yeah.
Short-haired men. Don't, yes.
Exactly right. And Weeds, are you coming to Day in the Dirt again? Speaking of not quitting, we've got round 2 of burnout training to do.
That's up in the air right now as well.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
my wife is already
I know.
mad enough that I went to lunch with Steve and not her today. So we're working very hard on that weekend, which could be either Daytona 200, Indy Supercross, or Day in the Dirt. I already told Red Bull I would be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal.
What a Sophie's Choice you have coming up.
I say it
Yeah.
all the
Well,
time.
yeah.
Who am I going to screw
Yeah.
over with this decision?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave you with this week. While I still have to buy my own tires, I am in a position that I can give you a free set of Michelin Starcross 6 for your bike. So if you want to continue, just finish off that burnout lesson, and I'll not only give you, but come and install a new set of Michelin tires for your motorcycle post Day in the Dirt.
I'll be honest, my burnout was pretty ineffective last year, but the back tire is still showing the effects. It is still showing the effects. Yeah.
Awesome.
Still.
And yeah, and if we ranked burnouts that were horrible, you won that prize, and Zacho wasn't too far behind.
Oh, really? Zacho's burnout.
Nah, he wasn't. Right, Zach?
No, my burnout wasn't great, and then I did a burnout on my elbow over in that other section. Really not a great.
So needless to say, you won't be there. Yeah.
Zach, are you
All
going
right,
to any
guys.
Supercrosses? Zach, you got plans?
I'm going to be at Daytona, the best Supercross of the year.
Nice.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
Other than that, no, I don't have any plans. I hope to be back racing pretty quick. I'm kind of shooting for the Camp Coker round, which is round 5. That's my goal at the moment.
That's right in Randy's neighborhood, I believe.
South Carolina.
That is.
Oh, wow. Look at
That's
who's
in
got the
South Carolina.
GNCC knowledge on this tonight. That's me.
It is impressive.
You're
He knew
welcome.
Camp Coker.
Yep, I know Camp
Hank
Coker.
Marie. Remember Hank Marie?
Hammer and Hank Marie.
That's
He's
it.
fast.
That's his land.
I rode a dual sport ride with him last year with Hammer and Hank Moree and Chad Lowe. It was good to reconnect with those guys. They're still enjoying some dual sport riding.
Hammer and Hank was fast. Legit.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Chad Lowe was fast too. Actually, he's part of the reason I started riding. Him and Jim Neese used to ride in this lake bottom behind my house.
Oh.
Like a little kid, like 3-4 years old, and that was a big part of why I started riding.
Zacho connections.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There are no bounds. There are no
there's
bounds.
a lot. All right, Randy. Thanks for calling in. Michelin, of course. Starcross 6s. Grab them at motorsport.com, your local dealer. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a free set available for Weege.
Yep.
Post Day in the Dirt down south burnout training. So
listen, tell Robbie, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready to talk. So
Robbie said that he kind of knows how Keeper feels now about someone backing out on a deal.
Oh, stop it! That bike's gone. It's already gone. It happened. The deal happened. Alta's gone.
What is Jiva, Steve?
What's that, Zacho?
What's your connection to Jivas?
I just want one. I've always thought they were cool. Like, I just never saw one as a kid because in Canada they were not around.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I understand that. I just didn't know if you rode them or whatever.
No, no.
You may know this, you may not, but my dream bike is Christmas edition Z50 from 1986, like the chrome one.
Oh yeah. I remember that thing. Yeah.
I'm hot in search for one of those at all times of the day.
Well, Robbie's probably got one tucked away in his garage.
Probably going to get taken care of in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He doesn't, but do you know the story about the quad?
Yes.
My dad?
Yeah. That's crazy.
That was wild.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks for calling in.
All right. You guys have a great evening.
Thanks.
Later. Bye.
Thanks.
Zacho, I got one more bench racing question for you before we let you go.
Okay.
What's Jet going to do outdoors? Like, where is he going to win?
I think he's gonna win some for sure. I've never watched anyone ride a Supercross race and win the way he does, like as easily as he does. Yeah, he makes some strange little mistakes and whatnot, but I think that if it were any other rider, we wouldn't even really point them out so much. But because he's so good and he looks so good all the time, it's like we kind of nitpick him. But yeah, I don't know, man. He's a mega talent. He's a Stu level talent, in my opinion.
Oh, whoa,
I know.
yeah.
I'll take some. I always take heat for that, but last year I was at the track a lot when they were, and what he does on Saturday is like 80% of what he does during the week. So I think, Stu was always on TV, but Jet is just winning races on TV, So to me, there's a lot left in the tank for him, and I think he's going to be a threat and a force for a long time to come.
I've always wondered this. We talk about his racecraft is pretty wise beyond its years, right? He won by 14 seconds this weekend, but Steve, you and I and JT have said it a million times. He kind of just rides as fast as he needs to a lot of the times.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always wondered. I'm like, are we not even seeing what he could do if he had to?
Yeah, but just riding to do what you need to do and winning by 14 seconds, that normally doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's only like, oh, I won by 2 seconds. I was just managing the race, but
right.
He's just managing the race, winning by 15, and that's no slight to anyone in the field, but the dude is just really freaking good.
No, RJ,
but he has
great.
more speed.
Yeah.
You think he has more speed than we even see?
Oh, I know he does. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. No. I don't know if I'm ready to say Stu level. I'm not. I can't do that. That doesn't come out of my mouth. But I mean, maybe.
So when I say Stu level talent, I mean he's capable of doing Stu things, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Does he win 50 Supercrosses in his career? I don't know.
Right. But I got you. Yeah.
No, does he? But I do think that he's had some crazy good rides, like from the back and through the pack. Like he's kind of the whole package when it comes to that. As far as there's not many skills in the toolbox that are missing.
My appreciation for him, and we argued with Daniel Blair about the generational and all that crap, and we went back and forth. What I saw at Des Nations started putting me over to that side.
Oh, generational side.
Yeah, where I'm like, this dude just jumped on a 450, won MX3, was fine all day, looked great. Like I just was like, oh, this is a different thing to me. So
yeah. That's where and it's a lot of it's going to depend on how his first Supercross season goes. If he goes out there and he's there for all 17 rounds and he's not injured and everything's smooth, it's going to be a weapon. Like he's going to be gnarly.
Yeah.
But if he can miss the downs and stay on the ups, he's going to be a beast.
Thanks for calling in, Zacho. Appreciate it, and good luck in the healing. And thanks for calling in, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, see you,
Zach.
That's Zach Osborne, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Weisco Piston. Our next guest, surprise guest.
This is it.
So
this is it.
Who do you think it could be?
Brayton.
Welcome to the show, Justin Brayton.
Yeah!
I mean,
we did it.
We did it. We did it.
I mean, it's not that it's pretty obvious.
That was my guess.
I felt like it was pretty obvious.
It's great. Is this where we?
If you want to go have dinner or use the restroom, whatever you need to do is if you need to go to the strip for a little bit,
we got
go
it.
ahead and go. Me and Weege got it.
Yeah, this is it. It's not far. It's walking distance for Steve. JB, first of all, phenomenal job with the Justin Brayton interview. The first time, I believe that's the first time you did that, right? Justin Barsha was your subject. And I really think if any podcasters out there want to see how an interview with a rider is done, you've really laid down the standard. It was a phenomenal job, man. Great job with that.
Well, I appreciate it. And Jeff Harper, our guy there at Race Day Live, the producer, he had asked me, actually, it was when RV was on Race Day Live at Anaheim too. He was like, man, you got a lot out of RV, and you guys were kind of joking. You had a lot of history, and that was really cool. Would you ever want to do some sit-down interviews with guys? And I'm like, absolutely, I'd love to. I think it would be really cool. I think if I'm on that side as a racer, I think I always opened up more to another racer because there's like this fellowship you have, right? It's like, oh, we were in the trenches together, and he kind of knows what I went through. And so, yeah, I said, yeah. And he said, all right, well, let's do Justin Barsha in Oakland. And all right, cool, let's do it. So I came up with my own questions, and, yeah, he just let me have at it. So I think it went pretty well. It was cool. Like at the end, obviously talking about Anderson. And I wanted it to come off more because him and I had some history, too. I didn't want to make it personal because I didn't like him for the longest time. I really didn't. I hated racing him, and I know a lot of people feel the same way. But
you don't have to convince us.
Yeah, exactly. But I wanted it to come off as like, I wanted him to tell more of a story on why he's like that. Like, did you grow up different? Like, I don't know. So I thought it was cool. I hope everyone liked it. And, I thought he opened up pretty good. So it was fun.
Well, you asked the tough questions. I mean, you already had gone down the road. It was mostly about the aggressive riding and why and things like that. But then you wanted to drill straight down because at the end you just said, wait, before we're done, what's up with Anderson? And then he gave the most honest answer you could give. He just said, he hates me.
Yeah. When he said that, I'm like, wow, okay, you really think that? He actually hates you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was good. And that was the question everyone wanted to hear, right, is about, or that's what they wanted to hear was Jason Anderson. So I was debating, do I start with it or end with it? I'm like, all right, I'm going to end with it.
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if it was the right thing to do or not, but I
Well,
thought it went well.
I got a
great.
I got a
It's great.
tweet. Got a couple tweets, JB, that people were just like, it's disgusting, Weege and JB. Just they're backing each other up. They're agreeing with everything. You got it, Weege, and you got it, JB. And it's just like, God.
Game recognized game,
Yeah,
like you said.
I guess.
right.
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
game recognized game.
Yeah, I
Yep.
guess. It's
Yeah.
just ridiculous. Absolutely
Yeah,
ridiculous.
my favorite part of the night was when we're doing our picks and Weege had first pick, and he chose Anderson, and I was going to choose Anderson anyways, but then they came to me and I said, you know what? Weege is a smart man.
Oh, yeah.
and we have a lot in common.
Oh, yeah.
Favorite
Oh,
line of the
just.
night.
Face it, Steve. Resistance is futile. Okay.
It's unbelievable. We got JT, Weege, all in Feld clutches, just collecting that sellout money. JB's in there now.
Yes.
You know, it's just, what am I going to do?
They
I can just be the lone independent voice out there in the wilderness.
until you have a privateer race in Denver, you're on the take too. Okay.
Okay, I don't know about that, but
JB, so you're on Race Day Live. You even came back, actually, I believe, before the 450 main.
Yeah.
To do a little bench racing
Yeah.
with Dan Hubbard.
Yeah, that was fun.
which,
Yeah.
by the way, can I just say, I was talking to JB right before then, and he was down in the press box, like away from me, talking to Fro a lot, right? And he was talking to me, and then he moved away, and I go to the bathroom, and I look he's on the TV, and I'm like, 30 seconds ago, he was right here.
We were literally like 40 feet from the broadcast.
I was like, is this
So it wasn't
pre-taped?
Too far.
I was like, is this pre-taped? And then I'm like, oh my God, he just moved. He just stealthily moved
It's how
away.
we do it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
how we do it,
Yeah,
professionals.
Yeah, I
Yep.
guess. It's phenomenal, I'll tell you what. By the way, Justin Brayton, the surprise guest tonight, brought to you by Renegade Racing Fuels. Who used Renegade Racing Fuels? Justin Brayton did to win championships down under. Dean Wilson, Max Anstey as well. Renegade Racing Fuel is the only fuel going into JB's tank. Please check it out. Racers who win, pour it in. They got real octane as well. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. RenegadeRacingFuels.com. They're looking for dealers. They're looking for distributors. So please go to their website and check it out. Thanks to Renegade Racing Fuels for bringing us the surprise guest, Justin Brayton.
Great surprise.
Was it a surprise, Weege? No surprise at all. You knew it.
You were the very first
You had
guest.
Either that or our buddy Phil, but he's in a deep, dark place.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Is there any updates? I've tried texting and calling.
Oh, I got a text back.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
but he was not good. It wasn't good. Yeah. So he's alive.
Dang, what a bummer.
Yeah, he's alive.
Okay, well that's good.
Yep.
That's good.
I think there was more visits with the doctors today at 3:30.
Yeah.
So hopefully by tomorrow, maybe we will know something.
Yeah.
And we had a good thing going. Phil invited us to dinner. He
Yeah.
did not pay.
Yeah.
But he invited us to dinner on Friday, and the three of us on the line, and Phil, and even a two-time Supercross champion
Yep.
came out. Cooper Webb came out. It was a really good time. Yep.
Yeah, that was great.
Uh,
Good meal. I thought Pulp was going to pay, but
I know.
Well,
Pulp did not pay.
I worry though. I brought this up on the review show Friday night before Tampa. Cade and A-Ray out to dinner with me. Flash forward to Saturday, and A-Ray just dies and breaks his thumb and everything else. And then Friday night dinner with Phil, and then Phil kills himself on Death Cross.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe stay away from dinner, everybody, from me.
Coop, do not come back
Yeah.
to dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't go with me. Nobody.
I do like how
Yeah,
at
I
dinner.
guess-
Go ahead, JB. Go ahead.
No, I guess Coop throws that theory completely out the window.
Maybe.
Can't even be a theory because he was there too. So
I do enjoy, though, that JB asked me, hey, if I was – Coop is third in points right now. If I were racing, Weege, where would he be? Fourth.
Yeah.
He'd be fourth
Right,
in
right,
points.
yeah,
right
yeah,
to Coop's
yeah,
face.
right.
He didn't disagree.
No,
He didn't disagree.
no. Well, the last time they raced,
He saw Paris.
I was there. Paris happened.
He
it
saw
it
that
happened.
smoke.
I saw it. Yes.
But what I really wanted to get is, so you came back on with Dan Hubbard to talk the 250 class and to preview the 450 main for the audience at Oakland. But we have not heard your talk and your, I'm sure, great analysis of what happened in the race. And we've got to go back to the same Chase Sexton thing. What's your take on everything that you saw there in the 450s, JB?
well, it was an interesting week because all the calls, you're on all of them with NBC and the Race Day Live and all that.
Me, you, and JT on the calls.
Unbelievable.
Not
JT,
Steve. Not Steve.
Steve is not on the call.
He's not.
But kind of the theme of the week was, is everybody being too hard on Chase Sexton? And we just kind of debated that. Literally, I was on, I don't know how many calls this week, and we just debated that. And And, Ricky had some great analysis on his side of it, which I agreed with on, he was kind of not hard on him, but like he was just like, man, he's got to figure it out. But then on the flip side of that is he's 23 years old. It's his third year in the class. The third year is huge, right? We broke that down on Race Day Live with Carmichael and Villapoto and Stewart, Cooper Webb. They all got their championship in their third year in the class. But then also it's who he's racing against. He's trying to beat these two-time champions that are just insane. So I wanted to tell more of that story too, because in the past, like when Ricky took down Jeremy and, RV would take down Stu, like they would retire, right? Those guys were retiring early. Well, Chase has still got to deal with these guys. Eli's about 30, or he is 30. Coop's in his late 20s. You got Anderson, Barsha's 30. Like they're all getting older. So Chase is having to deal with all these veterans that kind of have it figured out. And he's trying to figure it out along the way. And I mean, and my thing was too, is he's going to figure it out. We really need to enjoy this time we have now, because as soon as he figures it out, I think it's going to be Ricky and Jeremy in the early 2000s. And once Ricky figured it out, Jeremy never beat him again, right?
McGrath in 93, some said.
Oh,
which that was my thing. Honestly, I said that. I said once he figures this out, and this was last year, I said he's going on a run, and I'm still waiting. But that's how much I believed in him,
Well, I think it's coming. The only thing that we have yet to see is Jet on a 450, and that could be the only thing that could potentially stop it. If he comes in and he's who we think he could potentially be. But then again, like it took a lot of those legendary guys till their third year. So is it going to take Jet that long? If it does, I think Chase wins almost everything between then and between now and then. So I don't know, man. It's really tough. I couldn't believe it when I had watched it, and because he was gone, it was like,
dude, yeah.
Man, all right, he's gonna shut everybody up. Tonight's the night. Oakland's where he starts this run, and man, and it was the lap before he almost went over the bars on the dragon back. And I don't know if they showed it on TV, but I was like, Steve, you mentioned me watching the race with Fro. I said to him, like, oh my gosh, I about jumped out of my seat, and I said, he went over the bars, he just didn't crash. Fro started laughing. But he almost crashed, and then that very next 30 seconds later or whatever it was, then he's down. So big bummer. I'm a huge fan of Chase. I think we all are. The way he's handling it all, we've talked about it a bunch of different times, but shout out to him and his family for how he's been brought up. He's just a great kid, and it's really cool to see. I think a lot of people would pout and throw stuff and not talk to the media and, kind of be their own worst enemy, but he's not, man. He's learning from it, and he's trying to learn from it anyways. He's studying the track, and he's studying himself on tape, and he wants to figure it out, and I think that's the biggest part to all this is he's not really sulking in his own misery. He's just like, all right, man, I got to figure this out. So, and he will. I think we all agree. Don't you guys agree? He's going to get this figured out.
Yeah, I was telling Weege, another team that's competing against him was telling me that if he gets 2 in a row, watch out. Like he just needs to get a couple under his belt, and it's over. And this was the team that's competing against him,
And I see
it'd be interesting.
Yep.
Go ahead, Weege.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, we both have great things to say.
All right.
Yeah.
I've noticed, especially because I got to be down at the podium, which I don't normally get to do, Tomac and Webb are not throwing any salt in the wounds. They're not trying to get in his head. I think even they know, like, this guy's dangerous.
Totally.
He keeps giving it to us, but I do not have complete control of this situation. So I almost see in their eyes, their level of respect for him tells me a lot. If they know, and they're going to know, they're seeing it firsthand, that tells me a lot. That they know, like, dude, this guy's not to be messed with. I might be a passenger soon if he figures this out. Yep.
Yeah, and most of the time you win races with speed, right? I mean, almost always.
Yeah.
If history repeats itself ever in our sport, it's like you win on speed. Well, look at the times. Look at the qualifying times. Look at even the race times. Like, he's clearly the fastest guy. I don't think Eli would argue that. I don't think Coop would argue that.
Yeah.
But it's all these mistakes, right? So once he figures it out, he's just he's the fastest guy. And if the fastest guy doesn't crash and he gets a good start, he's going to win the race.
Well, and you talk about him handling it. I mentioned this on our review show last week. Like, I think the world of the guy talking to the media. facing the fans, he's frustrated, you know it. But you and I have been there with other generation of racers that just never came out of their motorhome. If something like that happened,
yeah,
you would never see them.
Yes.
And they would never do anything. And Sexton is facing this and being as positive as he can and saying, we'll try it again. We'll be there next weekend. All I can do is show up. And I just think the world of that. I think that's a great attitude. And I say, props to him.
And he and Dunge, by the way, were the last guys to leave the track every week last year in the Nationals. Dunge, because he was soaking up everything he had, and there was no pressure on Dunge at all. But, I mean, Sexton was in this gnarly championship battle. Some weeks were great. He beats Tomac. Other weeks not. The pressure had to be building. And he really seemed to still enjoy all the other parts of being at the races. And most guys, when they're in that situation, the enjoyment goes way off to the side.
Yeah.
He almost still, I don't know about now. Like, this has been extreme these last couple of weeks. Right. But he's managed to not hate everything about this process, even with the frustration at times. I'm impressed by that.
Yeah. JB, by the way, brought to you by Renegade Racing Fuels on the line. Will Hahn, some asshole named Will Hahn, also won with Renegade Racing Fuels. I've never heard of him, but we'll that's what it says on the sheet here.
Okay.
Would you?
What if he wins this weekend, guys? What if he wins this weekend? It's another Triple Crown. Then there's that theory going around.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Triple Crown. He can win those.
Yep.
It's almost like opposite of Jet, right? It's like Chase wins Triple Crowns and Jet's not so good at them yet. So what if he goes and wins this weekend, which he might? Like, then what do we say before Daytona? And all right.
No matter what,
he's won these races, but he hasn't won a 20-minute plus a lap yet.
No matter what, ET's my favorite for Daytona until proven otherwise. I'll go Eli Tomac.
Well, he's been proven wrong before.
Yes, he has. I remember.
Before, so.
I remember, the Feld folks asked, can you yell and scream for the audience in Oakland? And I was like, the man on the call right now. I was there when he won.
Yeah.
I was yelling and screaming. Yep.
Hugging even. Hugging.
I mean, it's a big moment.
It's
a big moment.
We have moments in our sport where just us idiots, like in the media, you just can't believe it's happening. One of them is the word of the day was chupacabra, and Weege got it in, and Baggett started calling himself that and selling merch with that name.
And he named his ranch.
that way.
Because of our dumb show.
Because of our stupid show where we're daring Weege to get a word in.
Yeah.
And then Weege's favorite rider wins the race. He's live announcing that was, by the way, the longest odds of winning Daytona with Justin Brayton was ever. So he happens to win Daytona.
What are the odds that this is going to happen?
And Weigandt's live announcing and is the first guy there. Like, this shit, you can't make it up. Like, I just laughed my ass off. Marty, washing a front end out. Me then working on Marty's bike.
Yeah,
and then,
you're Marty's sworn enemy, and there you are helping the guy.
Now I'm helping Marty.
He's going to try to get Marty in his privateer race, Steve.
Now
they're boys.
Yeah, well, JB was there. JB was in the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's out. You put that out there.
I put that out that we're gonna. Well, I'm gonna run it by. I'm gonna run up the flagpole of a few people. I don't want to make a Chiz Brees mistake again, but yeah,
Remember, he did say he would race a 250.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Okay.
So, we'll see about that. But hey, JB. So honestly, like, you are really good on the show when you're in studio. Calm down.
Okay.
On Race Day Live, like, you're great. You're fantastic. Would you do more? Would you want a Carmichael schedule? Would you want to be all in like that, or do you like it how it is?
Well, here's the thing: is I've been all in on something for my whole life, and now that's pretty much over. And it will be over. I may race a little bit, some races this summer, and possibly Paris, and we'll see. But it's coming to an end. So do I want to go all in again on something like that in the sport that I love the most? For sure. I think it would be awesome. And what's weird about this whole deal is in 2021, I got injured, and I think it was Orlando. I got hurt the week of Orlando, and I think Doug Cabrera, somebody had asked me, hey, you come on Race Day Live. So I went on, and we had a great time and had a ton of good feedback. And I think Chad Reed even texted me and said how good an insight I had. And if you get a text like that from Chad, you've done something good, because like he's hard to impress, right? He's one of the smartest guys in our sport. So that was really cool. And then I was on like 3 weeks in a row. And then something happened to where somebody couldn't show up to Salt Lake City. So like, hey, will you host the whole show with Dan Hubbard in Salt Lake? I'm like, sure. Never done it before, never practiced, nothing, but sure. And it went well. So then I'm in Australia this past year, and Doug calls again, and he's like, "Hey, can you do 6 of them, or would you be interested?" And so, anyways, what I'm trying to say is it just all happened super organically, and like I never thought I would ever do anything like this. But now that I've done it, I really enjoy it. It's way harder than people think, and I'm just dipping my toe in the water, you know?
Yeah.
But the amount of meetings and schedule, like the preparation, I love that part. I love the training and stuff for racing. And now it's just a different side of like statistics and getting some insight on certain guys and having some knowledge of, I guess, just my experience on these tracks that I've raced. It's cool that I'm so freshly off of racing. And I think a lot of the riders still respect me to a certain level. So I think that's cool. Like I can speak the truth sometimes, and I think the riders will respect it. I'm not going to be too critically hard, but also if I see something, I'm going to say it. And so, yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I don't know if it goes anywhere past this year, but we'll see. And would I entertain more of a schedule? I think so. I'm really enjoying it at the moment. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, yeah, you're doing a great job. Let's do the X-Brand goggle tear off, shall we?
With JB?
Yeah.
Great.
Oh yeah.
I would give it more than 30 seconds.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire
X-Brand goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. Freddie Noren wearing them this weekend in the main event. Josh Strang, X-Brand athlete as well. Ricky Russell. I don't know Podium. X-Brand goggles.
Third. Yep.
Choice of champions everywhere. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. Rich Taylor was there this weekend with RT Jr. And always good to catch up with RT. I'm trying to get him in studio. The guy's got stories upon stories upon stories. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. The Lucid goggle, simply phenomenal, and you won't even be able to ever try a better goggle than that. It's amazing. So,
okay.
All right, these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Brayton, do you know him at all?
I don't. I don't think I do know Mosier, unless it's that guy running around Washougal buzzed up every year. Is that the same guy?
We don't know. That guy's
sure.
more like Bigfoot. 30 seconds, rapid fire. Let's do this, Marks.
Steve.
Yep.
What was your favorite part of Weege live announcing?
Well, I couldn't hear shit because of the Oakland press box audio. Imagine that. The holes in the ceiling and the rusty water dripping down was maybe too noisy. But crawling in the stands with the kid and the drunk guy with the tattoos flexing and all of that, which I got on camera, by the way, was my favorite part. Weege crawling in there. But I was really bummed that the production crew couldn't get him a Justin Brayton bike instead, because I would have liked to have seen him try to keep that bike and not give it away. So, yeah.
All right, JB, is there a team or bike you would have liked to ride?
Like ever. Yeah,
like
let's go ever.
Like ever?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, wow, great question. Yeah, probably my 250 days, Pro Circuit Kawasaki.
All right. Blue Crew.
Weege, out of all the forms of announcing you've done, which do you enjoy the most?
I mean, live television for a national, or if I ever do it somewhere else, it really doesn't get any better than that. You really feel like it's an important role, and when you're not the racer, it's kind of hard to get in that spot, so it's the next best thing.
All right.
All right, Steve, what's the creepiest part of Weege's obsession with Brayton?
Well, you know how, like, any kind of habits you have get worse as you get older? Like if you're, old people, right? Just old people angry, yelling, right?
Set in their ways.
Mm-hmm. It gets worse as you get older. Mm-hmm. Well, folks, this is getting worse, this obsession. He's aging. He's, we
did a show together. We're on the same broadcast.
You guys
for the
do
first
a show
time.
together.
It's getting better and better.
You know, it's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's just the worst part is that it's getting worse. That's the worst part. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I'm in a group text with Phil, who may not be in there any longer. I don't know.
He might not respond.
Yeah. And JB and these two idiots just so they capitalize WE for we and everything. And so it's we just
JB even capitalizes the WE and we.
Yeah, we. So it's just
it's great.
It's disgusting.
It's great.
All right.
Phil agrees with most of our stuff, though, Weege, does he not?
He does. I
He
mean,
agrees. He's on
Steve.
board. He's
Yeah,
on board.
Steve is just out in left field, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why he's not on TV like us.
Yeah. I was on TV. I got canceled.
You were. Yeah,
I was
this,
on.
This very show.
I was on Mav TV.
You were. You were.
And then it got canceled. So,
the ceilings are still here. You did
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that deal. I made good money.
Yeah,
on
you
that.
did. The ceilings are.
I wish that would
well
keep
supported.
coming back.
Yeah, you should. Yes.
I mean, honestly, they need programming. All they have is Arena Cross on there right now with JB and Blair.
That's great.
No, wait, that's on Fox. The other series is on Mav. Yeah.
I don't know, but the JB one is great.
Okay, yeah, it's great.
Yes,
Yeah,
the JB
okay,
one
great.
is great. Yes, with Blair. Mm-hmm.
All right.
JB, is there a current rider that reminds you of yourself?
Gosh, who would it be? Yeah, Colt Nichols a little bit. He kind of
That's a
got
good one.
brought up the same way through
Yeah.
Arena Cross. Now he's earned this factory ride.
And not
He's kinda
hyped.
hovering around
Not
top
hyped.
10. He's not super hyped. I think
Yep.
if he gets another year or two on the same bike, I think he could be, get some podiums in his career and potentially get a win or two.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a really good answer.
Oh, here we go. See everybody. This is what I got
It
to
is,
deal
though.
with.
I mean, it's just facts.
Fuck you, you're fired.
I mean, I wanted to say Sexton, but it's just not true. That's what I wanted to say. But
He's a faster version of you, a little bit, but yeah.
Weege,
He doesn't have a Daytona win. Nope.
As of now.
traveling is expensive, so how do you do it cheaply?
I mean, I got to do this in 30 seconds. I got to do this in 30 seconds?
I mean, you already got to do it in 5. 5's
Well,
already gone.
sorry.
wait, hold on 1 second. I got to interrupt. Pause this stopwatch. That
Okay,
you have,
thank
Steve,
you.
for
Okay.
30 seconds.
All right.
I'm confused because I thought you were trying to get on a red eye back to Charlotte after the race, but you're flying back to Charlotte, but you're in Vegas.
Me too.
Like what?
I did this, JB. So the
What
red
am
eye, the red eye was full.
Please
Couldn't-
don't tell me you went back to Charlotte.
I did.
Now
Oh,
you're
he
like,
did.
No way. Oh,
But
no.
JT cannot believe he did
Yes,
this.
I
He
did.
cannot-
Oh my goodness.
yeah.
I got home. I got to my house at 4:30 p.m. yesterday, and I went back to the airport this morning to go to Vegas. And speaking of that, the good thing was my wife and daughter had tickets to Riverdance.
Mm-hmm.
We would have had to hire a babysitter had I not come home. So that probably saved us, I don't know, 50 some bucks or whatever that costs these days. I wouldn't know. I don't hire them. And then this morning I was like, can I eat enough for breakfast to not purchase any food in the airport or on the flight? And then Steve will definitely pay for lunch when I land. Checkmate.
Yep. And he's out. And he's out tonight. And he's back tonight, JB.
Yeah.
Oh, red eye back tonight.
Yes.
Wow. That's
Yes.
aggressive.
And then
That's
he's coming back to Vegas on Friday for an MX Sports thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is horrible. I was getting on my flight in Oakland, and I got the check-in for my flight from Charlotte to here. And then I was getting on my flight here, and I got my check-in to go back home.
So you said the red eye was full after the race. Chances are full of motocross people.
Yes, for
yeah,
sure.
like that's who got you screwed out of that.
But I
flight.
hate to say this. I called Saturday morning just to check again, and
Yeah.
it was still full.
Yeah.
Phil's not listening to this show, right?
No.
I was like, wait, I know a guy on that flight who is at the hospital right now. So maybe there's a chance.
He's going to give up his seat.
Yeah, I should have said, like, is there a Philip Nicoletti? He's not going to make this plane. I swear to you. Give me his seat.
Right.
Dude, no. There could be a silver lining to all this. So you got all those flights are paid for by somebody else, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you get to keep all those miles that you're traveling all the way across the U.S. for.
Oh, yeah. 3 cross-country flights in 6 days.
So you just earned a free flight, basically. Smart man. Never mind. You're a smart man.
Yep.
Yep.
That's sorry, Steve. Get on our level.
You know what really is depressing for you lately? I was going to bring this up later, but I can't with JB on the line. I am staying in more and more hotels that do not have the shampoos and bottles anymore. They're on the wall.
Yeah, they're
in
figuring
the
it out
showers.
quick.
Yes,
they're figuring it out.
Like I don't know what's going on, or
Yeah.
if all the hotels got on a conference call.
Yep.
But dude,
With my face on the wall.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's no more stealing these shampoos for you.
This was a good one this weekend in Oakland because everything's so far behind. Yeah, did get 2 bars of soap and some shampoo out of it. But
all
it's
right.
rare now. It's true.
It is. It's rare. All right, next question.
Steve.
Yep.
Who has sold out more, JT or Weege?
Oh, I'm gonna go JT because Weege is an announcer by trade, like Outdoor Nationals, right? And that's his job. RacerX is his job too, but a big part of his job was doing the quad nationals and GNCCs and everything else for MX Sports. And JT has a full-time job and then said, no, I want this other job also. That's a lot of work and a lot of conference calls and a lot of meetings for the money. So I'll go JT. It's close, but if I have to pick, I'll go that way.
JB, how much do you think replacing a hot water tank should cost?
Oh, boy.
A hot water tank.
Steve was battling this last week. That's why they brought this up.
This is
Mm-hmm. He was taking tweets from fans for advice.
Your hot water went out in your house?
Yeah, my hot water tank went out.
I have no idea. That's one of those things that if it goes out, you don't even look. Like, I'm not a big fan of the people, and if you're one of these, I am a big fan of these people.
Thank
but
you.
If you're not,
Thank you.
then I'm not a big fan. So the people that when they buy a vehicle and they're like, hey man, what's the gas mileage on that rig? Like, you got to fill the thing up anyways. It doesn't matter how far you're going to drive. It's a similar with the hot water heater. Like, you got to buy it. So what's it really matter what it costs? You feel me there?
I agree with
really
JB.
matter?
I agree. Sometimes you just got to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
It is what it
You
is. You got to have hot
do it.
water.
And
I agree.
If your truck gets 12 miles to a gallon, who cares? It's going to be on E when it's on E, and you got to fill it up. Same with gas prices. So buy the water tank.
I can honestly,
yeah.
Well, a little bit of a different debate on its systems and everything else, but I went the cheaper way, and to honor Weege. But I can honestly say, I've never looked at gas prices in my life because what am I going to do? I'm not going to drive.
Exactly.
I'm not going to waste gas driving and looking for cheaper gas. I'm on E. I need gas.
Exactly.
There's a gas station. If it's $12, oh well, and if it's $3, oh well, I need gas. I just.
But there's like these people out there, right? That
100%.
Are like,
yeah.
do that, and then their whatever big dually truck they have gets 8 miles a gallon. And they're like, oh man, I'm trying to get 9 out of it. Like,
yeah, like.
Who cares?
Get a
up.
Prius. Get a Prius. Or don't. Yeah, I don't understand it.
No comment.
Oh, he's just there. He's driving around looking for cheap gas.
Oh, really?
We're good, man. You got the results from last week? Let me check this out. Oh.
Changing subjects.
Oh, Cartwright got 21st. I didn't realize. Let me look at these results.
Poor Weege.
Don't know that.
Yeah.
Cartwright.
I'm with you on that one, JB. All right. Anything else?
Last one.
Okay.
Weege, when's the last time you were nervous about an announcing gig?
Nervous that Stu was going to show up?
Stu's been good. He did conference calls and all.
Yeah.
I think we're past it.
Yep.
He told me doing this podcast has pretty much changed the way he speaks. I feel like doing a podcast is different than talking to people in person.
Yep.
But he equates Stu. I'm not worried about Stu. It's not even the announcing gigs on television anymore. It's much more of you get to do some like corporate events where you're like hosting a thing.
Oh.
Like in
like KTM dealer shows and stuff?
Yeah, like next month the KTM's open up their new building in California.
Yeah.
I hosted the groundbreaking for it a year ago.
Yeah.
And they said we're going to have you back in March of 2023.
Yeah.
That is when you are speaking for the company and the executives are standing there and they're relying on you to relay their vision. These people have been very friendly and very nice for the most part.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I could screw that up way more there.
This is why I don't get those calls.
Yeah, you're a loose cannon. You're a loose cannon. Yeah. I feel when you're announcing on TV, it's you saying your words. It's your take.
Yeah.
I have to reflect their thoughts,
Yeah,
and I haven't had a problem yet. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe something these days.
Wow. Look at you. I would have said nothing. I would have said that you said nothing. Like you're just a pro.
I wouldn't say I'm nervous, but am I? Is it more so than TV? Yes, more so. Yes.
All right. Before we let you
You
go,
don't get nervous at all, Weeds. Like before round one, you're in Hangtown or Paula or wherever.
It's kind of weird, man.
Season, you don't get nervous at all.
No, it's past that. I didn't even get nervous this weekend, even though I hadn't done that job. And it actually starts to concern me a little bit because the great James Stewart said the problem was at the end, he wasn't getting nervous for his races anymore. And then he knew there was something wrong.
Oh, really?
Because that's part of it.
Did he bring up Benny Bloss again or no?
Both together.
Poor Benny.
Couldn't catch Benny.
Poor Benny.
Hey, Stu's looking better now. Benny's been doing all right the last couple weeks.
That's a good point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Benny's what, 9th in qualifying?
I don't know, but
that's not bad.
Benny gets dragged into this.
Yes, he does. But Stu said that was the problem. When he didn't get nervous for races, he knew something was wrong. And I didn't even get nervous this weekend doing a job for the first time.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it's time to shut her down.
All right. We got a call on 3 about the criticism for the broadcast. What's up, Trevor? What's your criticism for the broadcast and how it's filmed?
Hey, my criticism is like how they do the battle boxes and you can't really see what's going on. Like there's two little boxes and like why don't they just pick one? And then during the race this last week, it's like here's an interview with Tomac during the race, and it shows him talking during the race.
Well,
and it's like, why would you show that? Is that...
Well, Trevor, first of all, if you didn't have the battle boxes, you'd have people saying, there's a great battle going on, and why don't you put a box up there so we can see both? Like,
well, you put a little box of the less important spot at the bottom and then show the other one big.
I think people can't see the little box. You can't
yeah,
go.
But then you can't see both.
But you can't go, well, some people can. Some people have big TVs. But you won't be right either way. Like, either way, you're going to have 50% of the people agreeing with you, Trevor, or not agreeing with you. So I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Perfectly makes sense. But there'll be other people who say, we don't care. We want to see the battle as much as we can.
Here's another example. Is during motocross, Dungey's bike goes out, and they show him running his bike to the pits, and they show him, and I'm like, man, they're filming that a long time, and there's a race going on. And then they go back to the race, and then they cut back, and it's Dungey standing at the pits while his mechanics are working on the bike. And it's like they spent like 8 minutes on Dungey standing there, and there's like an epic battle going on.
Yeah, but Trevor, there's people who would be like, what's going on with Dungey? He's the champion. What's going on with Dungey? This is drama. This is excitement. This is what we want to see.
And I get that too. And here's the other thing though is, so they want to get the motion and connect with the riders. And then after the race, it's like you see Tomac this last week, and it's like, oh, is he getting bummed out again? And all that. And then the race is over, and as soon as he gets next to his crew, they cut around the recaps.
Wow.
And like Jason's saying, it's like, oh, he was so excited after. That would be the emotion to get. And I know it's hard. And
it is
in the industry, and I hear the shots over like the comms with the director calling shots. I know it's crazy, but I don't know. I just feel like it's filmed in a bad way. I'm just wondering if other people think the same thing.
Other people definitely do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
we hear it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you could really win either way. But
well, that's just it. It can be better, in my opinion, too. But honestly, I get all the tweets and all the DMs. People bitching about the exact same opposite things because everyone has a different idea of what should be shown.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like it's such a beautiful sport to watch, and it's like they don't capture like the beauty of how good these guys are, because they're trying to get like the drama of it or like get you to know the people at the wrong times. And
all right,
I don't know. I'm just wondering how other people feel about it.
How do you respond to this criticism, just attack on you?
It is my decision personally.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
No, we get it. I think the hardest thing to understand is that these things, it is all happening at once. First of all, please do not ever compare it to a stick and ball sport where there is one ball and one piece of action at all times. So please just stop any comparison. Remember one time people saying Stu's out front and they don't show him, but they show Kobe Bryant every time he makes a shot. And I'm like, yeah, but that's the only ball on the court. Of course they're going to show Kobe. There's a battle for second and Stu is out front. Now, to your point, Steve, which one is better? Show the leader by himself or show the battle? How do you answer that question? What is the one
I would
to
say
show?
The battle.
Yeah, but
so they do. Okay, perfect. I'm glad you said that. So there's a vital thread right now.
Yeah.
There's a vital thread right now.
The timing and scoring thing, and it will show the battle for seventh or something, and then you see like Tomac and Sexton 4 seconds apart. It's like, yeah, you don't need to see that.
So they have a spotter.
It gets down to half a second, and then they cut to it, and it's him passing the turn. It's like you missed all that buildup.
I've done the spotter job. That's what everybody always says the way it turns out. So last week, just say perfect example. Webb is closing on Sexton. Webb makes a mistake in the whoops. Now the gap is bigger than it has been at any point in the main event. In the meantime, Jason Anderson, who everyone saw go down in the first lap, is passing Justin Cooper to get into 6th place. That's pretty cool. It's a pretty good story. And, hey, you saw this guy go down. He's in last. He's in 6th. He's a superstar in the series. Here's a chance to show a battle, him passing a guy. Let's do it. And then Sexton falls. So now there's a whole vital thread saying, how dumb are you to have not kept the camera on Sexton? But
No, but
not showing
Tomac is
Anderson
4
making. We
seconds
should have
behind,
never
though.
shown
So
Anderson.
just show Sexton 4 seconds in front by himself.
For the 21 minutes,
No.
just show Sexton the whole time. Never show
Yeah.
Anderson.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about when you see the seconds building up as they're showing out other stuff.
No, but
There is a spotter,
but we
and I
just-
can
yeah.
assure you, they are watching time. I've done the job. I do not believe that's what actually happened. I know that's what the fans at home. The fans at home on Vital right now are saying Webb was right behind Sexton and they cut away. The timing and scoring actually showed that was the largest lead Sexton had at any point in the main because Webb just almost crashed in the whoops.
Right.
So I get the fans are always saying it's obvious that it's closing. There is a spotter watching timing and scoring with 3 monitors and able to look out the window. Trust me, they have someone telling them, I think this is happening. No, I think it's not. They have a person whose full-time job is to monitor that and tell the producer and director, in about a lap or two, we're going to probably have a battle for third if this keeps up. How did they know to cut to Anderson as he was catching J. Coop? Because the spotter said, I can see Sexton's lead is larger than it's ever been, and I can see 6th place is about to have a pass. Cut to 6th place. Then Sexton crashes. How were they supposed to know that was going to happen? So do you just show Sexton for 21 straight minutes?
Yeah. See, Trevor?
That's the whole problem.
It's tough. Yeah.
How is that not?
Well, that's what you're talking about, Trevor. That's exactly
They
what
watched
you're talking
timing
about.
and scoring and said Anderson's about to make a pass.
There's been plenty of times I've seen like the race for the lead when they're showing other stuff they should be showing.
All right, okay. All right.
But
Sounds good, Trevor. All right, thanks a lot.
They
We're
looked
not
at
going to make happy.
They
Trevor,
looked at timing and scoring and said, look, Anderson's about to get into 6th.
Look,
let's go to that.
It's not perfect. It does miss things, but it's
Yeah.
really hard.
I don't know how
Yeah.
you're ever going to not miss things.
Right.
I don't know how.
I don't know, but
I don't
Shane
know how.
wants to rant about Race Day Live now. So, Shane,
Hey,
go
guys.
ahead.
Hey.
Hey, Steve, what's up, man? Love your show. Love
Thank
your show. Ouija, love everything about you guys. I had just a quick call. It was a little bit of a complaint on the production crew as well. As far as Race Day Live, we never have seen a hot lap through 6 straight races. Not one hot lap. When you see Tomac or Webb coming over, getting ready to put a burner on, boom, we go over to somebody changing their linkage in the on the sidelines. And I just wanted to know one thing. Does Carmichael or whoever's up there with him, do they have the ability to have that camera crew change when they see something going on? They'll be showing 11th and 12th place, and you'll hear the crowd erupt in the stadium, and we missed the whole part that was going on. And I just want to compare it as far as to the MXGP package. You go back and watch Paul Malin, who's up there by himself, and you can talk to JT about it. They miss nothing.
How is that
entire race.
possible? How could you miss nothing?
Go back and watch the races.
So when they're showing 3rd, they know in advance the leader is going to tip over and get the camera on it before he crashes?
What I'm saying is, I think it seems like you guys don't have the ability and the proof to change it over there to where I've seen Malin do it many times. He'll tell them to put it back to Hurlins and Geiser battling. You know, if they go back to Seawer or whoever. I wanted to know the question. I pay for it. I go to all the races. I love it. I'll continue to pay for it, but I think it could be better.
It's Brayton's fault.
How dare you, Steve? I'll take that bullet. I'll take that bullet. I think there's 2 different things we're talking about. The Race Day Live, yes. We need to see more hot laps. I believe the problem is it is very difficult if you're shooting a guy on one side of the stadium and then timing and scoring flashes, through the first sector, this guy's going fast in the first 20 seconds of the lap. You really only have 25 to 30 more seconds before his lap is over. It is very difficult to be like, okay, we're focused on the guy over there. We have about 3 seconds to find a guy in another side of the stadium and get the camera to him. It is very difficult. It doesn't happen that quickly. You have all the cameras trained on one guy, and then you quickly got to find another guy in another part of the building. And within 30 seconds, that lap is over. I think that's part of the problem.
JB, how is it for you? Like, are you showing these guys, or are you looking at this and being like, hey, capture this guy, he's on it? Or
Well, here's another thing that I'll say to that. If you look at their the sheets from practice, right, most guys only do about 3 legit fast laps, but you do a total of probably 8 to 10 laps. So I would say 7 out of 10 times they start on Sexton. Sexton's on a heater. He might make a mistake and give it up. Okay, now you got to find the next. Okay, you just got on Colt Nichols. He starts a fast lap. Oh, he makes a mistake. So it's really hard to know exactly when they're going to do the fast lap. But I agree. I mean, there's times when, they go off them at a certain time where it's like, oh, man, Chase, I was just going to talk about Chase doing this rhythm land that I had seen in a practice before or something or whatever. But look, the thing I will say, and I mentioned earlier, I'm just barely dipping my toe in the water in this stuff. It's
You're doing great.
way,
You're
way
doing a great
harder.
job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But from the production side and the crew side, it's so much harder than I ever thought. I have a whole new respect for all these guys. And, I mean, I know people will just say, well, of course it's hard, but like it's beyond hard. The from the setup crew to the camera crew to the producer and even the commentators, like Ricky used to get so much heat. I'm like what people don't know too is when we're talking, and we obviously will speak to this, like you're getting somebody talking in your ear the whole time. The whole time I'm talking up there, there's basically somebody saying, all right, throw it to Dan, or this is happening, or that's happening, or hey, look, so try and have a conversation. This is a little bit off what you were talking about with fast laps, but I'm just trying to portray how hard it actually is to be on live TV. And Weeds does a phenomenal job at it, and Ricky's gotten really, really good at it. Daniel's amazing at it. Like these guys are really good, but from the production crew to everyone, it's so much harder. So I wish people would cut them a little bit more slack, but it's no different than you watching a football game in a bar and everybody in there could coach better than that coach. They passed it and they should have ran it, and they ran it and should have passed it. It's no different. So it kind of is what it is, but it could always be better, right?
Thanks for the call, Shane. Thanks, man.
We got to get more hot laps. He's right. Got to get more hot laps.
Yeah.
But I will never understand how anyone could say that they should get all. How do you know a tip over is coming before it happens? If you're watching two guys battling for third and you're showing that battle and the leader is 30 seconds ahead and then he tips over,
right?
How would you have ever known to have the camera on the leader before he tipped over? How is that possible?
Well, the camera might be on the leader, but the action, the main shot. Yeah.
So the idea, I hear that all the time. Like, you heard the crowd erupt. The crowd erupted because of a thing that has now already happened.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to know 5 seconds before that tip over that tip over was going to happen? I don't even understand how that would be expected. And by the way, when you watch MotoGP, for example, you know what happens all the time? The announcers are like, wait, there's been a crash. We don't know who it is yet. We don't know who it is yet. We don't know who it is yet. And then they finally get a camera on it, and they're like, because they didn't know. How I will not ever understand how you would expect them to have a camera on a guy before he crashes.
Right. Well said. It's a tough production, and it couldn't be better for sure. But
NASCAR races, the guys crash in the back all the time. They're like, wait, we have a crash, and then they find out. How did they not know in advance who was crashing? Yeah. It almost seems like in all racing, this is the way it goes all the time because there's more than one piece of action happening at once.
Yep. JB, thanks for calling in. Thanks for being the surprise guest for Weech tonight. Good job on everything you're doing. When are you back, JB? What's next?
I'm back at Daytona, so this weekend off.
Yep.
And I'll be in Daytona.
Well, if anybody knows Daytona,
There you go. Steve, you going?
You'll be at that one, Steve?
No, I will not be at that one.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
No Daytona.
I'm not a fan of Daytona. Just not a fan. I don't have any suites to watch from anymore. I don't have anybody who cares about me. I just gotta fight through the crowd and sit in some bleachers.
Well, maybe Weege and I could get you into the Champions Club at some point.
There you go.
That would be great.
Yep. You know, one time, JB, Steve complained so much about the race that the PR guy for Daytona made it he had one mission all weekend. They don't deal with as much media for Supercross as they do for Daytona 500, so he had plenty of time on his hands. So his only goal for the weekend was to make this Steve Mathis guy happy. And he unlocked the press box on the other side. Everything happens on the infield for Supercross. No, he unlocked the press box on the bleacher side.
That's where I was when JB took the win.
That was then?
Yep, that was then.
It's a magical night.
Yep, I was on that far side press box.
Wow. Got to go on the roof.
Yep.
Didn't we get to go on the roof?
We got on the roof. Yeah.
Could probably see Georgia from there. It was so high up.
And you're still out. Just no go.
Yeah,
not a fan.
No, it's expensive. You can't see nothing. I got no press box anymore. That guy's gone.
Jeez.
So yeah, it's tough race now for me. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Tough life for you, Steve.
Thank you, JB. Thank you. Thanks for realizing that.
That press box this past weekend was tough life.
Oh, it was not very good. No. So, thanks, JB. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Appreciate it.
See ya. That's Renegade Racing Fuels bringing you Justin Brayton. We got a break for commercial. Shout out to Zach Canfield for $4.99. He said, Steve, do you think Sexton should be on episode 1 of the preview show, or was Weege right?
Dude.
Weege was wrong.
This has been fun to watch. the Mendoza line was, should it be Webb or should it be Sexton? And where are we at right now?
Sexton.
Tied. They're tied.
Yeah.
They are literally tied in points.
Derek Matthews gave us $4.99. Shout out to the whole crew as well.
Is that
And
your brother?
Weege, of course.
Matthews?
No, Derek Matthews.
Yeah.
Oh,
Matthews?
Yeah, my brother.
Yeah.
Moorhead sent Weege $9.99 on YouTube. I am not going to give that to Weege, I promise you. Feedub give us $19.99. Thanks, guys. Appreciate this. All right, we're going to commercial break. We'll be right back after this. Eli Tomac's coming up. Jason Thomas as well. Alex Gillespie from DirtWurx. I have a lot of questions about tracks as well. So stick around. Be right back after this. And we're going to have some sushi and be right back. Thanks for listening.
Ooh. Yeah, but they don't know shit.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship-winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Wurx Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Wurx Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Wurx Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Wurx Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Wurx Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, DirtWurx' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DirtWurx, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Wurx Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Wurx Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Wurx Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Wurx Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Wurx Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, DirtWurx' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DirtWurx, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Type, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Eli Tomac coming up right away here on the show. Jason Thomas as well. Thank you to ProFilter. Trevor Reese from ProFilter and Maxima was in studio last week. Pulp 20 at checkout. They make top quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Sold through Power Sports dealers nationwide. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service. ProFilter guys, Pulp 20 is the code to save with them, as well as Maxima USA. Whether it's a suspension clean, whether it is the contact clean or the MPPL, Maxima has got a great line of products. Of course, Factory Kawasaki and Mitch Payton using Maxima as well. 4-stroke oils and the lube and the grease. I don't know what my favorite Maxima part is, Weege, but I mean, everyone says SC1. So
yeah, I was going to say
yeah.
That was SC1.
I mean, everyone says that. It's the whole thing about SC1. But
you know what I like?
New bike in a can.
They got the chain cleaner. There's chain wax and chain lube.
Yeah.
The chain cleaner. So it's like pressure wash in a bottle.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
I've got it. I don't know if I've ever tried it.
Yeah, I think it's great because
I should use it on my mountain bike, actually.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I don't always have time to wash the bikes immediately.
Oh, okay.
But that's not a big deal. But the chain, you kind of really need to.
Yeah.
To fire up the pressure washer just because of the chain.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Instead, you just spray this Maxima on there.
Right.
Dirt drips right off. It's probably my fave.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thanks to the folks at MaximaUSA.com. Pulp 20 to save it. ProFilter and Maxima. Fly Racing. FlyRacing.com. You've seen it on Max Hansen on the podiums. RJ Hampshire on podiums with Fly Racing. The great Justin Brayton's wearing Fly Racing. McElrath had his best race of the year. He's in Fly Racing. And it's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. What's going on over there?
Wow, there's a lot to get to tonight. I mean, Brayton and Weege are on the line and telling each other just how amazing they were for 15 minutes. So
Yeah, just love story between those two.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's just something that the TV broadcast crew and Race Day Live and all of us on the Feld team have in common, right, JT?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of synergy there.
Mm-hmm.
We all work together. We're on the same team, Steve. One day you come over and join us. We'd love to have you. But there is a lot of good things happening on Team Feld Entertainment.
What do you think? Let's say Cabrera, Doug, or Ken call
Why do
me.
you say his name backwards?
Cabrera Doug.
Oh, did I say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I think you meant that more in like a filing cabinet style.
Yeah.
Cabrera.
Common,
comma.
Are you taking attendance?
Right.
Cabrera, Doug.
Alderson, comma, Ken.
Okay.
If they call me, what role do I get? What do I get? Like, say they slide me the same briefcase of cash that you two got.
Yep.
Daniel's got and JB's got, and
I believe you've pitched this before.
What role do I have?
You have thrown this theory out. You were a former mechanic. Maybe you could be in the pits or in the mechanics area. You could be like the bike guru.
Okay.
You've said this before.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
I don't want to be the wacky pit guy like Rutledge. I don't really want to be that.
Hot takes, Steve.
Wow, or even like, hey, I've got the new what is the fucking little Cowie bike called that they have in the pits? Like, they do the demos?
The electrode.
Hey, I've got an electrode. Watch me. I don't want to do that.
I don't think they want you to do that either.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No. But, what if you were bike guru?
Well, you'd have to try to get some information from the teams, which would be really tough to do. So,
I think, this is JT's segment right here. I think that the changes that they make, you could go very basic on, like, you don't have to know that this team specifically did this.
Yeah.
You could just say, one of the things that they try is this, and here's how this works, and here's what it does.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe I'll just keep my integrity. Maybe I'll just keep it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. It's a big maybe.
All right. So Tomac's coming up here shortly. What a race by him. What a race by all three of those guys. Really, it was great to see. But let's talk 250s here. Jet's really good, okay? And he doesn't have a big of a points lead as one would think, losing only one race. His brother is racing this weekend, Triple Crown in Dallas. Who beats Hunter on the East? Like we saw, Jet is a Triple Crown going to take down Hunter too? Because it's just too hard to be consistent, JT?
I don't think it's the same setup as the West. I think the East, there's a lot more parity. Jet is just he's just dominant. Yes, could he lose a race? We've already seen it. Of course he can. But I think he's proving that he's the best guy. And then you factor in the injuries for McAdoo and Hampshire that are really the only guys that I think can go head-to-head with him in any capacity. He's just better, man. Like, it's not anybody's fault. Like, we all think and know that he's going to be, a 450 contender very soon. The East is a little different. Yes, Hunter's won both races, but I could see Jordan winning. Nate Thrasher was 20 feet from winning. We don't really know how fast Hayden Deegan's going to progress. And it just feels more open, even though it's been, again, Hunter's 2-0. It just feels more open to me. There's a lot more chances for some interesting things to happen than the West. The West, unfortunately, is – I don't want to say it's over because it's racing, but we already kind of know what to expect. The script already feels written.
But Hunter's win, he came from sixth or whatever. And, he worked on those guys. It was pretty impressive, right? Like, obviously, Thrasher thing came down to the last 20 feet. But, like, he shouldn't have been able to win that. If he starts getting a start, like he did at round one, maybe it's over,
Yeah, I think so. I think he's the best guy. I do. But most of men I think has been underperforming. He's a guy that I think if he gets together, he can be there. He's proven to us over the last couple of years he can go really fast at times and fast enough to win. I don't know what's been going on. Like, it hasn't been good so far. But there are just more guys capable, I think, on the East Coast of making it interesting. And I like that. I wish that we hadn't gotten the situation because Thrasher had one really bad race and a good one, and Jordan Smith kind of the same. So Hunter could slip away in the points here and really us not notice, almost sneakily get away here. But I feel like race to race and week to week, it's pretty open. Even though, again, I'm proven wrong because we've only seen one winner, but it feels that way.
I think Hunter takes off with this, with maybe more points than Jet because of the parity of the class and the mistakes the other guys are making. What do you think, Weege?
Yeah, I can see what you mean. I think we saw even Hampshire and McAdoo not at their best. They weren't 100% this weekend.
Yep.
They still got second and third. I mean, we've already seen Thrasher and Smith each have a bad race. In 2 races, they've already had one bad race.
Right.
Tom Viel, probably sleeping on, had some crashes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He's probably going to pull hole shots. Maybe he's capable of something. I don't mean challenging for the title, but maybe winning. But, yeah, I think points-wise, it might actually be easier for Hunter.
Right.
Because McAdoo and Hampshire seem like they're going to be on the podium no matter what.
And I know Hayden Deegan looked great. I'm the first guy. I wrote all about it in my column last week, or the column after round 2 of the East. I'm really impressed. I've really had my eyes open. This kid's the real deal. But I still feel like we're going to see a multiple crash main event. I feel that way from Hayden Deegan. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But I think we also have to remember, like, Hunter's one crash away from changing the feel of that. And he had crashes like that. A2 last year, he DNF'd, huge crash. So it's not out of, the question that Hunter could open the door here. He's been great through 2 so far, no question. But I don't think, when you look at the course of his career, it's not like, well, he's never going to crash. Like, he's had crashes.
Yeah.
He's had some inconsistency at times. So I don't think it's over. But to your point, these guys are making it a little bit easier than they should on him.
yeah, and I don't know if I'm 100% there with Max Anstey, like winning a race or being this podium guy. Like
Winning the title. Can you imagine? He's second right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
He has to be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like Hunter can be more dominant than Jet in a strange way, and it's because of the other class, because of the other guys in the class.
McAdoo and Hampshire are good.
Yeah, it's hard to say that, though, when you see Jet win by 16 seconds. Like, it's hard to say that, but I understand what you mean. Points-wise, the guys in the East could open the door and make it feel like it's a runaway, when on the track maybe it's not.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but, we'll see. Triple Crown this weekend, and, we've seen certainly, different things can happen to that for either way.
We talked about Star Racing on the Race Day Live show, myself and Justin Brayton this weekend. And, one thing you cannot forget is that team is a victim of their success, right? So Justin Cooper had to move up. Nichols had to move up. Craig didn't have to move up, but had his chance to move up and did. That's 3 really good riders who have left that class recently, right? And we haven't seen a ton of rookies come in yet until this year. So it's almost like there's a Lawrence Brothers void. Like, I'm not saying they wouldn't have beaten those guys anyway.
Yeah.
I'd probably put money on them no matter who's there. Maybe not Justin Cooper. He's legit. But the timing also to be able to dominate helps. Imagine if Craig came back to the class. The conversation of the Lawrence Brothers would at least be different.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, we're in there is turnover like this every so often, right?
Yeah.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Right.
If Justin Cooper was allowed to race 250s this year, the story would look different.
Or Nichols, who crashed out and didn't even rise.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you're right on that. All right, Jason Thomas here on the show. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Of course, live shows, Denver, Indy. At least JT is going to be there, Weege. I know that every single week. So, all right, JT. So, Weege brought up before we got to cut you short. By the way, I apologize. Blame Brayton.
That's all right.
And Tomac, we got to get that Tomac guy in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But JT, I'll leave you with this. Weege said there's a world that he sees. I don't see it, but Weege sees a world where Webb does really good this year, even if he doesn't win the title, has multiple wins, and stays at Red Bull KTM with Chase.
I think there's that possibility is open.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. The tough part is, and I don't know this is speculation, I think that KTM, when they pitched Chase on this deal, and they were, they're wooing him away from Honda, right? Like there's no question about that. Honda doesn't want to lose him, right? So this was a courtship that KTM seems to have won last year. I think they pitched him on, you're the guy. Like, you are going to be the only guy that matters. And last year, they could make that case because Honda was worried about Kenny. We all know Jet's coming. So they could make that case and say, listen, we're gonna put our entire effort around you, and we're gonna make you the face of Red Bull KTM for the long term.
Mm-hmm.
How do they square that if they keep Cooper around, who's a 2-time champ, and who knows, maybe he's a 3-time champ after this year. We don't know. And he's also one of Chase's biggest rivals now. How do they square that? Like, that's a really tough dynamic to move forward with. But what do you do if Cooper keeps winning and he somehow finds a way to win this title, or he just takes it all the way to the end? You just cut him loose?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
it's really difficult. There's going to have to be some hard conversations made all the way around, whether they keep Cooper or don't. And if they do, how do they, they're going to have to talk to Chase. If they don't, they have to face Cooper with that. It's interesting. I will say, though, I want to do, and maybe we could all do it, I want to do like a kind of an early silly season podcast, because there are so many different dynamics at play. Because what if KTM decides we just can't, we can't move forward with Cooper because of this Chase thing? If you're Honda, wouldn't you want to bring Cooper in to kind of mentor Jet and be the guy?
Well,
I would.
I had never even thought of that.
If I'm Honda and he's open, I'd snatch him up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, we think Nichols is Supercross only, and he's got to prove a lot. So yeah, there theoretically should be a second 450 spot open. So
yeah. So there's just a lot of chess pieces that one decision, the ripple effects of that get really interesting, and we don't know where. We assume Anderson's going to stay, but we don't know, right? There's just a lot of things that can happen. AP7 is up. Like, we don't know what happened. Like, does he lose his job at KTM? He's just coming on now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, that's another place he could land at Honda. Like, he's so marketable in his own way. He has this unique personality that, speaking for myself in fly racing, like, he's very valuable. Like, he has this unique fan base and his own angle. I think he's an attractive target for a lot of people, OEMs or otherwise. So there's just a lot of things that are going to happen. And once a few of the pieces start falling, I think Webb's probably the top of that list.
Mm-hmm.
It gets really interesting. And then you have to factor in, does Eli race, right? Does Eli race next year? That's another part of this equation that's a couple $1 million in Yamaha's budget that is either there or not. So it's a really interesting silly season setting up. Maybe one of the most interesting in the last decade.
Yeah, Craig's got a deal, and AC's got a deal.
Is that it?
And I heard Mookie's going to resign. And
okay.
That's all I know. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Three guys.
We got a lot of spots open for 2024.
Yeah, and at the top, like, normally we don't have the best of the best in limbo, right? It's like, okay, all these, B guys are open, and where are they going to all land? These are the best of the best. We don't know.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know if the reigning champion is going to stay racing. We don't know if second and third in points, how they're going to play. Are they going to be teammates or are they not? It's really, there's a lot there to unpack, and you could just see it going a million different ways right now.
Yeah. No,
if Craig's locked in for next year, which he is, he's 10th in points. The top 9 in points are all up.
Right. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yep. All right, JT, we got to run. We got that Eli guy on the line. So thank you for the time, Fly Racing. FlyRacing.com. Thanks, man.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you. All right, let's get right to the guy. He won Oakland in a very, very good ride. He is the current points leader in the Supercross Series, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. It's Eli Tomac. What's up, Eli? How are you, man?
What's up, guys?
Thanks for doing this.
On.
Yeah, a couple things to touch on for you. One is, we know you're gnarly. We know your dad's gnarly. We know everything that you do.
Mom's gnarly, really,
Mom's gnarly,
right?
yeah.
Mom's gnarly.
Mom's gnarly.
Yep. Brother's gnarly.
Brother is gnarly.
Yes,
yeah.
brother's gnarly.
Right. Really break this down.
Yeah.
But when you see a track like that, Eli, and I didn't talk to you, but I talked to a lot of guys, and they're just like, dude, this is treacherous. This is hard. This is death cross. This is going to get me, blah, blah. What are you like? What are you like? Are you like the same way where you're like, oh my God, this track?
Yeah, it was just very busy. It was the busiest track we've had to date, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for this season, and the busiest track that we've had in a long time that I can remember. When you have the whoop section, the Dragon to whoop again, even that alone was the gnarliest thing I've seen in a long time. With that being said, it was cool because you could make up tons of time, with a track like that. And, the more I think about it, it was nice to have something different and very technical. After the race and kind of during the race day, or right after the race, I was kind of negative on it, because it was built a little bit steeper and a little bit different. But to be honest, I was good to see not that many people go down. I feel like I don't know. I thought people were going to be getting hauled off on the meat wagon all day. To be straight up with you guys, walking the track and in practice, but I think we fared it fairly well, and it was just it was gnarly. The only thing I really didn't like was the rhythm before the finish line. There was that one pocket when we would go the triple on and then off.
Yeah.
That one was really steep, and we were dragging pegs in all day. I'm like, why don't you guys just fix that? And that never really changed. But other than that, it was a very technical track and something we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, so you're in the group where you're like, oh shit, yeah, okay, all right, yeah.
Even the second straightaway or the long rhythm section against the wall there.
Yeah.
That thing, that rhythm section was the steepest rhythm that I've raced in. Period. I feel like so.
Wow.
Just something different to see. Yeah.
I was talking to your dad after the race, and I could not figure out, Eli, why you went 2 in all the time. I know you guys watched the film, and so when you started doing 2 in, I'm like, well, that must be faster. But then everyone else is going 3 in, and I'm like, wait, is he watching different film? So I started timing it, and I got my fat thumbs, and I may be off, but I'm like, no, I think the 3 in is a little quicker. But what is he doing? And then so your dad was like, nope. Your dad was like, he can do 2 in every time for half an hour, and he can focus on that. And so it made sense, but I couldn't figure it out.
So this is funny. So I ride press day, right?
Yeah.
And of course we timed it. And actually on press day, from what we got timed, that was a faster line, the 2 in.
Okay.
All the way to the triple, okay?
Yep.
And then so race day, it flips, but it's like, I think it was around 3/10.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going from basically the turn, or even the start of the landing of just the little double before that to the triple ramp. And I think it was like 3/10. But anyway, I felt like I had more of a chance of missing the rhythm section by going 3 in.
Mm-hmm.
When I did try it once or twice, I just felt like there was more risk to it, and I would potentially lose more time by missing it or make a bigger mistake.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's why I just stuck with the double in, triple.
Yeah.
Even though I did miss it once. Yeah.
And then at some point, you were doing the triple across where the pole was, which was fast, but then that went away because that was good. But then you stopped doing it. I think everybody did because it probably just got too beat up. And it was just because you're such a great rider. I'm like, what am I not seeing here by this dude doubling in? Like, what am I missing? Because but your dad was saying like he doesn't even need to worry about it. He can just do it. And I'm like,
that was the whole reason for it. Was just I know I can do it every single time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does it get
just the conservative act? Yeah.
But does it get tempting though? Because Sexton's just pulling away a little bit. How did you decide I'm going to stick with this and not be like, okay, I got to start taking some risk here?
Well, in my mind, I was just going to stay in that pace in that zone, other than the whoops. So I started skimming the whoops at the beginning of the race, and I was fairly close to Chase. And then I went to jumping, and then I was not making up any time in the whoops. Right, once I started jumping the first long set, and then he really started pulling away. So then I started going back to the skim. And I don't know if I actually made any time up. I don't think I even did, but and that's what I was doing until that point. And then I don't know. I was just doing my laps because I knew that track was such a technical track where you could make a mistake. I was almost not counting on it, but I just was like, all right, I'm just going to stay inside of this comfort zone, and if I finish second, I finish second at this point.
This is like the definition of you're just going to ride your own race. You had already decided.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. That's pretty cool.
And it worked. And it worked out. Yeah.
With that being said, though, I made two big mistakes. It would be the start line turn.
Yeah.
So we would do the wall jump, the left. The thing I went flying off the track on is there was a big rut up that ramp, and then because everyone was going roll on that, we actually got down to the plywood for that next small double. And I almost crashed. It was a couple laps before that last lap. And then on the last lap, what happened, I went over that roller, and then my front end hit the plywood and then did that massive twitch, right?
Yeah.
And that's what spit me off the side. So those were the things that I was expecting to happen during that race.
Yeah, and so you could see Webb was closing. I don't know if there's no way you didn't know he was doing that over the table, right? Or did you kind of?
I didn't know that, and I don't know if I ever got that on the board. I probably only looked at my board like 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Just trying to stay focused, but I did not know that he was doing that line. No.
How hard was the double, by the way, after when you went over that table? It was weird to see you guys doubling through that rhythm leading to the finish. The triple must have been so hard.
It was painful, but I've never struggled with a triple so much in my entire life, all day in that thing. And I overshot it probably 2 or 3 times, and then I cased the crap out of it because I drug my pegs up the ramp. So I was just like, you know what, I'm out. I'm going to go double on off. And I think it was actually the same speed because of just going low on the ground versus, popping up in the air with the triple quad. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I as a guy who's sitting in the press box that has no chance of getting hurt, I love rhythms that guys do big gnarly things in. And that quad at the end was slow. AC was telling me it was too slow. You're up in the air too long. But I like seeing 3-4 elite guys do that. I love that the racecraft within one lane like that. Eli, really fascinates me. I love to see you guys all try to figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, you're right about that, though. With that being said, with it being a little bit steep and sketchy, I'd say for that dirt, there was a ton of combinations that went into play. There was literally 3 different ways you could go down that lane, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or maybe even 4 if you went inside on the 90 after the whoops and just went roll over, and then you would have gotten to that combo that Cooper was doing.
Yeah.
But
which Sexton or not Sexton, Webb told me you were doing that. You were rolling on the inside.
So this is that was going to be like my bailout line.
Okay.
For the night show if I needed it because I was struggling so bad during the day with the 3-on-off triple.
Yeah.
With that triple. Yeah. Yep.
Dino told me in a post-race interview that on the parade lap he rolled around with the whoops, and he said on the post-race, he's like, I rolled around and I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to do with these? What do you want me to do with these? Like, Dean was just, I don't know how I'm gonna do this main event, and it's on the parade lap.
Hey,
so yeah.
And the dragon back, talk about that thing. That thing was a curb at the top. Yeah.
Yeah. It was, God, it's crazy to, it's just one random round in a round of 17, and you throw something at this, and when you guys like you and guys like Cooper and guys like Dino are telling me how gnarly it is, I just shake my head because I just think even the simplest tracks are gnarly, for me or for the average guy.
I know it was gnarly, but at the same time it was like there was a lots of time to be made, or time to be lost. So it was pretty cool. Yeah.
Eli, you raced a couple years with the 20-lap format, and then they switched to 20 minutes. Did you do 2 or 3 years the old way? Right.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
If you can remember back that far, the tracks have to be way more hammered now, right? I would imagine.
They are. Yep.
What's weird
They're
is
for sure more deteriorated. Yep.
So what I'm getting at is when that changed, the natural thing would be like the racing's probably going to be less close now because there's 5 more minutes for dudes to pull away from each other. But honestly, I think it's gone the other way because you guys have to manage and almost survive, and it's not just everybody sends it as long as they can. It's pedal to the metal, and we go to the check. Do you almost feel that the racing has gotten more strategic with the longer race?
Yes. Yeah. I'd say so. Especially, more often than not, because now on a normal weekend we're doing 26 to 28 laps. So it's hard just to go wide open the whole time. There's definitely some thinking going on, on when to really send it, when not to, when to take it easy, when to sprint. Yep.
I've noticed you're a little bit more in California, Eli, this year. Is it a weather thing, or what? Are you learning from A-Ray, or like what is are you in California? Is this more testing stuff, or what is it?
No, to be honest, it's just weather. I'm waiting on the weather. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's cold in Colorado. I'm at least a week late this year. So, I would always stay in California until the middle of February.
Oh, okay.
The second week,
okay.
But,
all right.
Yeah, I'm like a week or 2 late, but no big deal. And I can, thankfully there's still some Yamaha support out here, and I have my practice mechanic Kyle out here, so we can get it done. Yep.
You feel a little safer with A-Ray being on the sidelines a little bit at the Yamaha track instead of him jumping in motos with you? Or...
Oh man.
He's out for a bit.
Yeah.
He's out.
Yeah. All right, 702-586-7857. You got a question for Eli Tomac. We got a couple of calls for you here, Eli. One is Jason's on 5. Jason, welcome to the show. What's your question for Eli Tomac?
Hey, I was just curious. I was doing a little digging today, and I noticed that it took you a couple years to really get going in the 450 class. And when you first started out, you had Stu and Villapota that first year, and then it went to Dungy and stuff. And Sexton's the youngest one in that top group right now. So do you remember what it was like, trying to take that spot, like now that you're kind of on your way out, and do you not really sympathize with him, but do you see like what he's going through? Like, do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I mean, I think a lot of us go through that. There's a few unicorns in there that are successful straight away, but I think most riders, it's at least 2 years to it took me even longer than that, a lot longer than that, more than 2 years to mentally mature for a 450 racing period, just for who you're lining up against and it being 20 minutes. It's a lot harder just to go the extra 5 minutes or the 5 laps what it used to be compared to a 250 class. And there's just so many good guys on the gate, and it's a lot. I mean, there's great racers in the 250 class, but the depth of the field is just insane in the 450 class. So everything has to be perfected, and that takes years and years of experience. Yep.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, Cage is on 6, wants to talk about the new Blue Crew. Cage, what's up? You want to talk to Eli Tomac about the new Yamaha?
Yeah, I was going to talk to him about the Yamaha, but you only get one chance to talk to Eli Tomac, so might as well a different question.
Okay.
I'm actually at work right now too. I'm in the break room, so I'll make this quick. So going back to whenever you crashed at Lakewood, I was actually at that race. Didn't get to see it. Is there anything else you can tell us about what happened with the cause of that crash or anything that was going on? So yeah, that's all I'd like to know.
All right, thanks for the call. Going back a few years. Yeah.
The Lakewood 2015 crash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was I don't know. That was really strange because those first 5 motos, it was some of the best riding I've had in my career, and I feel like I was not out of my comfort zone in that time, or at that time. And what happened was I just basically just kept going faster and was comfortable with that, and I guess I didn't respect that part of the track enough, and it was a little bit wet, it was a little bit muddy and off camber, and then my rear end stepped out, and that was it. So
how much of the percentage do you blame GL for the announcer's curse?
Yeah.
That can happen a lot, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
But who knows? I look back at that, and that was a huge bummer. I wish I would have, but that's all in the past now.
Yep.
We've done all right since. Done all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Hey, that was interesting that you said, you kind of understand what Chase is going through. I'm really impressed with the respect that he's shown you. You showed him. And then I saw even Coop reach out, shake your hand on the podium. I mean, you guys are going at it right now.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. I feel like when Coop's had a good year, you've had a bad one. When you've had a good year, he's had a bad one. Now we're really seeing you guys go at it head-to-head. But it's been interesting to watch the respect between the three of you, because I know you're leaving it all out there. It's really interesting off the track, though. You guys have been very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's happening, I think, is we all three know that we're all fast enough to beat each other, so we don't really want to get any – this is my opinion, is that you don't want to give the other guy any extra motivation to go out there and beat you. So,
just being straight up, I like that. Especially,
I don't want to put any more fire under their bellies and under their,
Kill them with kindness. Yeah.
Actually, it is funny. We've gone over to the Honda rig, and Sexton's dad will joke about that. He's like, "Don't do anything to make Webb mad."
Yeah.
We do not want Webb angry.
Yeah.
He rides better when he's angry.
Yeah.
That's cool.
All right, we got Brett on 6. Brett, what's your question for Eli Tomac?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, Eli. It's Brett, your Aussie superfan here, mate. How are you? Been a while.
Hey, what's up? Yep.
Going good, mate. Hey, I see you've got a bit of an affiliation with Porsche. Is that correct, or?
Yes. Yeah. I was doing some, or I've been in a Cup car a couple of times now, the GT3 Cup car, and it's just a hobby I have, and they were able to, provide me with a track day in that 992 Cup car. So that's the connection there. Yep.
Anything would you take up like Cup racing after moto?
Maybe, but that's a learning process, and it's something I am considering. But right now, it's something that is it's similar to racing a bike, but also something new, so or different in a way. So I don't know where I'm going to go with it, but yeah, that was the connection there with Porsche. Yep.
Cool. Thanks, Brett.
Well, and do you still have? You used to have a green GT3. Have you still got that, or did you sell it? I don't really like to talk about exactly everything I have. So yeah.
There you go,
That's
Brett.
all right.
Thanks,
All right.
buddy.
Cool. Okay.
Eli Tomac brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Please check them out if you can. Email us if you want a discount from OGO, whether it's the 9800, the travel bag, whatever it is, they'll dial you in. Eli, have you changed much on your bike since the A1? Have you, obviously small stuff here and there, but have you done any major stuff from, the preseason testing to now?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of tweaking, but nothing major. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat around the bush a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I just wonder how comfy you are with it being the new model, and you're learning. Everybody's learning still, right? A little bit.
Here's the thing: is I would have expected to be doing way more at this point than what I have done.
Okay.
So it's been solid.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. What is there any chance we see you at the SMX races? I know you told us before you don't think so, but have you reevaluated that? Have you rethought that? Is there any way we see you at those?
I'll say right now there's like a maybe 50-50 chance.
Oh,
so
okay.
All right.
The odds are getting better. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, look, there's some good money at stake, man.
Yeah, there is.
So.
No, that's what we like to hear. 50-50. Great cliffhanger drama now.
Yeah.
Hey, at the start of the season, I was saying 98, 99 done, but I would say I'm leaning 50-50 now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good. Yeah.
Yep.
So coming up this weekend, Triple Crown. We know you're really good at these. Didn't get the Anaheim 2-1, but I imagine that didn't deter you from loving these things. I know you don't love them, but you're really good at them. That's what I
know.
You always say this.
It's love-hate.
I know.
I've got a great win record, but yeah, it's they are what they are. The good thing is my starts have improved a ton this year, so yeah, whatever. I'm just going to go with it, and I've always said I hope they just keep it to the amount that we have currently. Yeah.
So we're 7 or 6 rounds down in this thing. Are you having a little bit more fun this year, just soaking it in, or now because now this? I mean, Sexton and Webb are giving you all you want. They're super fast riders, and things are getting serious, and you want to go out a winner and all of this stuff and win another championship.
Mm-hmm.
But are you able to kind of be like, this is near the end. Let me have some fun, or is it all business?
Well, I mean, this time of year it's hard to be, like too happy-go-lucky, but it's both. It's both. I mean, right now I feel like we're all kind of in the pressure cooker, but in general, I've been having a lot of fun these past 2 years, just in general as a whole. So
okay.
Yeah, still having a good time.
Well, listen, I've ridden a Yamaha for a long time. This is what happens, Eli, when you get on Yamaha. You become happy. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
It's right. Blue Crew.
Blue Crew, yeah. It just makes you this way. Look at Chiz. Chiz doesn't ride Blue Crew. He's having a horrible year. His knee's hurt. How good was Chiz on Yamaha?
He even stalled in the LCQ.
Yeah, he stalled it.
He stalled and he didn't make it.
Right.
I mean, it happened.
See what I'm saying?
It's just facts. Sorry.
Like, Chiz has never, he switched and he should have stayed. So.
Yeah, you said the last couple of years you've been enjoying it more. It's funny. I'm thinking about this now. During the break that we were forced into with the pandemic, you had the Supercross points lead, and then we didn't even know if we'd ever race again. And you were cool enough. We did an interview probably in like April or something. And I remember you saying like, man, after this, I'm never going to complain about going in an airport again. I just want the chance to race my motorcycle again. Did that give you, and at the moment we all had that perspective, do you think that perspective has stuck with you a little bit? Like, oh, now I know what it's like to not have racing. I'm going to enjoy it a little more or not complain about the little things. Has that stuck with you a little bit?
Yeah, it has. It totally has.
Wow.
And but I feel like as you get older, that starts creeping in your head anyway. You know, because you're at the tail end of your career. So you enjoy everything about it more and more, and you learn to appreciate it. You know, try not to let it go too fast. Yeah.
Yeah, because I always say anyone in those stands that are watching you, right? If you told them the things that are bad about your job, they'd be like, "Yeah, but wait, you're getting paid a lot of money to race the best motorcycles in the world. Like, you're complaining about getting an Uber to the airport at 4 a.m. Like, that's your problem." So, so you're able to keep that in mind at least.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Because I mean, in the end, you're doing everything everyone wants to do. But once you do it for 10 or 12 years, you kind of forget how cool it is sometimes. But we had to take it away briefly, so that probably helps. Yeah.
Yep. Maybe it helped our whole group. You know, seems like we're all sticking around.
It's true. The whole group is. You're right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we don't want that to happen again, so not worth it.
No. It's crazy right now, Eli. Like, obviously, RC and Dunge and Villapoto hung it up a little bit early and multi-time champions, and you're on the list. You're passing these guys. You're tied with RC. You're moving up the ranks. But only Chase is really, like, super young among this group. Like, you guys, a lot of you guys are turning this – you're all dads, and you're all turning this tide into older racers still going. You know, for a long time it was like, oh, these guys are retiring early and this and that, but it seems to be flipped now.
Yeah, and maybe I don't know. I think it's just straight up whether or not you're burned out mentally. Period.
Yeah.
You know, physically, you know, we're obviously plenty competitive at 30 years old. So it's all upstairs, man. If you just want to do it or not.
Yeah. RV said a few weeks ago he wishes he would have changed teams like you at the end to keep them happier and more motivated. You know, I think he looks at what you did, leaving longtime Cowie, and nothing against Cowie, but just new situation, new bike, new energy, all of that. He wishes he would have done that. You know, so
I mean, it's a tough thing. I mean, loyalty is obviously great, but like I said, a new fender can change a lot of things. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Anything else for Eli Tomac, Weege?
I'm sure there'll be plenty more talks with him as the year goes on.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Well, Weege, you're doing TV, you're doing live announcing. What's next?
Actually, I do want to thank you, Eli. We did an interview there at Press Day. I think you did like 8 or 9, you said. And, of course, you knew what questions were coming. Everybody was just going to ask you about Tampa in 9 different ways. But I appreciate, you doing the interview, and you have good, honest answers. And actually, that was the first time I had done stuff for the Race Day live show, and they were, like, blown away. They were like, that's one of the best Eli interviews we've ever seen. And I'm like, well, thank him, not me. So I appreciate that. Made me look good in front of the bosses.
Yeah, there you go.
Good
well,
deal.
I mean, you took it on the head. We were actually saying the same thing about Sexton. These have been some disappointing runs here, and he's facing the music head on. I feel like you're doing the same. We don't always see that. So we'll give you credit when it's due. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Eli, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. Great job in Oakland. This is a cool season so far, man. I know that, you know, maybe it's a bit much. Maybe you'd love to have a bigger points lead, I'm sure. But for us, this is a lot of fun. Thanks for calling in.
It's fun. All right. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
See you guys.
All right. See you.
Bye.
That's Eli Tomac, everybody. Brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Please check them out if you can. Email us if you want a discount on the show.
Same point we made about Sexton. Like, in the past, if a guy at Tomac's level wins the first couple races, then gets a 5th, the next weekend everybody's going to be so scared, like, who's going to have the guts to ask this guy about last week?
Right.
And everybody did, because he was fine with it. He didn't stare laser beams through anybody. He answered the same thing probably 9 times. He wasn't angry that people dared question a 5th. He even said, I was questioning myself as much as you guys. We didn't always get dudes being dishonest.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Cherby's. No Cherby's plastic?
Isn't it the 8 o'clock hour?
Nope, because we're still in 7 o'clock hour.
Barely. Okay. Yep.
7 o'clock, sir.
Okay, 7:58.
A Cherby's.
What about?
You like a Cherby's?
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff.
Handguards. Love it. Got handguards.
That's good.
I just didn't know how to put them on my 110, but now thanks to the gearhead, I know.
At a Cherby's USA on social media, Cherby'sUSA.com for the website. Whether it's the Red Bull KTM guys, the Monster Kawasaki guys, the Gas guys, many others along the way. At Cherby's is fine-tuned the products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life with handguards, disc guards, and more. At Cherubies USA. If you want a discount from the folks at Cherubies, use the email form, and we'll see what we can do for you. Jason Weigandt in studio, brought to you by the folks at DirtWurx. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Outside sales rep for the U.S. market for just one. That is the job of the week. H&A Sports Protection is seeking industry-experienced outside sales reps to help grow and develop multiple territories for Torque and just one product lines. There we go. The independent outside sales rep will facilitate sales of our Torque and Just One brands to area dealers while maintaining company objectives. Upload your resume for free today on motorcycleindustryjobs.com. And if you're a company looking for people, use them to advertise. And they have a lot of web traffic. They'll find you good people. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com, the number one source for power sports companies looking for employees. So thank you to those guys. All right, let's get right to our next guest because I have a lot of questions to this gentleman. And I'm going to start with a simple one, and we'll move forward from there. Brought to you by Renthal, the Renthal Wurx Fit Tool, the best place to learn and determine what brand you are looking for. Compare all the Renthal bends, then input your bike and compare the OE bends, then input another brand's bend specs, and the tool will draw that bar to allow you to compare that way also. They have an inventory locator on there as well for the USA. They have more championships than all their other brands combined. Cooper Webb, Renthal guy. Chase Sexton, Renthal guy. Jason Anderson, Renthal guy. Renthal.com, sprockets, chains, grips. Fat bar 36 to the 7/8 bar. I got a 7/8 bar sent to me for my project bike. And
yeah,
it's
what are you
just
working on?
A 90 YZ125.
Why is that?
I may have bit off more than I can chew.
Why did you pick that?
Because Mr. Side needed money to finish his garage in Texas.
What? Where are you going with this?
That's where I'm going. I
Okay.
bought Mr. Side's basket case.
This was Mr. Side's bike?
Yes.
Oh, man. The gift keeps on
He
giving.
needed money for this shop.
Oh, my gosh.
I wanted to start a new project bike, but he delivered it, and it is just, I mean, he didn't. Now, look, I'd love to bust his balls. He didn't deliver it in any condition that he didn't say it was in. So
He said it was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's bad. So, Renthal.com, bringing you our next guest. He is one of the owners of DirtWurx track builders. That you see those dirt tracks each and every Saturday night in Supercross. And let's get to the bottom of this. Alex Gillespie. What's up, Alex? How are you, man?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you. I know it's late in Texas. You're already there. You went right from Oakland to Dallas to build, all right? That's a life you guys lead.
Yep, we made it out of Oakland alive.
What is the schedule? What's the teardown? And then give us our listeners an idea of how hard you guys work.
Yeah, so Oakland, loading that place out, actually, we lost power. So in the night, the stadium lights turned off when we were loading trucks in the dark. So we're lucky that didn't happen the day before because the street lights weren't working. It was kind of a mess. But, yeah, so right after the race, we pile up all the dirt, pluck all the pipe out. We take down the berm restraints, or the nets as you call it, the starting gate, and we do some miscellaneous stuff. But we try and get out of there quickly to get some sleep because all day Sunday we were loading out all the jumps, and we were just leaving the flooring for someone else to load out and bring the field back to life. So we didn't get out of there till about 10:30 at night. 5 hours of sleep, and we hopped on a plane, and now we're here in Texas getting ready to go to work tomorrow.
It's just nuts, the things that you guys do. Very, very hard workers. I have a lot of questions, Alex. Can I just get right to this? So,
yeah.
Okay. Who opens the building for you when you get there? Like, is there some sort of you pull up, or whoever pulls up, we rented this for the week, and then there's got to be somebody that's like, yeah, we're going to let you in and turn the power on. How does that work?
Yeah, I have like a building contact per every venue, like a 24-hour security or some manager, and they kind of relay the message to who needs it. And then either I get like a pass or my credential works, and I just pull my van right on the floor and get after it.
Really? Okay, so it's never a problem to get in these buildings Monday morning or whatever. It's never a problem.
Not really. I mean, if there is, I just make a couple phone calls to someone I felt, and pretty soon I'm in there.
Okay. I was just, these giant buildings, like who's...
Don't give anyone any ideas.
Who's in there?
Somebody's going to show up.
Who's turning the light on and being like, okay, you can start working? Would you guys like a movie on the Jumbotron? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
There's always security.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Good.
So a fan can't rock up to Indy the Monday before the race and be like, I swear, I build
Probably
the tracks.
not.
Let me in.
No, they'll get stopped.
And so the first thing you do, you throw plywood down for the most part, right? And then the dirt's already being trucked in like that morning, like everybody, the loaders are coming in with, the trucks are coming in with dirt, just nonstop?
Well, like everyone's kind of different because sometimes Monster Jam follows us or we follow Monster Jam, or sometimes we load the dirt in and we load it out. But Feld has like an in-house flooring crew, or sometimes the building provides the plywood and they lay it for us. So
oh, okay.
I've laid plywood before, but we kind of wiped our hands clean of that, and they take care of it. So thank God, because when I did it, it was not fun.
I bet. No, I can imagine. What's the best stadium to work with on the circuit? What's the place you look forward to going to the most?
There's a bunch of good ones because they're all kind of unique in their own ways. But anything with a concrete floor is kind of sweet because you're not dealing with peeling off of plywood or that plastic stuff we call product.
Right.
Yeah, the concrete floor is just awesome because it's faster. It's just less of a headache.
Sure.
Yeah, like Dallas, you'll know tomorrow morning. It's just a straight up concrete floor right now.
Yeah, they hauled in 200 loads today. So when we get there, it's a concrete floor, and half the dirt's gonna be piled up right in the center. So we should be able to get after it pretty quick.
So many questions here. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal, Alex Gillespie from DirtWurx. Hey, is Rich Winkler? Rich is still around. Like, he's not doing the tracks anymore, but Rich started DirtWurx way back in the day and had the contract forever. And you work with Rich?
Yeah, I mean, Wink is retired. I mean, I'm buying him out. He's still involved, I guess. I can still call him up and run questions by him and stuff, but I mean, I try not to because he's retired, right? I don't want to just keep him working. But yeah, I mean, he's kind of a legend. I feel like he never got enough credit for the influence he had on the sport. He started it in 1991, and before that, he worked for, Mike Goodwin and all the other promoters.
Yep.
And he had kind of like a Mike Mewey job at one point. So
yeah. Did he work for Savitsky? Yeah. Was he John? Or John was competition? I don't even know. John Savitsky was a legendary track
80s,
builder.
90s track builder. Yeah.
Yeah. Back and forth with him. I mean, I don't know all the details, but I know Wink was kind of the guy that kind of invented the idea of like one company would build all the tracks to keep them consistent. So like they didn't really believe one guy could build one, load it out, get to the next venue, load it in, and build another. So Rich kind of proved everyone that was doable. I mean, he invented like, the on-off, the technique of cutting whoops off of an elevated pad. I mean, he probably built the first triple. So he's a lot of the things we see today, he kind of shaped.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a legend. The Wink was around forever. When I was a mechanic, right? He was the guy still. So all of that was going on. So we just had Eli Tomac on, and he told us how gnarly Oakland was, even for a guy like him. And everyone, Alex, told us how gnarly Oakland was. When you design that and build it, are you like, oh yeah, like is this a conscious effort to be like, we're challenging you guys with this, like we're doing something different? Like, how does it go into that? Because Dragon Whoops had everyone living in fear of that. So what goes into something like that, and how much bitching do you hear from the guys?
Well, I mean, like 2 whoop pads we used to see all the time. I mean, I guess for the past year or two, not so much, but I mean, 10 years ago, I remember seeing 2 long sets of whoops a lot. So, I mean, Dino kind of said it best. Is what Dino was talking about whoops on your review pod, I think.
Yeah.
and he was saying that they're really pretty built consistently this year, but what makes them gnarly is how cupped out they get and how steep they get, and that's kind of out of our control on how they break down, right? So. It's like Chase kind of says the same thing. He always says they're too steep or don't make them steep, but we can't really control how they break down, and then you only have so much maintenance time. So, we fight that, but we knew I don't try and make like anything too too dangerous by no means, but
Right.
we all want it to be challenging. We want it to
Mhm.
be a good track. And just like Eli said, there was tons of opportunities to make up time, which is like exactly what I want. I don't want it to be just follow the leader, and a big place like Oakland, it's a good opportunity to make a track like that.
Right. And where do you stand on the sand sections that have so many riders angry at you guys right now?
I don't disagree with the riders, but sometimes they love them too. So it's like such a preference thing. Like, I mean, in Houston, did Eli like the sand? Probably,
Yeah,
or maybe he didn't. I don't know, but the fans like it. They're the ones that buy the tickets, sit in the seats. It creates inconsistency.
Yep,
So
I like
it
that.
makes for- So I don't know. As a rider, I agree. The sand is probably not the funnest, but as a fan, it's kind of badass.
Yeah. We see different – you talk about the whoops and breaking down, and you can't control that, and I agree, and I know what you're saying. But, like, San Diego whoops are round and big, right? And I walk over there, and I'm like, holy shit, look at these things. And then Chiz walks by or someone comes by and goes, no, those are going to be easy. They're round and big. You can bounce off of them. They'll be really easy. And they did prove to be fairly easy, although some guys crashed. And then other sets are steeper and more pitched. And all of, like, can you shape the whoops like that? Or is it kind of like how the operator builds whoops? Or is it the different operator every time? I know Menenga used to do the whoops a lot. But how does it determine the shape of said whoops?
Yeah, Corey and Ross are the two guys that are doing the whoops every week because they want them to be consistent. So you obviously the same guys, the better. And Menenga's not here anymore, so it's just them two. And to me, they all seem they're pretty close.
Okay.
I mean, I know I got some heat in Oakland that the first set was massive, but if you look at the height of the top of the whoop to the transition in between, they weren't that big. What made them look huge was we cut the floor down, like next to the whoops, like where the big LED screen, the manager's tower sit. So it gave them like an illusion that they were just massive.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, so you're saying really the goal week to week is for the whoops to be similar, actually.
Yeah, I mean, whether if they're loader whoops or dozer whoops, I mean, the second set in Oakland was the first set of loader whoops we had all season. And it seemed like they actually held up better. The only reason, the first set I actually fixed between time qualifying, which was because there was no seed practice or there was no like futures or KTM juniors or anything like that. Like we had a 50-minute maintenance there. So I fixed the whole first set because that was the worst set. And the first set was the dozer whoops.
Can you explain to our listeners dozer and loader whoops? Because there's riders running around going dozer whoops, loader whoops. I like it's like it's like picking your hottest chick. Everyone's got a different opinion and what works and what doesn't. Can you explain the difference for our listeners?
Yeah. So dozer whoops we usually cut tip to tip 14 foot apart, and the loaders we usually do 13. The dozer, you can build bigger whoops if they're 14 versus 13 because the dozer's kind of long. But the whoops are flatter when you build them with a dozer. They're not as steep.
Okay.
Where loader whoops, you can kind of get, buck wild if you don't know what you're doing. But if you watch like the time lapse of say Corey cutting loader whoops on the DirtWurx Instagram, you'll see how we do it. And then maybe this week I'll post a time lapse or something of us doing dozers. I should actually do 2 videos and put them on one post. You could swipe left and right and watch. But I don't know. I feel like if I had all the riders walk the track and ask them, is this dozer or loader, they might not be able to tell.
Yeah, because I think Corey or maybe Ross, somebody DM me. We had a rider on the show talking about dozer whoops and dozer. Might have been Chatter. I don't know. And they wrote me and they're like, yeah, those are loader whoops. Or what? Vice versa. like this rider was so sure and he got it totally wrong, like what it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they don't even know necessarily, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Chad's pretty vocal on the whoops, and he wants us to fix them with the dozer. But, I mean, the melted down ones that he might ride in Florida, you could probably lift the blade up and fix them with the dozer. But I'd like to see him come do that with the dozer we have at Supercross.
Right.
What makes you decide to build one way or the other?
Well, if the pad is really soft, you can't use the loader because it'll get sideways and crooked, and then your bucket's crooked, and then the whoop has like a low spot and a high spot. But if the dirt's like a pretty good consistency, you can use the loader. But if the pad is really soft, like an Indy say, you just use the dozer because you can angle your blade so they'll be the perfect height and even all the way across.
Right, so it's never a decision based on, like, we think one race is better than the other or it's going to do this to the riders of the other. It's literally all based on the requirements. This is the only way we can build it depending on the dirt we have.
Yeah, it's like the cards were dealt with how the material rolls into the stadium.
Right.
It's also kind of hard to guess. Like, I know we got a little heat on the track being soft in Oakland and some stuff being steep, but it's like you get your first bucket of dirt and you build your first jump and the dozer goes over and tracks it, and then you got all these people texting me like, is the track going to be soft on race day? Is there going to be deep ruts? Is it going to be hard? And it's like Tuesday morning and it's like, well, the sun's going to be baking on it for a few more days.
Yeah.
It's like, and I've been pretty right sometimes. Other times I've been off. So it's not the easiest thing to just exactly predict race conditions.
What do you feel sometimes like even myself, I've been hard on tracks, right? And critical of tracks, and riders are. It's a bit of a no-win situation for you. And like, I feel like I praise good tracks and here and there. I like tracks that separate guys. I like tracks where only, 5 guys do things. I like all that kind of stuff. But other people don't. Zach Osborne has been tweeting, easy tracks make for great racing. I tell you people all the time. So he's on the opposite fence. But do you feel, Alex, a little bit like you guys are literally in a no-win situation? Like, it's like the broadcast. Everyone's going to complain.
Yeah, it's politics. I mean, I was even hesitant on coming on this podcast because, I mean, you guys are analysts, right? So, like, I'm the track builder. So it's like, what am I doing? But, yeah, I learned to just not really listen to that and just as long as we're blowing these tracks out in like 2.5 days, 3 days. If you come in the stadium on a Thursday afternoon, we're putting the gate in and just putting in some TV pipe and building some robo camera pads. Like the track is pretty much done. So like we're blowing these tracks in basically 3 days, and we do the best we can. And as long as I know that, as long as I know that we did the best we can, what some people say is it is what it is.
Yeah.
Move on to the next one. I feel like the past couple years we've had great racing, and even before that, we've always had some good racing. Some tracks we can't win them all.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. Nope.
How many conscious decisions? This is what we always think. We think on the outside like, oh, they're trying to make a hard track for X, or they're trying to make an easy track for Y. And that is like the two theories. Like, oh, if you make the easier track, they stay closer. If you make a challenging track, there's more separation. Maybe that's more fun. We think we know why things are done the way they are. Is that even a conscious decision you're making? Like, let's make it easy, or let's make it hard. Or you just build a track, and then, like you said, there's variances you can't control, and it just turns out the way it turns out.
Kind of like the way it turns out is the way it turns out. I mean, sometimes I think like I'm not too high on we'll finish the track and I'll be like, this track isn't as good as I thought it was going to be. And then the racing's amazing. And at the end of the night on Saturday, I'm like, this track was badass. And other times it's just one line. And I'm like, our goal really is to have multiple lines. And that's kind of why I'm anti-transponder and like the what they call the ghost racing.
The dartfish, yeah.
Yeah, because it gives everyone so much data, and they just look at the data. Like, what was faster, 2-3 or 3-2? And then, like, I don't know, what's the data show? It's like it kind of takes that out of racing, and like, that always hasn't been around.
Yeah, goodbye split lane sections. Those don't work anymore. There's just nope. We all know which way's the fast one now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 10 transponders now, and there used to be four last year. Now there's like 10. So there's so many splits.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't really go on the AMA site and look at that stuff. I don't know if you guys can see all those splits, or I think a lot of those new transponders also work with that the green light that was on Phil's bike.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're
So
going to
maybe
use it
that's-
more and more on TV as they get it figured out to be like, okay, now we know this dude in this whoop section right now has been faster the last few laps. I think that's their ultimate goal, to have
Right.
more data for the TV show.
Yep.
But yeah, every time they get another piece of data, that takes the guesswork out of what line to take through a section, right?
Yeah, the only thing that saves us really is how much the track breaks down. Like, it breaks down so much in the main events that what the data showed was the fastest all day could completely 180 because something is just so chewed up, it's now slower.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Renthal bringing you Alex Gillespie from DirtWurx on the PulpMX show. We got some calls for you, Alex. Let's take some calls from some listeners. Some good questions in here too. Justin, what's your question for Alex?
Hey, Alex, big fan of what you do, man. I was just curious if, like, going to a city you've previously gone to, do you look at old track maps and kind of get an idea of what raced good and what didn't? Or do you guys just totally wing it from the start?
Yeah, good question. I flip through old track maps all the time. I mean, I have all of Winkler's maps that go way back, so I always like to flip through and then watch on YouTube and just kind of take notes and incorporate that into some designs. And then lately I've had like a fan or two be mailing me in some plans, and actually the Oakland one was one that a track map that got mailed into me, and I think I might have changed some things. I don't really remember, but
wow.
Yeah, I love to look back on some old stuff because I mean, if there's a split lane or something that works amazing, why not try and incorporate it again or remix it and change it up a little bit?
How much do you, so when you, Alex, when you design these tracks and you send them to Prater and Mewey and everybody to look at, how much do they tweak your stuff just for their reasons, or do you have an open book pretty much?
No, I mean, I've learned over the years there's like, a bunch of requirements. Like the finish line kind of needs to be end of the first lap, ideally. You got to leave room for the manager's towers and the big LED score tower.
Yeah.
So you got to create some dead space, and there's that big flame unit too. Doc Bodner needs to have his paths. What else? You got to like when they're doing practice, it's kind of nice for when the bikes are exiting, you can kind of start the next practice. So you got to think about that.
Yeah.
There's the big stage, so you got to leave room for that, and the tunnels, which tunnel are they going to load the bike from, and which tunnel are they going to exit from. So like you read off all these requirements, you're like, man, there's a lot of things I kind of got to think about. But,
yeah, absolutely.
All that comes into play.
Right. Thanks, Justin. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Cheers.
Thank you. Chris is on 5. Chris wants to know what it takes to get a job as a track builder, right, Chris?
Yeah, Alex, Chris, Minnesota. So my brother does some construction work, and I took him to a supercross race. He was watching your guys build jumps and whoops and tame them down, sharpen them. He was in amazement. He said, man, those guys are artists on those things. And so I was just thinking, to build a track or to get a job to do that, do they literally have to audition? Like, is there some large pound of, I don't know, a chunk of dirt, and you say, okay, go build a jump. Let me see you.
This is the best whoop builder in the Midwest. Yeah.
Or is it just like, hey, I got a buddy, trust him, and then you throw him out there on a Bobcat?
No, I mean, this is a question that's like kind of difficult because, God, it's like I get so many emails through the website, and if you've emailed me and I haven't emailed you back, I apologize. But I can't keep up. There's so many people that want to come out and do this, and I'm thinking, like, what, you really want to be away I haven't been home since Christmas. Like, do you really want to be away from your family for that long and put in these many hours? I mean, we're the 6 of us that work at DirtWurx. We're like a little family, we got Airbnbs and we live together, so like hiring a new guy is actually kind of dangerous. It's like scary, really.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what if this guy's just like some partying maniac or this or that, and then you got to find a new dude, and if he's not up to par. So we used to always try a new guy out at Monster Cup because it's that one-off event,
Mm-hmm.
Then we lost it. Yeah. So I've been like really careful about trying to find new guys, but we got a killer crew right now. I couldn't be happier.
Well, that Corey guy seems shady. I don't know about him. I don't know. I'm kidding. Thanks, Chris.
Alex. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Tell you what, Chris. You know what you should do, and this is just consider this a free idea, okay? So I'm sorry, Chris. Alex, I mean, sorry. Thanks, Chris, for calling. Alex, just consider this a free idea. Do you have bobcats? Do you guys have bobcats? You have bobcats, right?
Caterpillar, skid steers, cat.
Well, the little tiny bobcat things. Is that the same thing?
That's a skid steer.
Oh,
Yeah,
skid steer.
Skid steer.
Yeah, okay. All right. So in Europe, there used to be this guy that would drive one on the start straight and do circles.
Wheelies,
and then he would get it up on one track and go around and around and around. You should get that guy.
With the tired skid steer, not the rubber tracked one, the little tires, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, black sheep kid.
I don't know.
Oh, he even knows the name.
Oh, you know the name. Oh.
Yeah, he's on Instagram. That CMP Attachments company, I've been working with them, and they gave me that special bucket that like tills the ground. He's I think they helped him out too. So yeah, I follow him.
Dude, there you go. Get that guy.
Have him do some wheelies on the start straight.
Absolutely, and do like roundy rounds, and then like I think he was putting the bucket in and going up and down, and like we all loved it. It was great time.
They could do
We'll
more.
have him out here for you.
Okay.
They could do more track maintenance. They use him as an excuse for entertainment.
Yeah.
And then while he's doing it and no
Yeah.
one's watching, they sneak in
They
5 more minutes of track
See?
maintenance.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yep.
Alex, so one team told me, and I don't know how crazy of an idea this is. This would be a radical idea and more on Feld and AMA's department. But one team told me we should go to like a road race type of start, qualifies 1, 2, 3, 4 back, in a lane, and then you have 2 more lanes for the tracks. The tracks can be longer and better and bigger, and all of that if we just got rid of that start straight. What do you think, Alex?
Oh, you mean like putting 11 gates in front of 11 gates?
Yes.
Like staggered start.
Yeah, stagger start like a MotoGP start or whatever, and then you get rid of that huge start straight and you build 2 more lanes, and now we go.
Yeah, I mean, if they're down for it, we'll build it, right?
Right.
I mean, the starts, like when you have a start straight going down the stadium long ways, you're limited to 3 lanes on the left and 2 on the right.
Yep.
And then however many lanes you have in the back, that's how short those long lanes on the side get.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I mean, coming up with creative like layouts there's only so many options.
Yeah.
And along those lines, okay, look, I'm sure you've heard this. They cannot pass in 90-degree corners. All I ever hear every week from our guy JT is like, this track has 90s, can't do anything in the 90s. Is it possible in a rectangle football stadium, can you build a track without 90s? Is it just like, we know we can't work around it, this is the way all tracks have to be? How does the 90-degree thing happen? I'm sure you've heard it's hard to pass in 90s.
Yeah, I mean, unless you make like an inside berm and then leave the outside, and then the next jump is steep on one side and roll down on the other, or you do some kind of split thing to try and get 2 options, and then that's just another risk that it's just going to be one side's going to be abandoned. So I don't know. Whoever says that, I mean, come up with a cool layout and send it in. I'll look at it. I'm open for anything.
But that's what I mean. You've never been able to make a rectangle football shaped track. To connect it, you just need to have 90s? There's no way around that?
You're saying build a track with 0 90-degree turns?
Yes. Could you build in a football stadium without 90-degree turns? Or is it impossible to make a track loop around without that?
Yeah, how would you do that?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Off the top of my head, I mean, maybe there's a layout that has 0 90-degree turns. I mean, there might have even been one, but if there is one, how many times are you going to use it? Just over and over and over again, like an arena cross?
Yeah.
Right.
Same track, right? Yeah.
No, I only asked saying, I just want to know, maybe it's just a necessary evil, where it's like, we know you can't pass in the 90s. We can't build a track without one in a rectangle. You have to have 90-degree turns. It's just hard to not do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you usually always got to have a few. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Nick on one as well. Nick, welcome to the show. What's your question for Alex?
Yeah, Alex, just want to know, like, when you guys are, bulking out to fill these stadiums, is there such thing anymore as, bringing a wetting agent in to mix with the dirt so it, holds the moisture? Or say when you go to the East Coast and we get, like, a lot more snow, is the drying agent still a thing? Do they mix lime in these things to keep them dry? What's it like to sort of, maintain a supercross track, stay in the sun or the heat?
Keeping the moisture in, I mean, we just got to stay on it with water, I mean, I feel like they haven't seen much dust at all this year. We've been lucky with overcast days on race day, and then the drying agent thing. There's a whole new like procedure put in place to use that. So I don't really want to get too into that. But we, besides Oakland, and we had a rough load-in San Diego, we've been pretty lucky with weather. But I have heard that there's some company a long time ago that tried to pitch like mixing a pile with some kind of spray wax to like lock in moisture, but nothing's ever happened with it, and I've never seen it. So
yeah, I saw that. That guy was at a race, or that company was at a race, and they're talking to me about it. I know, and I was just like, oh yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how this works. So it was really confusing.
In Glendale one time, some guy came out and had it was like shredded coconut husks or something, and he gave us like a couple sacks of it. And it actually, he had like 2 aluminum trays, and one was filled with dirt, and then one was filled with that coconut stuff. And he dumped like a gallon of water in each one, and the one with dirt in it was like pretty soupy mud, and the one full of coconut stuff was like a good. So we actually used that once, but I don't know whatever happened with that guy. He disappeared.
He ran out of coconut husks. Yeah.
yeah.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, man. All right, Alex Gillespie on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by folks at Renthal, renthal.com. The universally regarded as the most trusted brand in the pro paddock and the first choice for the world's premier athletes and race teams. Alex, like, these tough blocks, man. Like, what are we doing? What do we got to do? Like, they're being thrown out in front of everybody. Look, I know they're a pain in the ass for you. You don't got to tell me. I'm sure they are. You got to load these things into trailer trucks, and there's got to be a better way. Like, I've told Prater this. I've told Mewey this. Like, I go to Europe. They're really long, and they're shaped like triangles, so they don't catch as many foot pegs. They're longer, so they don't get thrown out in place. I came up with an idea of a tray. These things should sit in a tray that are staked down to the track, and with edges so that they don't move really easy, but yet they do move if you absolutely clean one out. What are we doing with these tough blocks, dude?
Well, I don't disagree. The tray idea has its pros and cons.
Oh yeah. Let's get this going. Yep.
You want pros first or cons?
Pros.
The pros are, if you were to put like little trays out that the blocks sit in, you put them out perfectly straight, and whenever the block gets hit or blown off the track, when it gets put back in place,
perfectly straight.
It's not going to be in a different spot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's super cool, because you put them out, everyone signs off on it, they're there during track walk, and that's where they remain. So I think that's a cool concept. The con of that is every block now has like 4 moving parts: a tray and some stakes.
Yeah, 2 little stakes. Yep.
If the tray gets ripped out, are there some stakes laying in the track that are sharp, or how's that work?
No, they're not really sharp. They just need something to anchor into the dirt, so they can just be like a straight pin almost that just pounds into the dirt, something like that. They don't got to be sharp, I don't think.
Yeah, I hear, and this isn't like my department, by the way.
Yes,
this is
well,
Phil, but
it doesn't matter. I'm going to yell at somebody, and you're on the phone, so.
Okay, and the tapered idea, I mean, I'm all for it, and I don't want to speak for Phil, but I think they're on the same page. I think they like the tapered idea, and I think they're heading in that direction when they do replace the blocks or recut them, because I haven't really looked at the foam under the covers, but I mean, you could just recut them with a hot wire into that tapered, tapered design. Because like, just some background on blocks. There's 2 tractor trailers of just tough blocks, right? There's, and then the third tractor trailer is miscellaneous foam, which is like the A-frames and all that stuff that protects the sharp corners on the stadium walls.
Yeah.
So as far as the tough blocks go, they all go on these metal racks, and 36-foot blocks go on one metal rack, and you can fit 63-foot blocks on another. But if they're tapered, like you say, to a certain spec, I mean, you could fit 49 of them on a 6-foot blocks on a rack, and
boom,
98 3-foot ones on a rack. So you could shed a whole trailer off the top.
Boom! I just saved Feld money.
Whoa!
I just saved Feld money.
No, I did. I thought of that.
But I mean, you think about a triangular tough block. They have a wider base, and then where the foot peg is, it's away from the foot peg. It's not going to catch it as much. It's not going to, and you're still going to get your advertising. That's why they're out there. They're out there for advertising, and I understand that. But yeah, it seems like it'll fix it. Yeah.
And if there was a handle underneath them, like that maybe had like a metal eyelet or something, that maybe you just stake through that instead of the tray.
Sure.
Like only on blocks that are super important, like down technical rhythm lanes or something. I think that might be better than the tray, but
okay.
I don't know. I know they had talked about redoing it all, and then COVID hit, and it kind of never came back. So I think you'll see them soon.
I just can't believe we can't do anything. Like in 1997, when Tough Blocks first came in, they're the same. I mean, yes, we have the shorter ones up the triple. That's a good thing. The half-size ones, that's a good thing. So we've changed that, and props to those people that decided on that. But they just lay out on the track, and Benny Bloss this weekend almost took Eli down. Got sideways in the long rhythm, kicked 3 of them onto the track. Eli was jumping like, we can do better. We got to do better. They are better. They're better in Europe. They work, So I don't know.
Yeah, they got Savachi too. I watched him hit a 3-footer on the whoop section.
Yeah,
but I don't know. They save you too. At the
they
same
do.
Time.
They do. They do save you
it's a hard battle.
Every now and then. And then also too, Alex, what about the nets? Can we get more nets? I told Prater, does he need like $400? I can
400.
I don't know. They don't look like they cost that much. But if he needs $400, and if I can have a pulp wrapped pole, I'll give the money. Like, these nets are fantastic. They're one of the best things we've had in our sport. They've saved riders. They've allowed berms to be built on the outside of the stadium. So they've allowed for better racing, better track designs. They've saved riders. The only problem is, why aren't there more? Why don't we have another 4? I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, I know the bases are probably the expensive part. It's like a road plate with fork pockets on it.
Okay.
Probably in metal, but
I'll go steal some metal from the junkyard. I'll make them. Yeah. I mean, just give me the word.
Hey, if they're there, I'll put them in a berm for you.
They're great, right? Like, why don't we have more? They really do work. And when I see a flat turn with no net, it just saddens me.
Yeah, I think there might be one this week.
Oh, see? Yeah, I'm going to start crying. So, yeah, good job, Prater.
We'll be all right.
You could make the 90s better if they could have.
You could.
An outside.
Yeah.
With a net.
Yeah.
Because like after the whoops in Tampa, that was a totally flat 90.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, Alex, that's because you can't have a berm right in front of the stands, right?
No.
No?
That was actually the next turn, the next right-hand turn after the triple, there was a curb berm, right?
Yeah.
That was because we wanted them to go outside and triple onto that tabletop.
Yep.
And they were doing it in press.
Yeah.
And Craig actually went inside roll, over tabletop, off the back of that 3-footer, landed in the top pocket of the Dragon.
Oh.
And I believe he 3'd out.
What?
Oh, really? Wow.
And it never happened. So what we did was we needed that berm after the whoops in Tampa to not be there because we had to have a way to get equipment in and the water truck on the floor. And we couldn't.
You needed a spot. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it sucked because we had to bring the water truck through the concourse and stuff to get it back there. Versus after the triple, that tunnel would have been way easier. But we just made our lives hell to hopefully have that rhythm lane work better like it was in press. But it never. I mean, it worked. There was 2 lines in it. Webb was doing the 2-2, and everyone else was doing that roll on off. So it is.
Sexton
what it
tripled
is,
on his fast lap too. He tripled onto the table.
Yeah.
So yeah, you were like, putting a berm in front of the Supercross triple's not going to make a difference. They're going to jump it either way. But a berm in front of that rhythm would really shake things up. So that's why you made the decision.
Yeah, smaller berm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and there was some talk in track walk that there was no berm to kind of stop them after the whoops. So that's kind of why we took the 1 out, and then we changed the 3-5-3 before it a little bit. We just rolled the inside so people could kind of do soak bounce, jump over. And then the last 3-footer before the whoop started, we kind of mellowed that out a little bit in case riders were coming up short. But yeah, that was the deal with that.
Well, it didn't really help.
Still got A-Ray.
Still got A-Ray. Yeah.
But everybody else is good.
Yeah. It's still got A-Ray. Yeah.
It's A-Ray, man. It's A-Ray.
Yeah, you're powerless to stop that, right? Like, there's not much you guys can do.
And just so everybody knows, we're being upfront here. We've already covered yes, some whoops were removed from the end of that whoop section. But I talked to Mike Mewey last week, and he said that was just input from the team saying these whoops are too close to the turn.
It wasn't DeCoster in a dozer?
It was not DeCoster in a dozer saying
Okay.
this will help my riders. I don't even know if that's your call, but yeah.
No, I voiced my opinion, but I don't want to, like liability-wise, I don't want to push on something and then something bad happens. So they're the decision makers, right? But removing, I've only talked to DeCoster, 5 or 6 times, and
in how many years?
Usually just
over the course of how many years?
like 10 years. He
right.
Usually just he's a humble guy and just kind of keeps his head down and goes through the motions of race day. So whenever he voices an opinion, it's just something like A2, right? After the finish line, there was that left-hand turn where Barsha went through.
Oh yeah.
The cost was we got to build a pad there. We got to get an A-frame on that. That has nothing to do with helping his riders.
Yeah, he's just looking for because Ferrandis and Barsha just about died. Yeah, that was gnarly.
Yeah, so DeCoster has never said anything really about helping. That article kind of surprised me, but whatever.
Yeah, I had a team tell me after the race that they were not consulted about removing those whoops. They would have said no, and that it was done by the KTM guys.
Dude, that story, it's that, I don't know why, but that's always out there. It's always out there that DeCoster gets the tracks changed. That's it's always out there.
I know Mike Mewey has a group chat with all the teams and AMA and J-Bone, and I'm not too involved with any of that. So
right.
That that whole DirtWurx and DeCoster thing, that's just fake news.
Over-under bridges, I love them. I know they cost more because they're whole semi in themselves, I've heard. But do you like over-under bridges, Alex?
From in the summertime when I'm designing, it makes a cool layout and something unique. So I'm all for it. But if you notice, I usually put them in venues that have roofs, because when it's 4 o'clock in the morning and it's possibly raining or whatever, and taking that thing down, can we get the trailer on the floor? There's some logistics that go behind the
never thought of that.
over-under bridge. But Winkler designed the original one that is actually still out in Vegas. It's we welded it solid so it doesn't fold up and can't go on a trailer anymore because it was getting kind of rusty and sketchy.
Mm-hmm.
But they're cool. I drew one up that had the top decks were curved, so it could be a big landing. Right now how the top of the over-under bridge is just, it's like a tabletop.
Yeah.
If you made those top decks kind of on an arc, it's basically a giant landing instead of a tabletop.
Oh.
I think that would be super cool. And then the old one was on big hinges, so it folded up, and it was super fast to build and tear down. So
yeah,
I don't know. I would love to see another over-under bridge built like that in the future, and for us to use for
imagine launching a single
SMX or something.
Yeah, imagine launching a single and you land on the over-under downside of the over-under.
Yeah, just a giant down ramp.
It's basically like a 15-foot tall landing. That no spill, because you can't build too big of stuff out of dirt because you get the spill, and then the dirt spills into the next lane.
Yep. Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. All right. Yeah. Thanks for the time, Alex. I appreciate it. I think it's really informative for our listeners and Weege and I to hear you and talk about it. So yeah, man. Thanks for. I know it's late there too, and we appreciate the time on the show, man. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, good educational stuff.
Yeah, thanks for giving me a call, thinking of me, and hopefully I'll be back on again.
Yeah, we'll do that. Every time I have some crazy idea, I'll call you up and start yelling at you. Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, bye.
See you. That's Alex Gillespie, everybody, from DirtWurx. Brought to you by Renthal, renthal.com.
See what I've been working on?
Oh, designs without 90s.
Rectangle tracks without 90s.
Without 90s.
And then a Mr. Jamie Guida. You familiar with him?
Not familiar.
Yeah.
No.
I was working on the same and texted me some drawings.
Oh.
Also.
Okay.
We're on the can you build a football stadium track without 90s? Can you build a football stadium track without 90s?
Thanks to Alex Gillespie. Thanks to Eli Tomac. Thanks Justin Brayton as well for calling in. And, of course, Zach Osborne as well. Lots to still talk about on the show tonight. And appreciate you guys listening in. And firepowerparts.com. Dean Wilson, Firepower Honda. Max Anstey, Firepower Honda. Marty, Firepower Honda, firepowerparts.com, whether it's the Featherlight lithium batteries, whether it's the chains made in Japan. They have it all over there at firepowerparts.com. Big part of that team as well. Check it out. They got 50 years of experience in the industry. Don't waste money when replacing OEM batteries or chains when you can get more power and better reliability with firepowerparts.com. Thank you to those guys. And also EVS Sports. Speaking of Sexton, he said EVS forever. I don't know if he's still using EVS, but he was an EVS guy forever. EVS-sports.com, the code PULP30 to save. Hampshire, Chisholm, Axel Hodges, Pastrana. Shout out to Pastrana for 11th in the Daytona 500. EVS Sports, we are protection. Please check them out, the original protective gear company. They've been protecting champions and riders for over 30 years and doesn't plan to stop any time soon. What started out as one knee brace has evolved into a full line of protective gear to help keep riders safe while they do what they love. EVS-sports.com, code PULP30 to save. Thank you to EVS Sports. Race Tech Rant of the night. PULP30's code to save with Race Tech. Tell me listen to Pulp. The guys at Race Tech will give you a deal. Motorworks, suspension work, the solitaire Yamaha guys. It's a Race Tech team. A lot of Race Tech service centers all across America, of course. Get your suspension dialed in for your weight and or speed. PULP30 is the code to save with Race Tech. Weege, you have one. A Rant.
Weed Show. Weed Show. Oh, you want the Race Tech Rant?
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that Race Tech supports Weed Show.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Is that the one where you walk around with the camera?
Yeah, I know you
the
don't
GoPro?
watch. I know you don't pay attention.
I don't, but I see you all by yourself
yeah.
at 1 o'clock in the morning in a darkened parking lot.
Yeah, and
I'm like, what an idiot.
What's getting more and more eerie is there's also Blair's Breakdown.
Okay.
And they're getting closer and closer.
Oh,
yes, like I had Stu on Weed Show at the end of Tampa, and then I go down to the track, and then I watch Blair's Breakdown, and then he had Stu, and he went down to the track, and I'm like, maybe we could just do the same show.
Why don't you guys? Yeah, like there's Blair's Breakdown, and there's Weed.
He could have his cameraman. I'll put my GoPro on that camera, and then we'll just upload the same footage to both channels.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
We'll be done.
Are you mad that he copied your idea?
I don't know if it was his idea, but whoever copied, yes.
But I think you're the first guy to take a stupid camera.
Yes.
And walk around the track, staring at it, talking.
I can tell you where it started.
Okay.
I used to just do it when the press conference is over in front of the backdrop and just talk about the race.
Yeah.
And then the New Jersey Supercross.
The LCQ one?
I don't think we were that lucky. To
right.
say it would have been the same night.
Where you met the wrestler guy?
That would have been.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we were that
Doink
lucky.
the Clown?
Doink the Clown. We had the greatest set of semis and LCQs. We had Marv pulling over for Dunge.
Yeah.
Weirdo Tomac race. I don't think we even had Weed Show on that night.
All
right. The TV crew, AJ Allmendinger, a NASCAR guy, came in. He was in the booth with Ralph and RC. Of course, friends at Will Christian from Outdoors as well, and Blair and whatnot. And they were like, hey, man, we're all hanging out in New York City. Come on out after the race.
Okay.
So I'd already shot. I'm like, I got to shoot this Weed Show thing. I'll come out and hang out with you guys. We have a really good time, about 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now I got to get to the airport in Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm going to take the subway. I'm going to have to negotiate the subway, walk kind of hammered, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'm not driving. It's all right. And I'm like, this is going to be such an adventure. Can I figure out the subway to New Jersey while hammered at 1:30 in the morning? I'm going to shoot a video of it. And I was like, I will talk about the race while I'm doing it. And it came out pretty good. And I'm like.
On your phone or on a GoPro?
That point, I only did phone.
Okay,
I didn't even have GoPro. And the first one, I'm going to say, what did that have been? They do it every other year, New Jersey race.
Yeah.
So maybe it's 2019. So, yeah, it's me walking down the street in Times Square, going down, getting the ticket, the MTA card, going on the subway, figuring out what
and of
line.
course, the weirdos in New York subways don't even notice.
No
you.
one even noticed.
Yeah.
And then the next weekend was right here in Vegas. And I'm like, sweet, I'll walk down the strip. No one's going to think that's weird.
Nope.
And then a
Weed
star
Show.
was born.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's how it happened.
And that bastard Daniel Blair. copied you.
And now it's just Blair's Breakdown.
Right.
Yeah. He gets on the track more. He has better access than me. Well, I could probably match him now.
Yeah.
So Race Tech, yes, they've been back in the Weed Show for a long time.
Okay.
Yep.
Your Race Tech rant.
I have a mini rant later.
Okay.
But I'll give you the bigger one now.
Yeah.
We have, thanks to Clinton Fowler, we have Fowler's Facts, Fowler's Film Room.
Yeah.
We have more
I'm
access
familiar
to
with
more.
Clinton.
Yes. Did a lot of stuff with Pulp for a long time. We have more
Just
access.
another guy that took Pulp and used it as a springboard to greater things.
Yes, you've even claimed that you discovered myself and JT.
Yep.
Yes. Our success on TV now started with Pulp.
Yep.
Okay. We have access to more data than ever before.
Yeah.
So we had hunches and theories, and now I have someone I can say, like, does this compute? So I mentioned this when we had Tomac on the phone. I feel like the racing is getting closer than it's ever been, and at the most important time, at the end of the races. And his data continues to support that the closest finishes ever We continue to get more of them more frequently. We just had Hunter Lawrence and Thrasher. We just had 0.8 seconds this week in Oakland. It was pretty close down to the wire in Tampa until Sexton fell down. That probably would have been really close. We keep getting more of that. The track's breaking down, the longer race, the strategy, I don't know. Maybe 4 strokes keep everyone closer together. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But we are in a really good time for racing. The qualifying times are closer than they've been. The end of the race is closer than it's ever been.
Do you remember we broke this down on a re-raceables for qualifying times, too, at one point?
Yeah.
We were looking at old races, and there was that you and me on raceables, or was that the Pulp Show?
No, it must have been Pulp Show. I don't remember.
I just took – it was RV in here bragging about how fast he was in qualifying. So I just started going random races.
Yeah.
And the further I got back, the spread between first and 10th was 12 seconds. And nowadays it's 2 or 3. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it was crazy, the spread between.
There's another great follow on Instagram, MX Reference.
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is. I've interacted with the avatar. I don't know who the person is.
Yeah.
Great info. And they've had charts showing the practice times keep getting closer and closer and closer and closer. And the finish times keep getting closer and closer and closer. So why do I not hear more people saying, man, the racing is like better than ever? We're getting finishes within 1 second, 2 seconds. We certainly
everything was better back in the day, Weege.
Thank you. Thank you. Now.
I mean, the music was better. The food was better.
We have engaged the Race Tech Rant.
Okay.
We have closer racing. We have great personalities who do not shy away from the media. They answer the hard questions. They're brutally honest. We're giving Chase Sexton credit for this. We're giving Eli Tomac credit for this. These guys come on this show. They take your tough questions all the time. They're so super cool with it. We have manufacturers trying and dying to get into the sport. We have all these great things going on. Why am I not hearing anyone saying, man, this might be the best thing we've ever had ever? You know what we have? We have Eli Tomac, who's become living legend amongst the fans. We have Jet friggin' Lawrence coming in, and then we have Hayden friggin' Deegan coming in. This is a phenomenal, unbelievable, great time for personality stories, close racing, parity, more manufacturers coming in than maybe ever before. We might have more factory teams than ever next year. Why do I not hear people saying, man, this might be the best time ever?
Yeah, because it's always the old time.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just is.
Right. So
2 strokes and music and
I'm just using cold hard data, metric facts.
Well, to be fair to those people, we don't have enough stats to tell us if this is really the closest. We only go so far back with our results. Our results are pathetic.
AMA only goes back to 2003.
Yeah, we don't have.
So we only have 20 years.
No, yeah. But we don't have. I want all of it. But yes, going off what we have.
Yes.
Right. We don't know if the 85 season, which is, legendary for the amount of winners and,
But you can go back and watch those.
Yeah.
85 was legendary. I don't believe anyone even had a 2-race win streak. But you can go back and watch the races. They're not barn burner lap finishes.
No, there's some, but whatever.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah. It's coming almost every week now.
Yeah.
Where it's close at the end, which is the ultimate. That's all you want.
Yeah.
The final laps of the race for the win is somewhat in doubt. It was not for the first 40 years of Supercross. Now the last 10, I think the longer races have helped. I don't know. Seems awesome to me.
So your race tech rant is that people just don't.
You just automatically think what happened when you're younger is better no matter what the evidence is. That's just called nostalgia. It's not called it actually was better, everybody.
Right.
You know what everyone's favorite music ever? You know what the best music ever is
when you were
to everybody?
18, right?
When you were age 18 to 25.
Yeah.
That's the best music ever. It's because of your life situation.
I'll agree with that.
And nostalgia. It's not because it actually was better. My parents probably think music in the 60s was the best. I think music in the 90s was best. What does it have in common?
Outside of Creed, I think the music in the late 80s and 90s was the best.
Creed is that good.
Creed's that good.
You could say they're late 90s, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're late 90s.
Right.
So it's the same.
Okay.
So anyway, that's what gets me mad. I believe we're living in a really great time for the sport.
Right.
Yep.
I think you're right for the most part. I'd like to see all the data for the closest finishes ever, but you can just break all down from since 2003 and look at them that way. We had a domination of McGrath and Carmichael. Yeah, that was great. I started as a mechanic in 1996. And Ricky went into 2007. Do you know how many goddamn races I watched where Ricky Carmichael and Jeremy McGrath won?
And it was you knew at the beginning of the
day.
Yeah.
No, it was boring as shit.
Exactly.
And there goes Carmichael, and there goes McGrath.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yes.
So I was around for all that. It was amazing when anybody else won. Right.
The other thing that makes nostalgia so hard to beat is everyone will remember the few amazing things that happened. and then the forgettable things become forgettable.
Right.
So you're always comparing today, everything that happens today right in front of you, with only the great memories of the past. So it is true, someone right now is probably listening to this saying, no way, man, I remember Atlanta 2011 with Stu and Reed.
Mm-hmm.
I remember we do the Re-Raceable show.
Yeah.
I remember Dallas 89 where Ward and Stanton took it down to the last lap. Atlanta 1990, great race.
Yeah.
You remember like one race per year, the best race that year, and then you compare every race in the present time to that.
Yeah.
And the other 15 snoozers that year, you forgot about them. So you don't even think about those having happened. But there were a lot of snoozers back in the day.
Yeah. It's your Race Tech Rant. It's a good one.
Thank
It's
you.
really good. Yeah, I like it.
Yep.
We're living in a great age, is what you're saying.
If this all works out, we might get Jet Lawrence against Eli Tomac. Tell me that fans aren't salivating for that. And somewhere down the line, we might get Jet Lawrence against Hayden Deegan. Tell me fans aren't salivating for that. We might be in line for that.
Or Evan Ferry.
Evan Ferry against Jet Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I remember with great anticipation, the most anticipation ever, Reed and Stu. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
That will always be the most anticipated lockup of all time. What the hell is going to happen when they race each other? But we're close. We're close on star power, and we got a lot of other great things happening. There we go.
All right. Just appreciate the times you're in.
We're in great times.
Right.
We are in great, great times.
You're on TV. You're doing Supercross.
Well, maybe that's it.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm just totally biased. They have Brayton on the show. I mean,
Yep. No, that's it.
Yeah.
Your mini one is pretty good too. Can we get that also? Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Mini Race Tech Rant.
Yeah, mini rant is Tomac is climbing the ranks. He's now tied Carmichael for third all time.
Yep.
Supercross wins.
Yep.
So,
Probably going to get James.
Right. So
Yep.
we keep talking about Tomac versus James and Ricky. Of course, you got to mention McGrath because he's on top. Chad gets mentioned because he's fifth. One rider is not getting mentioned in the conversation lately. It's like, is Tomac really amongst the greats? Is he really in there with?
I talked about this or wrote about this too. Yep.
Yeah. Is he really in there versus Stu, RC, and MC? We're forgetting Villapoto. Villapoto is getting forgotten.
Mhm.
He does not have the win number. It's not that far behind.
What's he got? You remember? 42? 40? 30?
Maybe
38?
37 or
38?
something.
Okay.
He's in that conversation. I cannot unequivocally say that Tomac is better than RC, Stu, or MC. And I can't say Villapoto is either. But to say that Eli is totally at another level than Villapoto, that you cannot say that. You cannot say that. I
This
don't
is the
think.
4 in a row.
The 4 in a row. The 4 in a row is astounding. It's unbelievable. To me, I don't just look at how many races you won. Eli's now won more than Villapoto. I look at how infrequently you lost. Villapoto only raced 5 full seasons outdoors. He won all 5 titles.
Yeah.
5-0.
Yeah.
And then he won 4 straight. That's 9 titles. That is insane. Never got beat. Never got beat.
He never got beat in a full championship outside of Canard?
Outdoors.
Oh, okay.
Outdoors.
Yeah.
He did the first 2 years, 450
Yep.
Supercross. He
Yep.
raced most of them.
Yep.
He got hurt in 10.
Well, could you make a case that 10 doesn't count because he was basically tied with Dunge?
Yeah, I mean, he might have won that.
Yeah.
It certainly doesn't make his case worse.
Yeah.
4 in a row and 5-0 in outdoor titles when he competed, to me, is insane. And at least puts him in the convo. But he's not getting mentioned enough right now because everybody just looks at the all-time Supercross win list and his name doesn't get brought up. He did his job. He won the titles he was supposed to win. Now, this is a bit on him. Had he, and he's suggested this now himself, he probably could have stuck around if he had switched teams or something.
Yeah.
If we had gotten a back half of Villapoto's career like we're getting with Tomac now, he would have not only won more, which would have helped the record book, we probably really got the personality. Eli is much more enjoyable to talk to now than he was at age 27.
Yep.
Look at Villapoto now. Guy's great.
Yeah.
Imagine if we started to get that while he was still winning. His legend, his perception, and his numbers would have gone up. So he cheated himself. That was his own move. He decided to retire. But that should not take away from how great he was. I feel like Villapoto is not getting the love.
Okay. I
he's
think
getting.
asshole. Yeah.
He would agree.
He did. He just did.
Yes,
yeah.
he would agree.
Yeah. I think you're right. The object is to win championships. That's the object. Now Stu only won 2, but we remember Stu for second all time in wins and all the memories. So Stu's a little different standard when you start throwing the titles talk around because yes, he only has 2. But
I'm not saying RV's better.
No, I know.
But if
no,
Eli's in the convo, RV's in the convo.
But I'm saying, the idea is titles. He's got 4 in a row.
I mean, that's everybody's goal every year.
Right.
If you could tell any rider ever, you're going to win the next 4 Supercross championships, they'd be like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
You need my soul? You need it
yeah,
in blood on
yeah.
a contract?
But what I'm saying is I hold James up. Like, I say that, and I believe it, but I hold James up to he's a different level because he only has 2, but I still hold him higher.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not saying RV's better than Stu.
Yeah.
Just if you're going to start talking about all time, he should always be in that convo.
He should be. Yeah. But again, 30-something wins or whatever. Yeah.
That's
so
a
he's
sorry
not.
situation.
So that's why he's not, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he's getting overlooked.
You got to do more than just total up wins. Total up win percentages or losses or he raced the class 6 years and he won the title 4 times.
No, yeah, you're right. That's the Race Tech rant from Weege. I just had one about the broadcast. I kind of addressed it with Trevor there. Like, you just can't make everybody happy. Look, do I bitch about the broadcast? Yes, I do. Has it gotten better? Yes, it has. It's really hard to do it. Race Day Live, I'm not going this weekend, so I'll settle in for Race Day Live. I'll let you people know.
The hot laps thing, I think, is a real issue.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, Mark seems to really believe that. Strongly.
I do, yeah. I just don't think you can cut away from someone when you can visibly see that they're going fast.
But, like, look, Ralph, I love Ralph, rock and roll, saw him at Sammy, like Fro, saw him this weekend. Our broadcasting team has stepped up greatly from Ralph and Jeff, who were just silenced in many races because they didn't know what was going on. The broadcast team has stepped up. The stats have stepped up with Clinton. The storylines have stepped up. Like, Ricky's gotten better. Like, there's improvements made on the broadcast, and it's not perfect, and I get it. But people just love to bitch. My DMs are and tweets are filled with people just complaining about the broadcast. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's not perfect, but it's better, and they're trying.
I think 90% of those complaints or 80% of those complaints are after the fact. The person is like, you moron, why didn't you have a camera on that?
Yeah.
But you only know it happened after it happened.
Yeah.
Why did you not have a camera on the guy that
agree.
fell?
Yeah, I agree. Off-Road Warehouse bringing you the 9 o'clock hour. See what I did there? I just made an audible.
9 on the dot.
Yep.
Wow.
ORW.com. You see that butt patch on the back of Phil Nicoletti? Well, you did see it. You're not going to see it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, for a while. Yeah.
God bless.
PulpMX code to save at offroadwarehouse.com. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products. And they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires, and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. The code is PulpMX to save online at offroadwarehouse.com. ORW. And again, Enzo Lopes, though. Enzo's holding it up with the ORW butt patch. J-Mart, ORW. J-Mart back in action this weekend. They have stores throughout the West Coast and East Coast as well. Temecula, San Diego, Vegas, Georgia, Arizona, and more. So offroadwarehouse.com. Please check them out. Use the code PulpMX to save. Thank you to those guys. Appreciate that. We have a lot more to get into tonight, and you have a flight. So
are you making some editing on the fly here?
yeah, I'm kind of thinking like maybe we're done with the race, except for the tweets.
Okay. We've talked about it a good amount. We had the great Justin Brayton break it down. We had our 450 race winner break it down.
Okay. All right.
One topic we have not really hit. Ken Roczen.
Oh, funny you should say that. Flagger Scott, you got a rant about Ken Roczen.
Hey.
Oh,
yeah. And a couple more. And an apology to you because last show, I think it was last show or the show before, you said you were talking to a fan that you got Will Hahn, and like AC is getting bar shit. You got Will Hahn while you and I were talking on the track, and I felt bad.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. My attention was diverted from looking for Will to talking to you. And again, I don't blame you.
Oh, this was San Diego.
San Diego.
Oh, I was standing right there.
You were there,
yes.
Weege. Yeah. Yep.
And Weege was there.
It's
so,
great.
Race that ran on Roczen. Okay, they've been working their butt off, and you hear all the positive energy from Raquel Rad, but you do, it's like Kenny Roczen was pissed off that he got first for the East. And then it's just like the poor old excuses. I mean, this is like one of the baddest dudes.
I thought he seemed happy after the heat. He said this is the first heat race for the team. I thought
there
he seemed
was zero energy coming from that guy.
After the heat race.
McElrath had 10 times after the heat race. He had no energy, and like saying, "Oh man, like thank the team. This team has been great. This bike has been great." It's like looking for that excuse, Kenny. There's no more like I got a kid in the car, so I want to be the baddest dude ever, like he used to be on those videos he used to shoot. So that's like one rant. Like Kenny, if you're listening, like let's be the badass that we are, and go out and stop thinking about it so much and rip the start, be the start, rip the corners, and go. You got the bike. It's not the suspension. It's his head. He's in it way too deep.
Yeah, he probably needs to stop thinking about his bike. I mean, a factory Honda can't make him happy. Yeah.
No, stop thinking about the end of the race and what he's going to say. Just get in that moment, rip the start. I've seen his wife there and his kid there. They're all having a great time, but there's a lot of things going on there on the side. When he's on that start line, I think he can't get rid of those thoughts, and it gets in him, and then he starts thinking about the end of the race. And there was no like positive energy after that heat race win, like there should have been, like McElrath showed for his finish. And how he gave the team a lot of credit, he gave himself a lot of credit. He was just excited about the team's progress. And Kenny was just like, there's like no positivity to be found there.
Weech,
that's my one rant.
Okay.
I'll be quick on the other two.
All right, Weech.
The broadcast, okay. I gotta turn the volume off when Ricky talks. Number 3. Stop. Don't laugh.
Wow.
Okay. Daniel Blair, dude, the guy's like Triple Crown winner of broadcasting right now. The guy's badass. Flip McGrath in the booth. Oh my God, it would be like the dream season. We're stacked up, like Weech said, to have some beautiful moments coming up in the next 5 years of racing. I don't think you're going to see the Jet and Eli thing, because I don't think Eli wants to get beat by Jet. I think Eli's going to ride off in the sunset after this championship. And I think it's going to be Chase and Jet just ripping first and second. And I hope they stay a team so that they can be first and second and make it a team thing, not make it an individual.
Hold on 1 second. I think Ricky's gotten better. I think he can be better. I'd like to see him be harder on the guys. I mean, he has the resume to basically say whatever he wants. You know,
he's fine. No, I mean, it's just when he gets excited, Daniel's so good.
But they're
challenging Ricky.
But they're different. They're not doing the same job.
But when they're together in the booth, you can just tell Daniel brings. He brings it. His game is top notch.
Okay.
And you can tell he studied it. He's wanting to be a broadcaster. He's very good at it.
Okay.
Okay. Third race tag rant, points. All day, 14, 15, 16, 17-hour day for 3 stinking points. My daughter just got off the BMX track. She's getting double that off a BMX race for 48 seconds. We got to do something about these points. Point for hole shot. Point for quickest lap. Heat races, 3-2-1. Main event, 5-3-1. Then that way you get some racing versus guys just settling. We got this thing set up in a way to where you could see more racing, almost like a mini Triple Crown in a race, like some speed, some excitement. Give these guys some incentive to go out and, go from 5th to 4th to 3rd.
Okay. All right, Scott. Fair enough. Weech.
Race tag rant number 4.
What about anal bleaching?
All right, Weech.
A lot of rants.
Can you respond to any of these rants?
I never can call in live, so it's always stacked up in me.
Okay.
This is the first time
all right. Okay. Let's breathe and relax. And
okay, I'm gonna breathe. Hold on. I'm gonna breathe, and I'll go one more, and then that's it.
Heat race idea is good. I like that point idea. Go ahead.
What's that?
I like the point idea for the heat.
Multiple points, or just for the winner?
No, for heat race. Go 3-2-1. Make these guys ride for it. Let these guys ride. Let the fans see some passing and some Varsha-ing. There's nothing wrong with Varsha taking up some space and making a guy hit his brakes. And
He's kind of saying if you're in a heat and you're in 5th, there's no incentive to try to get 3rd.
And there's
but
not,
if you got
there's no semis anymore, so they take 9. So you're
right. So if you got a point for 3rd,
Right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right.
And then a point for hole shot.
Okay, Scott, we got it. Yep, we got it. Thank you for calling.
Check out my boat,
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for the rants. We got to run. All right. Okay. Scott's had a lot
That's
there.
5 rants.
Yeah.
But he had not gotten on the show consistently.
Right.
I get it. Some of those ideas are good.
I don't mind them. I've said points. I've said points for qualifying. Give them, don't Don't give him a ton, but yeah.
I like it for the heat race more than qualifying. We have enough issues with dudes getting super pissed off with guys getting in their way. I could see dudes saying, like, dude, the qualifying thing is such a crapshoot to get points for that.
What if you just let them out one at a time for 5 laps?
Oh, like Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you can make it fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, because also, remember Osborne, which felt like 4 hours ago, it was on this show, said, I don't think Webb is working on setting up his bike for the end of the main.
Yeah.
He's not concerned with fastest qualifying time. Qualifying, it is qualifying, but it really is practice.
Yeah.
So now when it's both,
yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like you're messing with the formula there quite a bit.
Okay, the Roxon stuff.
But the heat race points,
Okay.
I can see that. Oh, Roxon. We're supposed to go there, right?
What's your take on that?
No, I'm mystified. I thought with the heat race we had something going. He had good riders behind him,
I don't
and
know.
they couldn't get him. Who was behind him? Anderson? Couldn't get him.
No.
I'm like, okay, we're in for something. Main event, he's right there with Anderson. And then I look, he was holding him off for a while. And I'm like, please, God, tell me he tipped over. I asked you. No one has been able to verify.
No.
He did not crash.
I don't believe he did. Wasn't good.
He got 11th.
He's in the spot,
He got
he's in the
11th.
spot where Tomac and Webb have been the last 2 weeks. In a worse spot because it wasn't 5th. But this weekend's big for him. This weekend's big.
So you're saying that Justin Cooper, Colt Nichols, Joey Savacci, Christian Craig, Barsha, Anderson all just rolled by him.
Yes.
They just passed him.
Yes. And Dean said he was right on him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, he's a champion. Let's give him benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
And
he was 4th last week?
Yep.
He was 3rd at a Triple Crown?
Yep.
And not just lucked into a Triple Crown 3rd, dude, he was
Yeah.
battling those guys.
Yeah. He was tied for the overall after 2, I think. Yeah. So yeah, this is big. This Triple Crown in Dallas for Kenny.
Now that track was taxing.
Suzuki heat race win though.
Yeah.
When's the last time something that happened with him?
Yeah, it's funny. He did his interview, which I didn't actually get to hear because we actually didn't hear the TV interviews because I had the other stuff in my ear.
Mhm.
But then I saw Dustin Pipes down there, and people were high-fiving him, and I'm like, hey, that's pretty awesome. Dustin Pipes, his little team, has now got a heat race win.
Yep.
That's a nice
Yep.
little
Yep.
step up the ladder. But then to think it was going to lead to probably the worst main event.
Yeah, if you had asked Dustin at that moment, how's this main gonna go?
It's going to be the worst one. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I understand. You got to give him Mulligan.
Yeah. What do you think maybe?
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
Is that possible for Kenny?
No, I don't think that's
No?
Jim.
Because Jim in '84 Buffalo, he got one. And he got last.
I got a blowjob and I was shit in the main event.
So do we think that could have happened?
I don't believe I can respond to these allegations. I don't think I cannot speak to this.
Hopefully one will whip up a titty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Jim was there for me this
about
weekend,
anal
man.
bleaching?
He was there for me this weekend
was.
with the
Yeah.
kids' birthdays.
Yep.
That same person you're
Yeah.
talking there
Yeah.
also took care of the kids' birthdays.
He's a gem.
He came up, and I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, I'm helping out with the birthdays. And I'm like, have you heard the term sight for sore eyes, Jim? I'm down here alone. I've never done this before. And of all people to walk down the tunnel to say, hey, the birthday thing you got to do, I got you.
I got you.
Of all people.
Whip out an opie.
He was more excited about that.
Flight attendants.
Oh, God.
Okay. All right. We got a lot of stuff to talk about here. We got the tweets coming up too, and we got to run through this. God, he's so late. Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, we got stuff to do.
Okay.
All right.
Do I need to keep talking while you're working on stuff?
Nope. Got it here.
Phil? Oh.
All right. So I said new segment for tonight on Twitter.
Oh.
Send in your money-saving ways for Jason Weigandt.
Oh,
and we'll-
sweet. Okay.
And we'll run it by him.
Okay.
All right. So these are Twitter people saying how to save money. You give us up, thumbs down, or
Okay.
that's just illegal, or
This
whatever.
is like the Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Instead of pitching, I should invest in your product.
Yeah.
Should I invest in your
in your
suggestion?
cheap
Yes.
idea, right?
Yeah, okay.
So you can tell us which ones
Shark
maybe
Tank.
are too
Yep.
far for you.
Mhm.
Cheap tank.
Cheap tank.
Cheap tank.
Cheap tank.
Okay, from Becca. I keep my apartment at 62 or lower in the winter by not using the heater.
Highly approve.
All right.
Highly approve. Don't get married.
Ryan says sleeping in your car at rest stops instead of getting a hotel.
Been there, done it. Highly approve. Driving back from Loretta's every year.
Yep.
I can't quite make it home, but I'm not buying a hotel.
Rec MX says stop by a motel with an outdoor ice machine to fill up your cooler for free.
I'd be into that. I had not thought of that.
Jared says stealing salt and pepper shakers from restaurants and refilling them with packets from fast food places.
You can't steal. I have a morals code. I
Yep.
don't steal the packet or the shakers. But packets to use at home, absolutely.
LAX defense coach. Grab extra sugar packets from Starbucks and Dunkin'.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Daniel says, when I was in tech school and was broke, my roommate and I pulled all the food we had left out and called all the consumer numbers and made complaints about the food. We got sent vouchers for free food.
I've always wanted to do it. My dad always made a joke that he wanted to write a letter that said, "Dear Mars, I found the last 2 M&Ms in the bag not to my liking. I ate one of them. Wasn't good. I didn't want to eat the last one. Could you please send me a new bag?" My dad always was a dream to do that, but we have a morals code. That is a lie. No.
All right. Eli says, donating plasma. 2 donations a week, around an hour and a half per donation. You can make anywhere from 60 to 100 per donation.
Get me a phone number, please.
Okay. Scott says he's got a drawer in a fridge full of various fast food condiments. Bonus for salt and pepper packets in the junk drawer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why would you ever buy soy sauce or ketchup or anything like that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Guaranteed MX. Have you heard of this, gentlemen?
No.
No.
Just like those Jim Holly quotes, I have no connection to this human being.
This gentleman is a beauty.
I do not.
He is a
I don't know this
beauty.
guy. No, I do not know who this is.
Sometimes you get texts that are just...
I'm looking at this Team Canada Donations helmet, but I do not know who this is.
Okay. This gentleman says you bring a 6-pack of beer to parties / family gatherings, you leave with 12 or more.
That is a beauty. That is a beauty.
You,
no, I won't. I
No?
would morals
Yep.
clause.
Okay.
But good for him.
All right. Garrett says double-sided toilet paper.
Yeah, you got to use it carefully. I agree.
Okay. Breaking up with the wife or girlfriend or both before Christmas, birthdays, and Valentine's to avoid buying a gift.
I have a feeling if you keep yo-yoing the relationship like that, you're going to have to buy a lot of gifts to make up for it. So I don't think in the long run that's a bad investment.
Dylan says, when something breaks like a small appliance, go buy the same one and swap them and return the broken one in the new packaging.
That might be against the morals clause, but that's a big money swing right there. When you can take huge swings, if you're talking like $600 in a pop, I might be willing to break the morals clause.
John says, always take the ketchup packets and fill your bottle at home. He may be doing that already. Weege's the best. He's like our Madden.
Boom!
Eric says, you sleep till noon, so you only have to pay for 2 meals.
I wish my work schedule would allow.
Electrolyte says, buying an RMZ.
I mean, for most, Kiefer has said this. It probably would do the job.
Yep. Sean says, get rid of your wife and kids.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real
That's
problem.
that's a drag.
That's why the thermostat isn't at 62.
Yep. Snowman says, you don't fly from California to Carolina, then to Vegas. Flying directly to Vegas would be cheaper and save more money by staying in your rich friend's pool house.
Somebody else's dollar right here, okay?
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, you're not doing that. Charlie says, if you're still using mail service, switch the sender and receiver. Do not put on a stamp. When returned to sender, it ends up at the intended receiver. No more stamps needed.
Wow. I need some sort of flow chart to figure out exactly how this works, but it sounds appealing.
That would work, right? I feel
don't
like that
even
would
know.
work.
What is return to sender? I don't even know.
No, if you don't put a stamp on it,
Yeah.
they're going to be like, well, this is no good.
Oh, but then you put the
Yes.
intended address,
Yes.
and they think you're the sender.
Yes.
Yeah, but, I mean, let's say it's coast to coast. Wouldn't they be like, it's sitting in a post office in New York City?
Yeah, yeah.
How could it have been from Los
Yeah.
Angeles?
No, that's a good point,
Yeah.
too. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
Moto Cuz says you eat cereal with a fork so you can reuse the milk.
Yeah, but it's tainted, man. My mom tried to trick me with that when I was 8. Cereal milk, not the same.
All right. The old crap, I forgot my wallet trick.
I feel like people would be on to me with that one. I think they would know.
Okay.
Because of segments like this.
Rob says, get a friend with really high ceilings to get home to pay for everything. Get him to pay for everything.
Just did it.
Yeah, you
Like
did.
Nike
Yes,
style.
Yes, you did.
Just do it.
Clint says, have you ever heard of YouTube Simon Wilson? He takes free to the next level.
No, I haven't, but I'm a little offended by those. I think some of that is fake. Not him specifically.
Okay, yeah.
But there's been some TV shows or people are like, you'd love this. I'm like, this is not. Dumpster diving, I don't believe that this is really happening. This is a TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where they just grab like food or items out of the dumpster?
Yeah, both.
Oh.
But I you got to be suspicious of anything that's an entertainment product. Is that real? These are great tips.
Yeah, that's
They're
it. That's all we
great.
got. We're out.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That Guaranteed MX guy, I'd like to know more about him.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He
Well,
seemed to have a penchant for drinking.
Yeah. Yeah. He's
interesting.
He runs a loose program,
Mm.
but he's good for laughs. Yeah.
You know, it's funny, one of the broadcasts I first did was actually Arena Cross, and the pit reporter was a shorter Canadian gentleman.
Okay.
High energy.
Yeah.
High
Yeah,
energy.
Yeah.
And he was pretty good, but then they showed me his outtakes.
Mm.
Pretty out there.
Yeah.
A lot of F-bombs in the outtakes.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that guy?
I'm not sure. I know that guy got mad at me when I first burst onto the journalism scene.
Really?
Because he was winded after like one lap.
Oh,
and,
yes.
And I made a crack in one
He
of my
would do
columns.
the track map. Yes.
I said this guy he
That's
sounds
right.
like he needs oxygen
He
for a
would-
20-second lap.
It's true.
And he was very angry at me.
Did you know him back then?
Yes, but we weren't really buddies.
Not like you are now.
No.
Okay.
And then he was really mad at me, but then years later when we got to know each other, he said, well, I probably didn't get any sleep that night, and I really was, like, tired.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
sure.
Like you
Yes.
yeah, I probably didn't sleep at all.
Knowing what I know of that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who this Guaranteed MX guy is.
Right.
But I remember, I think his name was Ryan Gauld. Don't know what he's doing these days, but
I don't think he made it.
No,
No.
he's gone.
Yeah.
He's out of the sport.
You guys are all pussies.
You know who is not out of the sport?
Justin Brayton.
Troll Training.
Yeah.
Troll Training is an online training program for riders of all skill and fitness levels looking to get fit and go fast. Do you know what Alex didn't have when he started his career? Someone who could give him the shortcuts on what not to do in training and preparing to race at the professional level.
Well, he had Phil.
He did.
Did that help?
I don't think so.
You think that was actually a negative?
Alex and
He's
John
a fat
West.
fucker.
Alex and John Westling will get you dialed with TrollTraining.com, whether you're a vet rider, an up-and-coming amateur rider, off-road guy. TrollTraining.com, they will reply to your own emails. Alex called in last week. He answers emails. They're really doing well with this, TrollTraining.com. Of
Some
course,
really good privateers.
yeah, they've got Harlan, they got John Short, they got A-Ray. So yeah, John and Alex doing good things for TrollTraining.com. Troll Training's going to promoters meetings for Millville.
Yeah.
He's a businessman. Just running it.
Speaking of cheap tips, can I tweet one in?
Yeah.
What I think you do is you get you have a brother in the family who's also fast and is making a lot of money.
Mhm.
Like so much money that he probably doesn't need to work at a bike shop.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of money. And then he can pay one of the finest trainers in the industry, say Johnny O'Mara.
Mm-hmm.
And then when your brother's out training, you and your buddy Phil
Mm-hmm.
just go on the same rides
Yeah.
with your brother.
You just show up at the same places.
Yes, but you don't actually pay the trainer.
Yeah.
That's a real good
Yeah.
cheap tip right
That's
there.
a great cheap tip, and that worked for a couple of years.
Yes, Phil and Alex getting free Johnny O'Mara training. On J-Mart.
I wonder if Johnny O was ever like, really, guys? Really?
These two guys keep. I understand your brother.
Yeah.
But why is Phil?
Why is this guy here? And why they're always showing up? Like, oh, funny seeing you here at the trailhead once again.
Maybe Johnny didn't notice because according to Phil, they were getting dropped anyway. So maybe he never.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
Osho never realized they were
No.
there.
I don't know, but that's a good cheap trick. Cheap trick.
Good cheap trick.
Yep.
Yeah, good band too.
All right, let's go to Tom has a race tech rant on Barsha. What's up, Tom?
I got to get this off my chest, guys. I've had enough Justin Barsha.
So has a
That
lot of
dude-
people.
His contract's up this year. Is he done? Do we know if he's retiring?
Yeah, I see him going back to TLD.
He wants to.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
they. I'm not saying they don't want him back.
Yeah.
They haven't given a contract, but he has said it's a contract year and I
Yeah.
want to come back and I'm
Right.
trying to prove myself.
Yep.
Yeah. So no retirement.
If
is
I'm
planned.
Sorry. If I'm AC or I'm Colt after this week, especially AC, I'm taking him out next week. Like payback is, I'm breaking his fucking leg.
You can't
I'm
take him out.
tired of this, dude.
You don't want to engage with the honey badger. You can't do this. Many have tried.
You will lose.
Yeah.
You will lose.
It's got to stop.
It won't stop. You can't.
Put him in the net. Do something.
He'll just come back at you. He'll laugh and be like, ah, and he'll come back at you.
You're playing his game, man. Dino, maybe someday have Dino come on like a scorned lover.
Yeah.
Be like, Dino, take us back 2010, 2011 range when you
Yeah.
tried to go shot for shot.
Yeah.
How did that work out for you?
Right.
He will just get dirt. You know, you want to scratch, he'll scratch your eyeballs. Like he'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they know it. I know what you're saying. Just settle the score and he'll end it.
Yeah.
But I think it just only makes him stronger. It does.
It's like a superhero.
Yeah.
Go Bowers. Go Bowers on him, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean Bowers did, got him back pretty good. It didn't affect him. He went right back at it.
True.
So
I can't even remember. There's so many of these. There was a Bowers Barsha. I'm sure it was
yeah,
super high profile.
Barsha
but-
broke his leg, and then the next year, Bowers
right.
just cleaned him. Yeah,
That's right. That was
Monster Cup.
Yes, we were in Vegas, and we go all the way back to the Zacco Skull and Crossbones.
Yep.
Bruce from Cowie is going on an epic 45-minute soliloquy that the AMA has to stop these dudes from doing this or someone's going to get their leg broken. And we're like, Bruce, come on. To be honest, they do this all the time and no one ever gets their leg broken. And then 20 minutes later, Barsha breaks his rider's leg because Bowers was riding for Cowie. And I was like, okay, fair.
Moving on. Yeah.
Fair.
So
That's right.
all right,
Yep.
Tom.
And one other question on that. Is it true Malcolm's knee injury started when Barsha took him out last year in Salt Lake City, right?
No, I didn't hear that.
Is it related?
I didn't hear that.
I thought it was related. I thought that's why Malcolm missed most of outdoors.
He
And
did
then
because
he never
of
got it fixed.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. It is true that he missed most of outdoors because of that. He had hurt his knee a couple weeks earlier. Indy, maybe? Detroit? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Right.
It looked horrible.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
was supposedly okay.
Yeah.
But I do not know. It's a good question. We should ask Nate Dogg.
Yeah.
But they seem very not forthcoming on the Malcolm injury.
Yeah. Really
Why
weird.
is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a
all
great
right.
question.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
We'll ask Nate
Cool.
Dogg
Thanks,
about it.
guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Race Tech Rant, Tom. We advise against Tom's advice. You just can't deal with Justin like that.
It doesn't end that way. Although I will say
Yeah.
Anderson, on the other hand. Anderson also has a tendency to be aggressive.
Mhm.
And one man said, I'm tired of it.
Yeah. No.
One man
You're right.
said, I
Yeah.
will clean you out once
Yeah.
and it will end it. That man was Justin Brayton.
Yeah.
And that ended it.
Yep. No, you're right. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Because I think Anderson has at least a lick of sense to him
Mhm.
about what's good for his own health.
Yeah.
Barsha does not care.
Yeah.
He is full kamikaze.
Right. Brayton's one was epic. Just I'm gonna ride alongside the track and then just clean him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Anderson never touched him again. I don't think. Do you think there's anything a rider could do that would get Barsha to end it?
No.
To be like, I'm good.
No,
No,
I don't. No, I mean Pike tried to fight him in the tunnel. He didn't want anything to do with that. And at,
No.
and at Bercy one year, he didn't want anything to fight Aranda. So he's not down to fight.
No. But it
he's-
won't stop him from hitting you on the track again.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
All right, Jason Weigandt here, brought to you by the folks at DirtWurx. Got the tweets at Tallon segment coming up too as well. What are you laughing at?
I just love the characters in the sport. Like, I do.
Yeah.
I understand the hatred for what Barsha does, especially if you race him and if you're a fan and he knocks down your favorite guy. I get it. But I just love that we have these. Everybody in the building knows these guys and knows their reputation. And then the dudes go out there and they give you exactly what you're expecting to see.
A-Ray, Barsha, they just deliver.
They just deliver. Yeah. And I hate to say this is painful, but it's like as Brayton said, he always says it right. We spend hours and hours and hours at Tampa analyzing Sexton could do it if he just doesn't crash. And then that exact story that you're waiting for happens again.
Yeah.
These guys are doing a phenomenal job of being themselves.
Yeah.
If this is what you bought your ticket for, they're giving you the show.
Yep. No, absolutely. It's been great. All right. So this is a little off topic of racing, but you're a good friend of mine. We hang out quite a bit. I
Okay.
value your opinion. Like,
Okay.
for example,
we just did a cheap shark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheap Shark. So I have my wife on line one. And so oftentimes, like, we're in a bunch of group texts together. I'll throw something out there that her and I are discussing and get your guys' opinion on it, right?
Yes.
Because I'm one of those guys where I'm like, am I seeing this wrong? Am I seeing this differently? And sometimes I'll ask things that she'll get a little mad about. She's like, well, don't tell them that, or whatever. But I'm like, no, like I want to get opinions. I just like to hear what people think. And so one of the things was, our dog was attacked last week by another dog, broke the leash and bit my dog in the butt. And I wanted to go over and give this guy the vet bill. Nice guy.
Yeah.
You're going to fight. He felt bad. But I'm like, hey, I think you owe me the $120 for the vet bill. And a couple of my friends are like, no, Moser, a few other people, no, don't do it. Like, you can't do it. You just got to eat the $120. I asked you, I forgot about a coupon at a sushi restaurant.
Yeah.
And I wanted to turn around and go back and give him the coupon. And
Can't
Pookie
do
was
that.
like, no, do not
Yeah.
do that. I ran it by you guys, and even my cheapest friend, you, were like, no, you can't do that.
No, because the poor waiter or whatever,
Right.
that's jacking him.
Right.
It's not his fault.
So there's a new issue in the Mathis family.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'll bring my lovely wife on,
Oh.
who I guess isn't camera ready. Pookie, you're not camera ready, right? So we're bringing you on through the phone.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with your fans or lack thereof critiquing my look.
Right. Okay. So
It's a terrible thing for teenage girls and even for Pookie. Yes.
Pookie. Isn't she a teenager? Okay. So here's the latest thing that the Mathis family's been going through a little bit, and I want your opinion on it.
Okay.
And maybe
here
at the
for
end
it.
of this, I have a favor to ask of you, but we'll get to that later.
Okay.
But so I'm gone a lot. I travel a lot, right?
Mhm.
And I've been doing that for a long time. Pookie has we have no kids, so we have a very different lives, her and I. She does things on the weekends with friends.
Can you
And
tell Pookie to stop doing whatever she's doing right now?
yeah, what are you doing, Pookie?
Wait.
Stop making noise.
Sorry.
This is the worst audio in the history of someone actually being in the building of the person doing the show.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so she's doing these things with friends on the weekends, and I don't care. Like, I'm gone, and I'm gone a lot. And then she tries to make time for me every now and then. But I think she's getting a little frustrated because the other day, like a couple weeks ago or whatever, she's just like, you need to get a friend. And I'm like, I have a friend. It's you. And, she's like, no. Like, she goes to movies with her friends and to these different deals with her friends. She's got a group of, like, I don't know, babe, 5 or 6 friends probably. It seems like you got a lot, but I don't know, 5 or 6 friends, let's say.
Yeah, I got lots of friends.
And she's doing things. And, like, when I'm home, she's leaving. She'll leave, at 7 o'clock and come home at 10 or something, right?
On days you are still here.
Yeah.
Not just weekends.
And I'm not really complaining. But she might get the sense that I'm, like, bummed out, right? And she's just like, look, you got to get a friend. So this friend can go with you to do things. Like, hey, you want to hang out? Like, and I don't have a friend.
Yeah, because I have things that I want to do. And when you're sitting at home and you don't have anybody to hang out with, it starts to make me feel like, well, shit, I got to back down on things that I'm doing because Steve doesn't have anything to do. But it's like, that's not my deal. Go find a friend and go do something with them like I am doing.
Do I have to, like, how do I find a friend, first of all? I don't really want a friend.
Okay, so.
And then what do I do? Like, so I mountain bike.
Yeah.
And I work.
Uh-huh.
And then I go to the races. And then I mountain bike.
I don't think she's hanging out with the friends at the same time you're mountain biking. So this is at night.
No. Days off or 2. If she has a day, like, she doesn't work full time.
Sometimes it's daytime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes it's daytime. Yeah.
But sometimes it's going out to dinner or whatever.
Yeah.
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 So that's not a time you would be mountain biking.
She has theater tickets with a
craft
friend.
Right.
Night.
You would not be mountain biking at that time.
No. So she's just like, can you get a friend?
No, I can help with this. Okay, let's take the first thing. The very first thing you said is, where would I even find a friend?
Yeah.
Well, that is horrible that you would say that. There are 2 fine gentlemen right here that live in Vegas that work for you. They're sitting right here. Travis and Tallon.
Aw.
No?
No.
Nothing.
No, because
Nothing.
I asked the guy in the corner on the phones to go dirt bike riding. He told me give him 2 weeks.
Okay. They're not available to go to Chili's.
Travis and his lovely wife that's way too hot for him.
Okay.
We have asked them to dinner a lot. And they seem very busy. They've done it a couple times in their defense.
Yeah.
They have done it 2 times, I think, or 3 times.
Yeah.
And it's very nice. The 4 of us go out.
Uh-huh. Trying to see his reaction to this. Okay.
But again, that's the 4 of us where I have to be involved.
Yeah, this is
I'm
not
looking
couples
for
time.
Steve to be able to do things that don't involve Pookie because I have to be his +1 to anything he wants to go to.
Yeah. And by the way, you live in freaking Las Vegas.
Yeah, there's a lot to do.
There's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Like, there are people that, I don't know if you know this, with their buddies come here just to hang out in Vegas with their buddies.
Yeah.
Like guys trip.
Yeah.
You can see the strip from here. So neither of these dudes is ever available?
Steve, you want to go to Titty Bar?
There you go.
I'll go to Titty Bar.
There you go. Is that going to make you happy, Pookie?
See? Boom.
Perfect.
Well, no, because see, that's something I actually want to go to.
Oh,
You're not
man.
invited, Pookie.
No, it's a guys' night.
But, like...
All right, so I'll handle that. You need to find some... You got other guys in town? What about Berlude or... Skip Norfolk? Norfolk owns a darn brewery in town. Just go...
What am I going to do? Hey, Skip, you want to go drink some beers? Like...
That's what
See,
dudes
this is
do.
The problem is that I want to go out and do things with my friends. He doesn't want to go out and do anything with anybody, yet he also doesn't want me to go out and do anything with
That's
anybody.
correct. That's correct. I want her to just stay at home.
Oh, you
with
left
me.
that part
Yeah,
out.
well, I don't like that because I
Well-
don't have any kids. I don't have a lot of responsibility going on at home, so it's not like I'm jetting off and leaving you to take care of things. Like,
No. Well,
I
Augie.
want to be able to do
Augie.
fun shit if it comes up. I don't want to have to be like, well, I better not, you know.
Hold
that's
on,
2
Steve.
nights this week.
Well, yeah. I mean, don't you think that
He tries to stop you,
No,
but he wants you to
With
stop.
his puppy dog eyes.
Dude,
I may give her a guilt trip every now and then. Yeah,
Stephen Mathis. Debbie, what's his middle name?
she's in bed.
Michael William.
Michael William?
Yeah.
There's 2 middle names?
Yeah, I'm like royalty.
Wow.
Yeah.
As an actor, that would have been your name.
Yeah.
Stephen Michael William
Yeah,
would
yeah,
be your name.
yeah. But hold on, I travel 3 days a week. So
Thank you.
Easy,
And what do you do then?
Easy. You're gone 2 nights a week.
3 days, and I hang out with my friends. Those are my friends.
Yeah. So how dare you be
but
resistant
this
to...
doesn't help me when I'm, on a random Wednesday when I want to go out to dinner and then
Okay.
you're at home. There's nothing for you to do.
All right, Mark's is in a situation like I am, like we are. No child, just one dog. What?
That's correct.
How often does Courtney go out?
Maybe once every few weeks.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe
once every few weeks. What's wrong with that?
How often does Marks leave town and go to dinner with his buddies?
Well,
every single Friday night? I doubt it.
Listen, if I could
Right?
never leave my house, I would be a happy man.
She is.
You guys are weird.
She is perfectly fine to go out on Fridays and Saturday nights. Like, I don't care. Like, whatever. Yeah, and she does.
Steve.
I'm not home.
Your wife has given you and the great fans of the Pulp Nation the gift of letting you leave every weekend. Even the fact that you're going to pay $1,300 for a plane ticket to go to Detroit. And I said, Steve, just don't go. And
That's
you can't stop
ridiculous.
yourself. You're still going to go to the darn race. You're going to complain all weekend, but you're still going to go. Pookie has given Pulp Nation the gift of you at the races.
Yeah.
After that, you're done. You don't have any rope. Let her do whatever the hell she wants. She let you leave for the weekend.
So she can go out 2 nights, Friday, Saturday night when I'm not there, which is fine. Like, she can go out and
I'm
then
not going out every Friday
No,
and
I know.
Saturday.
No.
You're just assuming.
But it's fine to do that because I'm not home, so I don't care. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like those 2 nights for her, that's enough?
It doesn't matter, man. You have no leverage left. You already left town. You left town. Now she gets carte blanche to do anything, anytime, any place.
Oh, I love this guy.
I'm dealing with it right now. I had to fly from Oakland to Charlotte for 12 hours just to come back out to Vegas, just to red-eye back
You
tonight.
have children, though. You have children.
Yeah,
That's a
I
whole
don't
different
think
deal.
you can really
I'm just
really
saying,
compare
man.
us to anybody because it's totally different without kids.
I live a guilt-full life.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not guilt-free. I feel like if Pookie's going to let you travel every weekend, at that point you got to let her do whatever she wants at any point.
I feel like Steve and I should be able to do whatever we want, whenever we want, both of us.
Yes.
If he wants to go do something with his, friend, if he wants to go get one,
I don't
cool.
have
You
a
guys are gonna
friend.
Go drink beers. You're going to the casino. You want to go to bingo. You're having a craft night.
Steve, let's go to bingo.
Anything. Like,
You live in Las Vegas,
those are
Steven.
the
I like
things that
baseball.
want to
Tallon
do.
too.
And I'm
We're going to
not gonna
bingo
not
night.
go to bingo because Steve doesn't have a friend.
Oh, bingo night.
Bingo is actually pretty fun.
So what is the actual problem here is that you want to hang out with Pookie on like Wednesday night. You don't want her to leave you alone. Is that the problem,
But
Steve?
that's the thing is we're not doing anything on said Wednesday. It's just hanging out at home.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the Leaf game's on.
Oh, wow.
It's just Pookie, don't leave me.
Right.
You're fucked.
Wait, it went from puppy dog eyes to...
No, it's not.
These words have not actually been said,
No,
have
it's
they?
not like that. No, it's not like that.
It's implied.
It is kind of implied.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the problem, Steve? Okay, let's just
I
take
don't have any friends.
Well, why? What is wrong with...
And if I had some friends, I don't want to do nothing. I travel.
Okay, so there's
What is
an
the problem?
example. Because on
Yeah.
June 30th, the New Kids on the Block are playing in San Bernardino, and I will be there.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Indiana Jones movie is coming out, and Steve is going to want to go to the premiere night. And now he has to go by himself because his only plus one in life, me, is going to be with 5 other dudes.
5 other... The guys in the band?
The guys in the band.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe you will be.
Okay, but she's going to see them in Houston.
Yeah.
Flight, hotel, concert tickets.
Wow.
She's going to see them in San Bernardino.
Wow.
Flight or driving.
Glen Helen? Is that what they're
yeah,
performing?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Okay.
She wants to go to Stevie Nicks concert with her friend. She's going to Madonna with her friends.
Wow.
This is Pookie's summer adventure.
Course. Why would I miss out on any of these
She's
things?
going to Cabo with her friend.
Oh my God.
She's going. She just went to France with her friend in the fall.
Or if you're a little bitch.
She's going to. I'm missing something else.
This is an extensive list.
Oh, Omaha.
I'm going. Yes,
Omaha
I
this
sure
summer.
as hell am, because I don't have any kids.
And so, so, like, what do I do? I don't have.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Get a friend and go see them somewhere.
Go to Kiefer's.
You can get
Go to Boise. I mean, I don't
Go
know.
to Boise. Come to Charlotte for a few days. We'll have a good old time. We'll hang out with Phil. Yeah, come on back. Stay at Phil's house again. 62 degrees.
Yeah, exactly.
You love Phil.
I do love Phil.
Pookie, tell me when these trips are. We'll just get Steve to come and hang out in North Carolina. He can hang out with
So
me.
what about
hang
Augie?
with Phil.
What about Augie the dog and the 2 cats?
Well, that's your fault.
Okay.
I mean, you have pets. Now you got to deal with it. You dug your own grave on that one. There's dog hotels or something, isn't there? What about your friend with the dog whose leash broke? Can they watch Augie?
Oh, yeah.
Can you trust them?
I don't trust
Can you
them.
trust them?
No, I don't.
Oh my God.
They don't get along, I don't think.
Steve, one of your all-time idols, I would assume in life, must be Jeremy McGrath's mechanic. You were a mechanic. You were a mechanic when Jeremy McGrath and his coolest mechanic of all time were dominating races like no one else ever has.
Yeah, I like Skip.
That mechanic then not only moves to the town you live in, but opens up a brewery.
But I don't really drink.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't do anything for him.
That does nothing
see?
for you.
The last time I went there was no backs on the chairs. There was no chairs with backs. My back was sore, and I don't really like to drink.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
What am I going to do with
They don't
this
have
guy?
backs on the
Like,
chairs. I mean,
seriously.
you're right. What are you going to do?
What are you gonna do?
Skip Norfolk has a brewery in your town, and you won't go because
I love
it doesn't
Skip.
Have, doesn't have. I know. Well, you're denying yourself,
But
Skip.
What am I? Hey, what do you think of those Bears? Like, what do you do? Hey, like, what do you do?
I bet you and Skip could probably talk about the Supercross happened over the weekend for 5 hours like we just did tonight.
I don't know.
Hey, Skip, you watched the race over the weekend? That's probably how I could
Yeah,
I'll just get the ice broken with that.
Yeah, but I just talked about the race on every damn podcast I do. Maybe I don't want to talk about the race again.
So you need to find a non-motocross friend.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the friend.
Yeah,
That's
it's Pookie.
the problem.
Steve needs a hockey friend.
Yeah, you need a hockey friend. You know what would be awesome? You know what would be amazing? Okay, Skip
I tried playing hockey during the weeks a little bit.
You did?
A few years back, and I just sucked at it. I hated it.
You know what it's like? Okay, so Skip Norfolk, Steve's idol, moves to town, opens a brewery. That's not good enough. What would be amazing is if the NHL, Steve's favorite sports league, would like bring a franchise to Vegas, and then there maybe be people around that are into it. That would be it. What are the chances that an NHL?
Who am I going to go with? Pookie. I'm going to go with Pookie to the game.
That's the problem. The other thing is Steve's favorite football team is the Oakland or Los Angeles Raiders. But that sucks because they're not from Vegas. And Steve. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. So Steve's idol has come to town and opened up a brewery. He doesn't know what to do. Steve's favorite sport has opened a franchise in the town he lives in. There's nothing to do. And his favorite football team moved to the town in which he lives. But there's nothing he can think of to do recreationally in the town in which he lives. Unbelievable.
See? Now you know my pain.
I take the race tech rant back. This was it.
Right.
This
Now
was the race tech rant.
Now you know my pain. Thank you.
Get alive.
You are like a GD magnet, and anything you want is just being pulled toward these giant ceilings of yours, and you fail to even realize it. Were there any
Pookie's my friend.
Were there any chicks in Playboy when like everyone in high school would like, hey dude, go behind that bush over there. I stole a Playboy from my dad's house. Go check this. Were there any chicks you had a crush on when you were like 16 years old? They're probably here right now. The way the odds are working out for you.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Olivia?
Maybe it's her.
I
don't know.
So,
I'm siding with Pookie on this one.
Okay, so my favor is, I want to ask you a favor.
Oh.
You're a really good friend of mine. Can you move here?
Move to Vegas?
Yeah. And you'll be my friend.
I will put this up for consideration.
Okay.
I will.
Yeah,
I will. Yeah, I'll
yeah
put this
you're
up
my
for
friend.
consideration.
And then,
Yes. Yep.
and then suck on that, Pookie, when I'm out with Weege every night.
Oh, yeah. You guys do need to spend more time together, so.
You know what's
What do you think of that, Pookie? Me and Weege out again.
You know what's going to be a problem there?
Banging whores.
I do have a lot of friends where I live.
Yeah.
Can I get a SoCal hole?
I don't really hang out with them much because I feel like since I'm gone on the weekends,
yeah,
my wife and I kind of feel like we should just spend all
Oh,
the time.
oh, really? Oh,
together.
Oh, what do you know?
The
During
obligation,
week.
the obligation on my time.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I kind of the way
Even
my
I
wife and I
spend
do
Yeah.
it is kind of
plenty
like
of time
Sunday through
together.
Thursday. we
It's
need
your
to-
time
our
because
time together.
I'm away
He's
on the
throwing
weekends.
out all these trips, but he's not mentioning also the trips that him and I have planned or the things that we have going on together. We do lots of things together. We go on vacation at least like 2 or 3 times a year together. It's awesome. But there's, it's not 100% of the time the Steve and Pookie show.
Give me some
We're married
dates.
for 20 freaking years now.
Give me some dates of the Omaha and the San Bernardino and the Houston, and we will get Steve to hang out with some friends. They do not live here. I don't think he can go to Boise. I don't think you and JT hanging out is going to be healthy. First of all, he goes to bed at 8.
Yeah, he goes to bed at 8.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
We will get Steve to hang out with Phil. Maybe wait long enough, and Brayton will be back. We'll have a great time. Except I probably won't be able to hang out
Because
I tend to hang out with my wife the 5
What-
days a week
Listen,
I'm in town.
I'm sorry, everyone, for who takes Pookie's side. I'm sorry for loving my wife. Apologies. Guilty as charged. I love my wife, okay? Guilty as charged. She's my best friend, and I'm in love. Sorry.
Sounds gay.
Sorry.
I respected Pookie. Any couple I know that gets married and they're immediately talking about like having kids, I'm like, no, don't do that. Like go on
Yeah.
every trip,
Look
every
at-
concert, everything you've ever wanted to do, get it done.
Marks has no kids. Living a life.
Because when you have kids, you'll never be able to do it.
No, you won't. No. So there's Marks doesn't want
I
to leave
know,
his
and I
house.
probably am sounding real selfish and real mean right now. I don't mean to be crusty and mean. I love Steve. We hang out all the time. I don't, I only work a couple days a week, so it's not like I'm gone all day, every day, and then when I get home, I'm leaving at night. Like, I got lots of days where we're hanging out at home, and it's just the two of us.
She's just like, she just drops it on me. You need a friend. You need a friend. And I'm like, what?
No, I think it's true. And fans, please do not bash on Pookie. First of all, if she was sitting here, just gorgeous, just flawless beauty.
Radiant.
Okay,
Radiant
so don't
beauty.
be poking holes in this.
Yeah.
Second of all, she gives the Pulp Nation the gift of letting Steve go to these races. So please,
she's never
please don't bash
She
on
met
her.
me when I was a mechanic. She's never had me home. She
Yeah.
enjoys not having me here 24/7, and I enjoy not being around her 24/7. So that's not a problem. The traveling, there is not one time that Pookie's been like, hey, you're traveling too, like never, ever, ever, which might be a sign, by the way. But she's never, she's never said anything. But look at Marks. Marks just said, Courtney goes out once every couple of weeks. I like that.
But he doesn't leave
I
every
like
single
that.
week. He doesn't leave every single week.
Once every couple
You
of
leave
weeks.
every single week. He
They
does not.
also haven't been married for 20 years.
Well, congrats on that. And I hear that a lot. Like a lot of dudes are like, yeah, after a couple days, my wife is like, don't you want to get out of the house? And I'm like, so maybe my problem, maybe it would be better if I could just get my wife to start liking me less.
See?
Then it would be a lot easier. Yep. So I got to work on that a little bit.
Yeah.
What I got to work on.
So you're not going to move to Vegas to be my friend?
Here's what would happen. I could move to Vegas, but I still probably wouldn't be your friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would hurt.
Yeah, I'd be like, no, man.
Only talk on text.
This would be. You ever watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
No, I know what it is. I think.
Yeah, where everything ties in at the
Yeah,
end, but then
right.
it's like it's Seinfeld on roids.
Yeah.
The irony would be I would finally move here, and in the very first night that I'm settled in, Pookie would go out, and you'd be like, no problem, Pookie.
Yeah.
I got weeds now. And
Yeah.
you'd call me, and I'd be like, no, man. I'm at home.
Yeah.
I'm hanging out with my wife.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the music would play.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, no! I don't know why Pookie left. I'm
Yeah.
hanging out with my
Right.
wife, Steve.
Well, maybe I'll ask these guys.
Bingo
maybe,
night?
Maybe I'll ask these guys to hang out with me.
Let's go to bingo night.
I feel like it was a complete slap in the face that you're like, who am I going to hang out with? And there's two dudes
I know.
that live here in Vegas.
Didn't even consider us.
They're right in the room.
No, Marks, stop it.
Didn't even consider us.
Marks.
And then on deck is Maserati and Lamborghini.
You would hang out with Kiefer.
Kiefer would love to. No, yeah.
He would.
Kiefer,
Kiefer's a great dude.
Just he's come
He
over
doesn't
to his
even drink.
house.
He doesn't even drink.
Come over to his house and
Yep.
hang out.
Yep.
It's a drop-in center over there.
Doesn't even drink.
No, no.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a drop-in center at the Kiefer household. So
He has a friend, Pookie. He just lives 2 hours away.
Hey, man, you beaten off?
And exactly, and that's the thing. Even if his friends lived here, he doesn't want to do anything. But I want to do stuff. I like doing stuff.
It's an open and shut case. I'm on Pookie's side.
What?
Yeah. on Pookie's side.
First the dog bite, then the coupon, and now this.
She's allowed to do what she wants to do.
So
yeah,
just
go hang out with
5
Skip.
nights a week. She can do whatever.
Is it 5 nights, Pookie?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Skip Norfolk, Vegas Golden Knights, Raiders. You got it all. They all move to you.
And what am I supposed? All right.
I'm just saying that there's probably some dudes that live here that like the things that you like.
Do you like Indiana Jones? Go talk to him. He likes.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Really hard to find someone that wants to see this movie.
Hey, my name's Steve.
Oh God.
I bet we could build you an app for this, Steve, to find you a friend.
I can send you Cooksy's number.
I don't.
That'd be great. Build the app.
I don't want. Yeah, I don't. I want a mountain bike, and do my work, watch hockey.
Yes, and see
hang out with
everything
Pookie.
you want to do, and you can do it, and everything I want to do, I can do it.
You have too many friends.
We're good. We're good in this argument.
Thanks, Pookie. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, I love you.
I
I
love
love
you.
spending time with you.
All right.
I also love not spending time with you.
Had to slide that in there.
Bye, Pookie.
God bless.
Bye.
Bye. Bullshit. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do it. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Really let me down there. You can grab a water? These guys
Yeah.
can get you a water. You got to sit down.
Your friends?
Yeah, my friends will grab you
Good
water.
friends. All right, what are your friends?
Can one of my friends grab him a water?
Yeah.
Motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com and
What about anal bleaching?
check it out. I wish that guy could be my friend.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't. No. I don't.
OEM and aftermarket parts, great pricing, great return policy. If you shop anywhere else from online for motocross parts, you're an idiot. Check out motorsport.com. Thank you to those guys. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on Twitter, and my friend in the corner there reads them back to me.
From Penis Pump 51.
Is that my friend?
How?
Steve, who won the fingering contest this weekend? You or Will?
What can I do? Like, I can't even get mad. I closed it. I got one in Tampa. This week, I pull in the rental car lot. I take 10 steps out of my car towards Cade, who was there, getting out too.
This is when you landed.
No, this is at the race. It's not a Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
I take 10 steps out of my car towards Cade, and here comes a white rental car doing 60 miles an hour across the parking lot, and he's hanging out the window. Like, I can't stop that.
You're fucked.
I can't do anything. I had a plan to get him. I was thinking about it, but he's wide open in the parking lot as I get out of my car. Like, there's nothing you can do.
Impressive. It is impressive.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Look,
I can't even get mad.
You're Hampshire and McAdoo. You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
You're trying so hard.
Yeah, he's Chet.
But you're up against Chet.
Yeah, I'm fucked. I got one in on Tampa. I got one in, and so did Kitchen. Kitchen got one in. And now I'm up against Jet.
And now he's got a 14-second lead, and he's just doing quads in
Dude,
the heat race for
yep,
fun.
Yep. And there's nothing I can do. I wasn't even mad.
Nope.
What can I do?
No, it's Jet.
Yep.
You're dealing with the Jet of the flip-off game.
Yep.
I feel like Will has your location on his phone.
That's what other people said. Yeah, they're like, he's got you tracked.
Drunk word, sober thoughts. Who turns their season around first, Christian Craig or Dan Truman?
Oh, Truman's fantasy. It's horrible. Christian Craig, because it's already on the way up.
Did I hear 19 points one week for Truman?
In one class, yeah.
Yeah, 19 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, Craig's way ahead.
Yeah. By the way, our fantasy pod, due to this Matt Moss thing, it's going to get spicy.
Yeah, I'm angry as well, but
good luck.
Save it for that show because
It's
we've gone 5 hours already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very upset.
From Randalorian for Weege. Choose one. Brayton wins a 450 Supercross title, but you must become a huge Star Wars fan and do weekly pods about it. Or 2, you become a top Supercross pro, but you and Brayton become mortal enemies like 21 and 51.
I will tape the eyes open. Give me the eye drops. I'll watch the Star Wars. Let's get that title.
Okay.
Spooner 608. Where do we see Colt 45 riding for outdoors?
I don't think he does them. Yeah. No, I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always fill-in opportunities.
Yeah.
But as of now, I'm not seeing the landscape.
If I'm Colt, I'm trying to go to World Supercross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moto review show. Assuming Mookie is out at Husky, do they put RJ on the 450 for outdoors?
He almost did it last year, right?
He's even hinting at maybe Daytona.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He said he was for 3 days last year. He was a 450 guy.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know what the thought process is.
I would say the thought process should be get to 450 if you can.
Yeah, but the thing is that RJ is good for a couple wins in the 250 class every year. I love RJ, but I don't think he's doing it in the 450s.
Yeah.
Winning races, that's tough.
From Alex Wilbur, Weege, how does Racer X make money?
It's a strange thing where you have ads.
Yeah.
And the people pay for them.
Not familiar at all. Motorsport.com, everybody.
That's one of our ads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Boompow, Steve, would you rather race Stank Dog in an arena cross race or wear Darkside's pony as a wig for a whole race season?
Race Stank. I don't want to
really.
I don't want to wear that pony.
You hate that pony that much?
A whole season?
Greasy?
Just with a greasy bandana and a greasy pony. No way. No thanks.
671 Mac for Weege. What is the most expensive purchase you have made that you regret making?
I feel like I get asked this one quite a bit.
Yeah, I do, right? I agree.
Yeah, I get asked this one quite a bit. When I got the Supercross webcast job, I decided it's time to treat myself. Money was rolling in. I wasn't spending a lot, as you'd imagine.
Yep.
And I was like, it's time to buy a new car. Bought a Subaru WRX. Hated it. Held on to it for 1 year. You know, nothing depreciates like a 1-year-old car.
Yeah.
Haunts me to this day.
Pre-Jeep love then. Didn't like the Jeeps back then?
Yeah, that was a mistake. I should have just went with the Jeep from the start and stuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From D, panic button for AC9. Set your bromance aside, Steve. It's not great.
I mean, no panic button. This race wasn't good, but he's been top 10. He got near the board the weekend. I mean, I think he could still pull off a podium. I really do. Yeah, I mean, look, he hasn't raced. He was off a year. Like, it's no panic button.
No.
It's fine. Is it great? No. Is it panic button? No. It's moo.
Can I change my previous answer?
Yeah.
I also spent money getting Invisalign because my mom said the reason you're not in ESPN is because you don't wear suits and you don't have Hollywood teeth. And I'm like, so I should be wearing suits to the motocross race?
Yeah.
And she's like, the guys in ESPN wear suits.
Uh-huh.
So I never did the suits, but I did spend money to get the teeth fixed, and all the Invisalign did was open up such space in the back of my molars that I would have to floss like 9 times a day, and then eventually I like destroyed my teeth down on like this side. So I paid for Invisalign and then had to pay to get the teeth fixed because the Invisalign screwed up my teeth.
Okay.
That's a much better answer.
It is.
Yeah.
From MXJake218 for Weege, what is your average total expenses for a full weekend at the race cost you from the minute you leave your house to the minute you return home?
Well, out of his pocket? Nothing.
Yeah, it's obviously a sliding scale depending on if I'm paying. Sometimes I am, depending on the gig. Yep. And then it's a real, like this trip right here. Eat breakfast at home, do not eat until I land, and then Steve will purchase my lunch and dinner, and then I will red-eye home, and then I will eat dinner again for free at my house tomorrow. So there's a perfect example. It'll be $0 expended.
And $0 in Oakland, right, of your own money?
What was really great is Saturday, had a hotel breakfast, and they had food all day for us TV people. Didn't eat after the race. $0 on Saturday.
Yeah, and Friday's night dinner was covered by Racer X.
Yep.
Yep.
Looking good.
You don't ever like stop at the gas station and just get a Gatorade or something?
Oh, you never buy at the gas station. Come on. Come on.
Kind of
$3 20-ounce Gatorade.
What kind of question is that?
Jeez.
325 Motorsports. Is there anyone else offering VIP type behind the scenes fan tours at Supercross other than Feld and Star?
I just know those two. I don't know. You'd have to look around, but
A VIP experience at Supercross?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know of any others.
No, but JT's part of Feld, so.
Oh, I thought you were like dissing him here.
No, I wasn't, because
you're
JT's
considering
part
that.
of the
Oh,
Feld
you're not
stuff.
saying he doesn't do this.
No,
Oh.
the question was other than Feld.
I didn't know you considered JT part of Feld in that capacity.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
he is a Feld thing now, yeah, selling up.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. That was really becoming the hot trend
It
for
was.
a while.
Chad
with
did
Chad's
it right,
team.
Butler
Yeah.
Brothers, yeah,
Huh.
all of that.
We need more of those teams back, so let's get the VIP program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Coy's VIP program.
Oh,
He still
God.
had a team. That'd be fantastic.
Oh, God. J-Bone would love it, though.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
He would.
From AJ Irvin 39, do you see Hayden Deegan ending up top 5 in points this year?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Smorsky 281, for both of you, I understand that California is the birthplace of moto, but between the ridiculous politics, the crime, the cost, and the congestion, amongst other things, how much longer do you think the moto industry is going to embrace California?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It's an elaborate question because as far as like people purchasing motorcycles and riding them there, they still have phenomenal weather, so that's not going to stop.
Mhm.
You can ride year round. It's sunny, doesn't rain. As far as the manufacturers, I mean, the general reason they're there is because California is closer to Japan than any other part of America. It's starting to change. I mean, Toyota moved to Texas.
Yeah. Yamaha outside the race shop is all in Georgia.
Yeah, so it's starting to change.
Honda's in Georgia a lot. So.
I guess, looking at that momentum.
Right.
The race departments are still in California.
Yep.
We believe a manufacturer that's coming into the sport will be Georgia-based,
Mhm.
including the race team.
Yep.
So, you know what? My answer was going to be, nah, that's not going to change. But actually, I think in 10 years it might.
But this guy's saying the politics and the crime and everything else.
That's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, you could go to, I guarantee you the people of Atlanta are like, the politics and the crime. The people down in Tampa.
Yeah. And,
the politics and the crime.
Oakland is 7 hours from, the Oakland crime is 7 hours from where the moto industry is.
Yeah.
But no, I could definitely see it moving. It's a whole lot cheaper, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. More riding areas, too. California's lost a lot of riding areas.
Yeah, the weather is good, but, man, riding's pretty tough. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
From Jimmy G, how do you guys feel now that Phil is injured after you both gave him so much shit for not taking more risk in Supercross?
Well, it's not like he got hurt trying some quad that we were making fun of. He got hurt in a whoops. So.
Yeah, we dodged the bullet on that one.
Yeah.
Imagine if he quadded and got hurt.
Yeah.
That would have been bad.
I don't feel like it would have mattered. Phil's not doing anything because we tell him to or we put pressure on. It's just no way. Like that rhythm in San Diego, when I brought it up, he's like, not a fucking chance. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, well, Phil, like a lot of guys are doing it that you're as good as, you know?
Death cross, man.
Right, like he was just not doing it.
Yes.
So, yeah.
From Luke Thomason, can you explain what Dartfish is and how it works? I've heard you guys mention it in web last week, just wanting some more insight.
It's a video program where you film one rider, your rider, around the track. You follow him around the track. You film him. And then you film another rider riding the track. And then this software, you input the video of your rider and the video of the other rider. And you input them, and they merge it together. And you can watch what that guy's doing, and they overlay it. So you basically watch the other rider right in front of you. And at times, you'll see the ghost pull in front of you because he's doing something faster, or vice versa, and you can look at his lines and everything else, and it's a great way to see what like Eli Tomac's doing that you're not. It's pretty cool if you've ever seen it like in action. It's pretty neat.
From Sugar Shane 79, Weege, harder job, dealing with JT on last night's Steve Mathis show race review pod, or filling in for Lurch?
JT's pretty good. I was just really upset the 1 week where he said 8:15 was too late to do the pod and made me feel guilty. Otherwise, he's fine. Filling in for Lurch, much more difficult.
From Lax defense coach, does Geiser's injury at the preseason race put a definitive stop to major MXGP riders riding the National Warm-Up Series?
No, I don't think so. They don't want to just show up at the race and be ready and have to be ready right there. They want to warm up a little bit. That was a weird crash.
But I feel like that's happened a decent amount of times.
Yeah.
And it hasn't obviously stopped the guys yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Dark. Weege, what do you think about Stu winning the first GNCC on his new KTM and then throwing major shade at KTM for no support?
Oh, he did?
I didn't hear it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's kind of his specialty.
Yep.
So not surprised, and not surprised that he won either. So all on brand. Yes.
The Moss 912, when Weege uses a paper towel at home, does he lay it on the counter to dry and reuse? Also, does he leave a tip if he's picking up takeout?
No, I don't really see. I mean, they didn't. The worker. What do they do? They put it in a bag and they put it on the counter. Really?
I tip.
I will tip, but I do not tip nearly as much. I don't give like the 20%.
Yeah.
I'll give like $1.
Yeah.
Here's for your time.
Yeah.
My grandmother, still around,
Mm-hmm.
90. She's born in 1929. In June, she will turn 94.
Mm-hmm.
The clothesline,
Yeah.
people don't even use them anymore.
Yeah.
Hangs paper towels in the clothesline.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Welcome to your future.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another from Lax Defense Coach. More likely to happen first, Steve sells out or Weege goes to a hockey game?
Weege goes to a hockey game.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a man of principle.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just
Sure.
wait for the investigation into Jets and Donuts.
Sure. Oh, you're breaking this open.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
So, you've been to a hockey game, haven't you?
I've been to a couple,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep. Tried them all. Oh, you just got to go to like Rangers. What's Philadelphia? Flyers?
Flyers.
Yeah, I think I saw that, and everybody said that's going to be like epic. I went to a game in MSG once.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much better.
No.
It's the Mecca.
It's great.
No, it wasn't that good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
From Brandon Clark. Why have podium interviews been so depressing by second and third place? Especially in the 250 class, they're great riders, but they make racing Supercross sound like such a downer.
I don't know. When you get interviews like this, Marks, can you play that one that I asked you? Did you have it loaded?
Let's give it a try.
Here, this is interviews.
Getting to ride soft dirt, and this is some soft dirt out here today. It's really sticky. So overall, just all about hitting solid laps and not making any mistakes.
All right, these ruts are gnarly. It's like vertical blinds out there. They're
Yeah.
going to close and swallow these guys up, and then they got to resort to jumping. Not what he intended.
Yeah.
Getting to ride.
There you go.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do.
Yep.
That's how you do an interview. Wow.
All right. That's it. You got anything else that's really good? We just to get out of here.
From Discord, from Softball Dad. With DV playing fantasy now, what language does he swear at the TV when his guy pulls off?
Yeah, he's very angry sometimes, DV, at fantasy these days.
I didn't know DV plays fantasy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's all in. Yeah.
Has he always?
No. This is it.
Oh, okay.
After complaining nonstop about it, he finally decided to.
Wow,
join.
He is not someone who should be doing it.
Sends me texts with his team all the time.
Got to be
He
French.
should not be doing it.
Got to be in French.
Yeah.
What's DV doing these days?
Nothing. Yeah.
Is he with Ferrandis?
Well, he was helping Marv. No, but Marv. He was helping Marv until Marv got hurt.
Huh.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So DV's out.
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon segment. Eli Tomac, Alex Gillespie, Zach Osborne, Justin Brayton. Best interview?
Yeah, just the best.
Brayton?
Yeah, overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Okay.
the best.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
He's like Gaston in Beauty and the Beast.
Right.
He's the best.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I want to thank everybody for listening. Thanks to our sponsors as well. From Get Data, WUSA. No, let's do this. You ready? You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back.
Yeah, let's do this.
It's been a while.
Motorsport.com.
Call Steve's good friend, Tallon.
Fly Racing.
We'll sponsor anyone.
DecalWurx.
They sent me decals. Someday I'll put them on my motorcycle.
And Sean, by the way, from Decal sent me a text. And your number is 421. Your number.
It doesn't really matter. They're in the
Okay.
envelope. I'll run 421.
And there's Wendy's stickers on there, too.
Yes,
which
I did
don't
get
understand.
that. Because of I had a big coupon thing where I had two
yes,
offsetting coupons. It was
yes,
free.
Yep.
Yeah, I do
Okay.
respect the Wendy's stickers. Thank
All
you,
right.
Sean.
Race Tech Suspension and Engines.
Sponsor the Weed Show.
X-Brand Goggles.
Not familiar. Yeah.
Renthal.
Our guy Paul, man. Got to respect it.
Michelin Motorcycle Tires.
Our guy Fastest Man in Piedmont.
You think he ever gets dethroned?
Somebody, he mentioned that to somebody.
Yeah.
Please, like
Yeah.
Zacho or something,
Yeah.
please don't move to Piedmont. Yeah.
A Cherby's.
Lone Wolf.
Yeah. Firepower, batteries, and chains.
I have a tendency to not trickle charge my bike,
Mhm.
and thanks to those folks for bailing me out several times with fresh batteries.
Maxima USA.
You don't have to use a pressure washer to keep your chain clean.
Pro Filter.
I was cleaning filters a couple weeks ago,
Mhm.
and everyone said I'm super dumb for not having a pro filter, so I guess they're really good.
Yep, they are.
Okay.
Yep. Renegade Racing Fuels.
Good enough for Justin Brayton.
ORW.
Good enough for Enzo.
OGO Power Sports.
Good enough for me, like when I go to the airport in 5 minutes.
FMF.
Good enough for me. I have had one on my KTM 350.
Guts Racing.
They sponsor our Re-Raceables pod.
They do.
Big thanks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you to those guys. I had lunch with Andy Gregg and his wife.
Okay.
Last week. Atlas neck brace.
My kid has one because, little guys, their helmets look giant.
Yeah.
And my wife was afraid he would break his neck going over a bump. So I had to get a neck brace. Thanks, Noof.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
Are there?
Yeah.
There are jobs you can work in the sport of motorcycling for a living?
Yes.
It blows my mind every time you read one of those.
Okay.
I feel like there'd be like 2 of those jobs on Earth.
Seems like there's a lot.
I know. They have to find people. They don't have like the 10 people waiting outside the door for every industry job.
Some of these jobs are really good. Honda advertised their motor guy for their race team on MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
They need to do this?
That's what they did.
They can't find a guy.
I don't know, man.
Wow.
Wurx Connection.
I believe they're your Wurx connection. That should be their slogan. Wurx Connection. Your Wurx Connection.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, that's what they should go with.
Get Data.
That's our guy, Truman. I think. Does he actually do stuff for them?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
He's got 37 other things. I mean, he's working on the donuts.
Yeah.
He's got Jets and
Yeah,
Donuts.
he's got donuts. He's got fantasy. He's got 83 compound.
Is he actually taking care of Get Data? Is he actually doing it?
I think
Okay.
he is. Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen him mapping bikes. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
With donuts
Yeah.
while juggling donuts?
WUSA.
That's our guy, John. Great company.
Ride Engineering.
It's almost like Wurx Connection. Ride Engineering.
Yeah.
Engineering for your ride.
Intense Cycles.
Look, I got a Ridgeline. I got a Blue Crew. I can't go this far. I can't go this far.
You have an Intense primer.
I do. I did. It's true. It's not an e-bike, but yes, everybody.
I have a primer.
Yep. I have a Ridgeline that I will load a Blue Crew and an Intense mountain bike into my Ridgeline.
Let's be friends. Move out here.
Move out here.
We'll be friends together.
We'll be friends with our Ridgelines and our Blue Crews and our Intense.
Yeah.
I do really enjoy my Intense mountain bike. I do.
Wiseco Piston.
Everybody ran the fork stickers back in the day.
Did.
Everybody did. Yep.
EVS.
Travis Pastrana got 11th in the Daytona 500. And let me tell you something. If you're a safety-related company and you have maintained a relationship with Travis Pastrana for 20-some years, you must build some good stuff.
Good point. Pulp 30, code to save with those guys. All right, everybody. That's a wrap. Weech, thanks for coming up.
This is really fun. We should be friends.
We should be.
We should be
Let's
friends.
Move out here. I like friends.
The one good thing is that I wouldn't have to fly cross country every time I did the Pulp Show.
Right. See, you could be a weekly co-host. Maybe I'll pay you. And we can go for beers with at a place.
Skips. We can go to Skips.
We got some backs. We need backs.
Oh,
we need
poor
places
Skip.
for our back.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. I'll run it by the wife.
Okay.
But if she moves out here with me, I'll probably hang out with her.
All right.
Sorry.
That's where it goes sideways. Thanks to Pookie and Swisscore and Roto for all their help. Moser as well. Marks, thank you.
See you at Bingo Wednesday.
Yep.
The chairs
There you
have
go.
backs. So
Yeah.
You're good.
Talon?
Do you want to go build a sand track?
See? Now they're on
You
board
got
being my
friends.
friends.
You got to thank Pookie for all that.
What's that song? You got a friend in me.
Yeah, it's from
What
Toy
is that?
Story.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Randy
I
Newman.
want to hear more of this song.
Yeah.
That you're,
You got a friend in me.
That doesn't
That's
really
not it?
sound anything
That's
like
not
it, but that is the lyrics.
I think I'm mixing Louis Armstrong.
Yeah, and
you know,
Randy-
I
and
see
Randy Newman.
colors. in
Oh my
blue.
gosh.
And then I'm mixing
That's the way my voice sounded at the end of the night, trying to
Right.
be Lurch.
I think
no,
I'm-
Randy Newman, like I love
Yeah,
L.A.
yeah,
that guy.
yeah.
That's
I love
the
LA.
voice. Yeah,
Yeah.
that voice sings. You
But-
got a friend in
Yeah,
me.
somehow I think I can mix it with
It's Buzz Lightyear and,
right.
and Woody.
I mixed it up with the, I see colors. Yeah, that one.
Oh my gosh.
You got a friend in me. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you to our guests. Use the sponsor codes to save as well. And yeah, man, it's a good time tonight. Thanks, Weege. I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week.
I'm not stupid, dude.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
inside your flame. I will burn.